your love for me. Those times I said that I love you. Yeah.
No one on this planet or in the universe, galaxy, whatever the fuck, can convince me that clouds like this are real clouds. No, fuck that. That is a fucking alien aircraft.
Yeah, we're not watching that. I don't want to. Who the fuck is this chick?
Bozos, the year is done, and we've told...
7.5 hour VOD with 2. Oh my god, this chick is rich as shit. No ads though. How the hell does this react?
I want him to get angry.
Well, you can trust me now.
I do.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I do.
Good.
Okay, that's creepy.
Look, I'm a nosy person, okay? And one thing that I think is really interesting is YouTube drama, right? But like, when I'm watching it, I'm just like, who did what? What side do we take? But when there's so much emotion into it and relevant creators and all these kind of things...
Who the hell wants to look at this chick? 1 million people for 42 minutes. What the hell's going on? What the fuck is that? The hell? Y'all some weird motherfuckers. I scared a lot of those with having my headset off. Get fucked, I guess. I don't know. My bad. This is a girl from Smoosh.
Hello, Ian Heacock.
She's not. 'Cause 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 The Asian girl, maybe? Is that what you're talking about? This Asian chick right here?
Every game with a competitive scene has players that want to be the best, but sometimes this desire for perfection leads them astray, and they turn to less honorable methods. This video covers one such player, who not only faked runs to claim world firsts and status as a top player, but also submitted a number of these fake videos to claim cash bounties. Today we'll be looking at how he faked the runs, why they weren't detected initially, and what happened after he was caught. But before we get into it, don't attempt to contact the person discussed in this video. The community has handled the situation, and anything else at this point is only going to make things worse. To understand the cheating methods we'll be analyzing, you'll need to get familiar with some terminology used in the community. So here's a briefer. The first term is highway, and it refers to the section of the game that looks like the neck of a guitar. It's where the notes you'll be playing come from, and it has one other part, the hit window, that serves as the hitbox for when you can register a hit on a note. Since you play the game with two hands, each hand is given a different name. The fret hand is the one that's responsible for holding the guitar neck and will be located near the buttons most of the time. The strum hand, or tapping hand, is the hand used to strum the guitar and tap additional notes in the sections that require lots of inputs. When it comes to notes, there are three types. Strum notes, which require the strum bar to be hit when playing them. Hammer-ons and pull-offs, or hopos, which are strings of white-topped notes that only require the first note to be strummed. And tap notes, which are transparent notes that require zero strumming. When it comes to the different types of notes, there are strategies and techniques for hitting them when playing at high speeds, but we'll be looking at these as they become relevant, because we're now ready to look at the event that started the entire controversy. The first song we're looking at is called 9 Patterns of Eternal Pain, a notoriously hard song, but not impossible, as a player named Nados uploaded a Tech FC on May 23, 2021. So what's a Tech FC? A Tech FC is a segmented run where players will grind out each section independently until they have perfected it without dropping the combo meter. These runs are meant to show that while playing the full song may not be plausible, it is possible, and once a Tech FC is uploaded, players typically start grinding for a regular FC. On December 14th, notable Clone Hero player Shmooey would upload a video claiming to have beaten 9 Patterns FC without the use of segmented sections. The community saw this as an insane achievement, as it was thought to be near impossible, but Shmooey had the resume to pull it off, with other incredibly difficult FCs under his belt. There was one problem with Shmooey's FC, and on January 8th, 2022, another top player named Jobu would notice that certain hand movements in the video didn't look correct for this section. He asked fellow top player Ghostforce to explain the methods for this section, and Ghost's explanation was different from what Shmooey was doing on screen, so Jobu dug a bit deeper. If you look at this section of notes at 212 in the video, you'll see a ton of tap notes, but by using a technique called zigzagging, players are able to clear this section with some practice. To do a zigzag, you anchor the lowest note of the section by holding it down. Then as the other notes appear, you can hit them with your fret hand by using a special grip. The grip has you apply different levels of pressure with each finger, so that when you perform the technique at fast speeds, you press the notes in ascending order. And when you let your hand up, the fingers on the higher notes get let up in a way that the descending section of notes are performed as well. When zigzagging is used at sections with too many notes for your fret hand to do on its own, your tap hand will get involved, so you can alternate presses with each hand while anchoring the lowest note with your fret hand, and it has a distinct visual appearance when being used, so pro players can identify it with ease. With the section at 212, there is a segment of notes that goes green, red, yellow, red that requires a zigzag while anchoring the green, with your tap hand being required to hit a zigzag starting on red, due to the volume of red notes. As can be clearly seen in the video, Shmooey is only hitting red with his fret hand. The tap hand is only hitting notes from yellow to orange, but mysteriously, the red notes are all getting hit. This piece of evidence is bad enough on its own, but if you look at the end of the video, you'll see something else. At the end of Shmooey's video, the UI for Windows Media Player appears on the screen. This was a red flag, and Jobu also noticed that after the Media Player UI appeared, there was more audio present after the Media Player ended. Let's take a listen.
Oh my god.
If the Media Player recording was finished, why was there additional audio? Let's take a listen to Shmooey's response from the voice call where he was confronted.
Why at the end is there a UI there for Windows Media Player?
Because whenever I record it via video pad, the rendering is off, and I had to re-record it on OBS.
The video being re-recorded doesn't explain why there was extra audio after it finished playing, and the going theory is that he played over a re-recorded video. But what about the inputs not
that's
matching?
not true.
When the
That's not true. If your microphone is active, that's not true at all. If your desktop audio and your microphone on your OBS are still active when you're recording it, and you get up after it's done recording before you hit stop recording, and it'll still pick up that sound. So that's wrong. But okay.
other top players confronted him about the inputs, he denied that anything shady was going on with this or any of his other runs, and gave the response that he was hitting a quint, which is a 4-button zigzag with one hand.
Yeah, like you said, you're fretting a quint.
Yeah, because that's what enables the overtap. In the way, it's the way like being sin hit quints, like in general, like a descending. Yeah, particularly descending quints are just like really intricate quad patterns. Like,
well, where are you?
Totally not fretting a quint though.
Where are you doing the fret? Which finger is responsible for 2 fret?
As Ghost and Jobu pointed out, it's clearly not the case that he's hitting a quint, as his tap hand starts at the yellow button, which means only blue and orange were beneath it. Meaning not only was this not a quint, but it wasn't even a movement that would clear this section of notes. Shmooey maintained that this run was legit throughout the entire call, despite other issues being brought up. But this was just the start of the investigation. Since he was a top player held in high regard by the community, the mods wanted an airtight case before they confronted him so that there weren't any doubts about the authenticity of their claims. And they shifted focus to his upload of a Tech FC of Through the Fire and the Flames on 250% speed. On June 19th, 2021, Shmooey would upload a video claiming a Tech FC of Flames at 250% speed. Since it was a Tech FC, the various segments are allowed to be spliced together, as each section is run independently, then edited to show the full song. You're likely wondering what could have went wrong with a video that's allowed to be segmented together. And that's what the mods thought as well, since the video was taken down a couple hours after it was uploaded, with Shmooey claiming it was copyright strike. They brought this video up during their confrontation with Shmooey, and after a long back and forth, he had this to say.
The vid of Flames did get taken down by a strike, but I will say, this is one of the few times in which I tried to do anything suspicious.
While he maintained that the video was copyright strike, he admits that this was one rare instance where he did do something against the rules. And instead of telling the mods what he did, he showed them this section of video. Let's have a look to see if you can spot it as well. If you didn't catch it, don't feel bad. It took a couple of seconds for it to dawn on the other players as well.
Oh my god. How the f did we
Yo, oh, dude, people.
Shmooey had spliced a segment in one of the sections where the score visibly rewinds on screen, and Clone and Guitar Hero have no mechanic where score will be subtracted from a player, so it was clearly a splice. This was obviously why the video was taken down, but Shmooey maintained that it was copyright strike. But luckily, someone downloaded the video before it was taken down the first time, and on being re-uploaded, the video didn't receive any content ID or copyright strike. Shmooey stuck to his story, and he alluded to 2 other videos that he may have faked when showing them this, so they naturally asked, which videos were they? At this point, he pauses for a long while, and Jared remarks that there must be a lot more if he can't immediately pick out which videos he faked.
Come on, I think you know what they are.
No, dude. Trust me, you guys are like...
Well, then there's gotta be a lot. There's gotta be a lot, then.
And that suspicion turned out to be correct, because along with the 2 other videos Shmooey admitted to faking, there were a lot more.
Yeah, but these videos don't even have any fucking views on them. I get more views on a live stream. Like, what's going on here?
Let's have a look at the Apollo 20...
These guys are acting like this is one of the most famous Guitar Hero players in the world. Like, relax.
2++ FC he uploaded on November 18th,
This video's got
2021.
500,000 views.
This video is a bit unique. There haven't
views.
been any splices detected or any instances where the inputs don't match what's happening on screen. Although the webcam feed is much darker in this video, so it's hard to tell exactly where he's pressing the buttons. Aside from the ambiguity with button presses due to the lighting, this video looks correct, except for one detail near the very end. If you look at the highway as the song is ending, the scroll speed slows down, which doesn't happen in normal gameplay. I've put the game feed from Shmooey's Apollo FC on screen next to another player's run on the same song, and you can clearly see that their highway maintains the same speed up to the point that it fades out. So what's going on in Shmooey's run? There's a piece of software called Cheat Engine that lets you do a lot of things in various games. For Clone Hero, it allows you to slow down a song and complete it. Then speed the recorded video back up to whatever speed you want, which allows for seemingly perfect cheated runs to be performed, except for this small detail. When a run is slowed down, then sped back up in Cheat Engine, the highway at the end of the song will slow down, which is exactly what you see happening in Shmooey's video, but this thread runs just a bit deeper. At a live meet for Clone Hero, a community member was on Shmooey's desktop looking for a clip of him to put into a compilation video. When he pressed the start button for Windows, Cheat Engine was in one of the top results for recently used software. There's no reason that a player needs Cheat Engine, since Clone Hero already has a built-in option to slow down songs for practice. And coupled with the other pieces of evidence we've already discussed, it only makes the situation worse, as Shmooey not only had the program on his PC, but its effects were clearly visible in an FC he posted.
Bro, this motherfucker cheating, dude.
The previous videos we looked at were examples of cheated runs that were posted as Tech FCs or FCs and typically claimed world first status for the achievements that they appeared to be representing. But the most devious videos are the ones that Shmooey faked to claim cash bounties. During the call with the other top players, Shmooey said on 2 different occasions that any record he had submitted for a bounty wasn't fake.
Yeah.
No, I'll swear of one thing. I did not illegitimize anything on the bounties. Obviously, I am going to look at it because it is serious, because people are going to be skeptical whether or not bounties were involved, which they weren't involved in any of this. That would just be stealing at that point. But even so,
he denied faking any of the runs involved with bounties, but what I'm about to show you clearly demonstrates that claim to be false. Tyler Mammonocalypse would regularly post bounties for difficult and challenging songs that members of the community would compete for, and one such bounty was for an FC of Supernovae, which Tyler put up $694.20 for, with another user contributing $200, for a total of $894. Supernovae is an almost 15-minute long song.
This guy looks like he plays professional Guitar Hero. That's all I'm saying.
That was released back in 2018, with the first ever Tech FC for the track being posted by Frith in 2019. It has some very technical sections, with the chances of making a mistake being very high, so a regular FC was going to take a ton of grinding. On May 4th, 2021, Shmooey would post a video of what everyone thought to be the very first FC of Supernovae. But when the community became aware that his 9 patterns video had inconsistencies, they started looking into every run he had ever submitted, and the Supernovae video wasn't being spared any scrutiny. The first thing you should notice about it is that the score counter isn't on screen, which makes splicing a lot easier to do since you no longer have to worry about it rewinding. But this video didn't need a score counter to prove it was fake. If you look at his hands here, you'll see that he's hitting the blue then red notes with his tap hand, and then hitting yellow then red with his fret hand, but on the highway he's hitting red first with each input of his hands. This clearly isn't possible given the inputs that are being performed on the webcam feed, which means the video was spliced, with the game feed being pre-recorded on Cheat Engine and then played back while Shmooey pretends to play over it on the webcam feed. The video has other inconsistencies, such as the webcam and game feed desyncing, and another section where the gameplay is the opposite of what's happening on screen. But the bottom line is that this run was submitted to claim a bounty that it in no way deserved, and that's one of the worst things you can do in a gaming community. Altogether, Shmooey would claim almost $3,000 worth of bounties, with the majority of them coming from Tyler Mammonocalypse, and you're probably wondering what happened once all of this came to light. So let's take a look. Before the news broke outside of the community, Shmooey would only admit to 4 videos being faked to the mods in the voice call. But while this was taking place, other members of the community had already started an investigation on his other runs, and they found that over 50 of them contained evidence of wrongdoing. One of the players in the call would post a video that went viral on Reddit on January 13th that broke the story to the gaming community at large. And it was a day after this that Shmooey would post his apology video. He blames a traumatic experience as the catalyst for his behavior, and has no excuses for what he did. He offers an apology to the community and the top players that legitimately worked for their accomplishments. He goes on to announce that he's likely done with playing the game competitively and will only play in a casual capacity, and offers to pay all of the bounty money back that he took from the people that posted them. I'm not going to speculate on the authenticity of the apology, as it's up to the Clone Hero community on if they accept it or not, but I do have good news. On the 15th of January, Shmooey paid back the bounties that he took from Tyler and the other members that had posted them. This brings some positivity to an otherwise bad situation, but there's one question we haven't looked at. How did this go unnoticed for so long? If we look at a timeline of what happened, the first run that looks to be fake was uploaded on September 4th, 2019, an FC of Zoidberg's Revenge that contained a lot of sections where the video would skip. Had this been uploaded by an unknown runner, it may have had more verification processes applied to it, but Shmooey was a player with the skills to back up this type of achievement, as he played in voice calls with other community members regularly. On top of that, he was friends with a lot of other top players in the community, which may have led to less scrutiny being applied to runs he submitted, since he was genuinely capable of achieving the FCs he claimed to have. This isn't to say the mods did a bad job. As you can see from their reaction in the Flames reveal, it's easy to miss something that in hindsight appears to be obvious, especially when the person cheating is doing their best to mimic the moves that should be occurring. But the unfortunate thing about lying is that you have to remember everything, and the small errors that Shmooey made led to his apprehension. The important detail is that he was caught, and the community is being more careful when verifying world record runs. Tyler has stated that any bounty he posts from now on will need to be completed on stream to help eliminate the chance of someone splicing a run. And there's one final thing we need to talk about. Since Shmooey's runs that claim to be world first obviously aren't, I'd like to give credit to the runners that actually did achieve the world first FCs for the bigger runs, so be sure to check them out down below. I'd also like to shout out Ghost Force, Carney Jared, and Jobu for their help with this. They're all great players and deserve recognition for bringing this to everybody's attention. It took courage to confront someone they saw as a friend, and their dedication to the game shouldn't go unnoticed. So please give them a follow.
I see.
And finally, if you enjoyed the video, please consider checking out my Patreon, as I post bonus content there regularly, and the best place to get updates about what's going on is the
You could hear it fine, right? It's good? Okay. We need to watch this. This cheating bullshit is really getting out of hand, guys. Like, speedrunning is just going insane. It's just insane with the whole cheating thing. There's been so much videos about speedrunners being caught cheating.
Bro, what are you, a Karen, a speedrunning? Just shut up and play the video.
This other big Mexican YouTuber guy that Crawjobs made a video was like the most cheater myself cheese reaction. Top runner and
Super Mario 64 speedrunning, there is a comparatively small amount of people running the blindfolded categories, a testament to how difficult blindfolded speedrunning really is. And so it was surprising when I was on Twitch this week and was notified of another runner doing blindfolded 16-star runs. Blindfolded runs of Super Mario 64 have recently been made popular by a small but extremely dedicated group of creators.
Oh, we all know about this guy.
Claims
that they have to put in to be able to eat.
Shut up.
To do the run. The visual cues in particular are
Blindfolded video from like a year ago where I randomly attempted stars blindfolded. Star.
Any strat that is done in such a way that the outcome is.
Every game with a competitive scene has.
Not listening.
Breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, insider trading is legal. Well, for politicians. Who says so? Politicians. For the rest of us, it's still illegal, just in case you were wondering. See, our story today comes from Nancy Pelosi, the queen, the absolute goddess of insider trading. She just made a legendary announcement today. Here it is. We're going to listen to it, bear witness to it. Take a watch.
Insider just completed a 5-month investigation finding that 49 members of Congress and 182 senior congressional staffers have violated the Stock Act, the insider trading law. I'm wondering if you have any reaction to that, and secondly, should members of Congress and their spouses be banned from trading individual stocks while serving in Congress?
No, I don't know to the second one. We have a responsibility to report in the stock, on the stock, but I'm not familiar with that 5-month review, but if people aren't reporting, they should be. Because this is a free market and we're a free market economy. They should be able to participate in that.
Okay, it's a free market. That's what she said. Should not ban lawmakers from trading individual stocks. So this is absolutely insane. What you're watching is her getting told that 49 members of Congress have violated something called the Stock Act, which the whole point of it was to stop insider trading. And she says, well, look, we should just all be allowed to do it anyways, because freedom. Now, I know if you're an average viewer, you may not fully understand the scope of what's going on here. So we have to back this up because the corruption just runs deep. Honestly, guys, I don't even talk about scams of this magnitude much, mostly because it's just political. People get weird about politics, but also because this is a special kind of scam, a legal scam where the people running the scam also make the laws. So, it's never going to be illegal to do what they do. And even if it is, you'll never pin them down as actually committing the crime. So to give you guys some backstory, insider trading is obviously when you know some public information about a stock and you go trade based on that information. So for example, let's say I have a company in medicine and I hear about a mysterious China illness that we may be able to treat. If I know that information ahead of time and I go out and I buy or sell stocks based on that material information, I have committed a crime, right? If someone from Congress, from the government, Nancy Pelosi, does the same thing, given that they know non-public information all the time, it is not a crime. They're allowed to do that. Well, kind of. You see, it's a bit complicated. Obama signed this law in 2012, the Stock Act, which technically made it illegal for Congress to trade on insider information for this. But the thing is that no one's ever been convicted for this, despite lots of calls of insider trading. And the problem is, it's not clear how anyone would ever be prosecuted for this because of something called the speech or debate clause, which prevents Congress from being questioned about things they talk about in their congressional duties or whatever. What this means is, if you ever wanted to convict someone for this, you'd have to question them, but you can't question them because of this rule. In fact, this was written about in The Challenges of Prosecuting Congressional Insider Trading. It's a law article. Basically, they're saying, look, in theory, this is illegal, but there's not much of a way to actually find this out or pin them down. It'd be like if I was banned from having like pink shoes in my house or something like that, but I also had a law that said you could never search my house. The question is it actually illegal if you can never prove that I'm breaking the law? If you don't actually have the ability to ever look into what I'm technically not supposed to be doing. So that's the conundrum. There's a law that they can't insider trade, but there's no way to prove that they're insider trading because we can't ask them questions per this speech or debate clause thing. But of course, if that's the case, then why do we have a bunch of reports from places like Insider saying that the Congress and top Capitol Hill staff have violated the Stock Act hundreds of times? Well, the reason is simple. Because there's actually multiple parts to the Stock Act. One of them, the only real thing that actually is going on with the Stock Act is that they have to report what they're investing in at the bare minimum. But they're not even doing that. According to this incredible Insider report on it, they've identified 49 members of Congress who failed to report their financial trades. And then they go to list all these people who have failed to do so. And surprise, surprise, they come from both sides of the aisle and they're making a lot of money on the pandemic, ladies and gentlemen, trading those tech stocks, trading those pharmaceutical stocks, ladies and gentlemen. And this is what Nancy Pelosi was asked about, and she basically dodged and said, no, there's no problem here. It's a free market, bro. It's freedom, bro. But the thing is, it's not freedom. This is a problem. These people go to these subcommittees. They have all these special meetings with Google, Apple. They're expected to rule and make laws about these companies that they might have a vested interest in because they're investing in them or they're shorting them or longing them, whatever. And the thing is like, look, even breaking these laws, like this reporting law, what's the penalty for it? Well, if you break it, you know what? You pay a $200 fee. That's right. The price for not reporting potential insider trading as a congressperson is $200. But get this, even those tiny fines, which is like less than a speeding ticket, they don't even pay that. Apparently, a lot of people have said there's no consistent penalty system, and it's not even clear these people have paid the fines. According to Insider, it's a situation that ethics experts say leaves the public in the dark, lets Congress off the hook, and renders the Stock Act, which is intended to defend against insider trading, toothless. So that's the real context here. There's a law against insider trading, but it's useless. And the part that's supposed to work, this reporting, you know, what you invested in, isn't being enforced. And so many people believe the solution is to ban lawmakers from being able to trade single stocks, banning their spouses from being able to do that. Because for many of them, it's not Nancy Pelosi who's investing, it's her husband. It's not Rand Paul who's investing, it's his wife. And they just happen to make killer trades. The idea is they'd be able to trade the S&P 500, mutual funds, stuff like that, but not be able to trade individual stocks like normal people because, well, they are not normal people. And this just makes sense, right? Like if you're going to make laws investing in Google and you know private information about Google, you shouldn't be able to then go and invest in how it's going to do tomorrow. I mean, the level of corruption we're talking about is so basic, so bare minimum. It's absolutely insane. And so I and many people...
Yeah, I'm gonna get into politics.
How much experience do you have to have for it?
It all depends. I mean, but all right. So, thank you very much for your time. After you get a couple of years, you can try back.
I can't guarantee that it'll always be morning or always be evenings. We just base it on the needs of, you know, our students. Okay. We want to make sure that you know, have our experts in kind of your discipline.
Where do you work currently?
Oh my gosh, sorry, I was just distracted by this hunk of a man in front of me.
Okay. Okay, so what highest
What's up?
are you can you please not eat during our interview?
I'm not eating.
Okay. Cause I mean this is a serious interview, so if you're not prepared to be serious during the interview, then we can't conduct this interview.
Oh, no, I'm good. I'm not eating.
Okay, are you prepared to continue the interview?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So what is your highest? All right, sir, we're gonna end this interview.
I'm not eating.
Are you eating, sir?
Oh, no, I'm not eating.
Okay. All right, sir. So we're done with this interview.
That's actually kind of funny. Okay.
I'm sorry, but
I'm not
I have to
eating.
be able to take this seriously, and this is not acceptable.
I'm not eating. I'm not eating. If you both I'm eating, it's not nothing.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Chief K, we are actually going over what PCI does and what this role is. How are you doing?
I'm vibing right now.
I'm digging the vibe.
Hey, hell yeah.
Okay, we... Good morning, Chief.
Yeah, good
I think you would
morning.
make a killer BDA.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you showering?
Oh, no, I'm in the office right now.
Are you showering?
No, I'm in the office right now.
Which office?
I'm in my personal office, yeah.
Oh, he's too much fun, Shereen.
Yeah, that Douglas guy's bobbing down there, all right.
Shireen. Probably 25% Spanish, maybe at best. Black History Month. Publishing concept celebrating Black History Month.
Yeah, Mark seems
All right,
like he's
Shireen,
bobbing
I see you.
too. I'm digging the vibes up in here.
It's a fun place to work.
Yeah, I went and got it.
Well, while you shower, just keep the camera up that way. We're going to go through the rest of the presentation.
So tell me a little bit about Whole Foods. What did you do there?
That's cringe. I don't want to watch this.
A couple of years.
Yeah. Yep.
So you guys need like 2 years of experience.
Yeah.
All right, because I did a little bit, like it wasn't for a company, but I did like it was like moving and like boxes and like moving.
No. Thanks anyway.
You need me to take any notes on anything, or?
I'm sorry?
Do you need me to take any notes on anything, or?
No.
Okay, just let me know.
Wait, who is this?
Professor Seif.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm the backup professor. Just in case you fumble or whatever, I'm here to catch it.
It's a performance?
What's that?
Is this a performance?
Oh no, I'm just a backup professor.
Sounds good. All right. I'll keep that in mind.
Awesome. I'll be here. Just let me know if you need anything.
Perfect. All right, guys. I think we can begin. As we just learned, we have a Professor Seif here to back me up in case we need it. Perfect.
All right, you're a mechanic?
Yeah, I'm a mechanic.
You're not a mechanic.
No, I am. Yes, I am a mechanic.
Okay, where do you live at?
I'll
have this.
Like rectangle, basically. I don't know if I'm showing a really long, like.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm a really long, like rectangle, basically. I don't know if I'm showing up on the screen if you can see me, but I'm a rectangle.
Okay, but you said you're a new grad registered nurse?
By RN, did you mean rectangle?
No, registered nurse.
Oh, I thought you meant rectangle.
So this is, you're interviewing for like a hospital position.
Okay. Do you guys hire rectangles or no?
No, I don't know what that is.
Oh, it's me. See how I'm a really long rectangle?
Okay.
Yeah, so I was just wondering if you guys hire rectangles or no.
Tell me if you feel like this is going to be a good fit for you.
Ah, wait.
Okay, so that is who we are. That's what we do. Do you have any questions about that? like you've got some soap in your eye.
Yeah, I got a little bit of shampoo in my feet.
The compensation is $45,000 base. Average payout $55,000 to $70K a year.
Wow, that's awesome.
Are you vibing with that, Chief?
Yeah, I'm vibing with that. I've never made that kind of money from a side gig.
So this is gonna be a side gig?
Oh yeah, just a little side gig just to get some side money.
Well, very good. Wish my mom was here to see this.
Yeah, I'm vibing out the Red Roof. What's good?
You're doing what?
I'm vibing out the Red Roof.
Okay, so looking for a job today, or?
Yeah, I'm Don. Big Fox.
I can't. It cringes me, dude.
Gotcha.
Little-
Like 60, 70 hours a week. I don't know that that would be a good fit for you.
No, but yeah, low key, I could be like, I'm not booking Airbnb there because I'm like wandering.
I would say it's definitely not a side job. It's probably 60, 70 hours a week. I don't know that that would be a good fit for you.
No, yeah, I was thinking like maybe like 15, 20 minutes on like Tuesday, but yeah, I can't do that much.
Okay, thank you for hopping on.
Well, yeah, if you got anything on like Tuesday or Wednesday around like 4 p.m. and you need me for like 15, 20 minutes, I'm down. Yeah, just hit me up.
Okay, thank you, sir. You have a good afternoon.
Well, likewise, Big Fox, Big Fox, Big Fox.
Alright, thank you. Bye.
Well, Big Fox, much love.
That option is available. We'll support that after 1 year. There's free and professional development courses and trainings for all of our associates. That concludes the end of this. Any questions? Okay. Well, I'm going to send you out into a private breakout room.
Bye, Douglas.
What?
Bye, Douglas. You seem chill.
Bye, Chief. Nice to meet you, sir.
Yeah, likewise. I'm blessing you through my palms right now.
I mean, if you don't want to celebrate it, don't. I'm not gonna lie. This could just be me being white. I've never celebrated Black History Month ever. Ever. Not even in school. How do you celebrate Black History Month? How do you do it? Yo, what's going on, Krupa? Never done it. Never once. I don't think I've ever had a party in school. I don't think I've ever had, you know. I don't think. I don't know. How do you do it? How do you celebrate Black History Month? Does anybody know or no? I'm getting KFC to celebrate tonight. Well, there you go. Support black-owned businesses. About education, in my opinion. I'll tell you what, I feel like I know more about Black history than I do white history, if that makes sense. I don't think that makes sense. I'm not. I didn't just say that.
No te dejes llevar por lo malo, que lo malo te lleva a la muerte. Es una genia y semejanza de Dios. El Señor hoy te pide tu alma, ignora lo que piensa la gente. Cristo viene y no existe una fecha para que nos avise, Él es omnipotente. Como el viento que tú no lo ves, pero cuando te toca la piel tú lo sientes. Así mismo mi Dios con la fe te trabaja, papi, para que después lo cuente. Toma lo bueno, bota lo malo, que no te lleve la corriente. No quieras ser tú como los malos que después de tanta maldad se arrepienten. Jesucristo te espera ahora mismo para darte un abrazo y un beso en la frente. A mí me mandó a predicarte, para decirte que ella es suficiente.
Not you! You! No, yes, you! You! I have the camera right here. Everybody pause. Yes, you! Red light. No, baby. You wrong, baby love.
You wrong, baby love. Like even when even in the midst of a car accident, he just couldn't resist hitting on her.
Green light. He had the green light. You had the red light.
Couldn't even resist. Nah, sweet honey bunny cheeks dripping with glaze. You the one that ran through the fucking red light. You know what I'm saying? Like, relax. Speak. Smell you.
Oh! Whoa! Oh.
She's angry. This is somewhere in Europe. Who cares? Clearly on the phone. Smell. Oh shit. Oh wow. That's those truck bumpers for you. That fucked that whole front end up.
God damn it! God damn it!
You know what? It's sad to say that it is automatically the Jeep's fault because they were turning and the other person was going straight, but that guy in the truck was probably going a little too fast, maybe? Maybe not, actually? I don't know. Wow, look at all the damage. Look at the damage difference. Wow. That truck got destroyed. And then look at the Jeep. Virtually nothing. Wow. I'm getting a Jeep, dude. Look at that shit. You see that? Wait a second. Oh, it's because of the sun. That's why. Give me a second. This should be a little better. Look at the damage difference. Look. So the truck totaled. Yeah, I that's probably a 2003 single cab truck getting totaled. It's probably worth like $7 grand right now. And then look at the Jeep. Nothing. Almost virtually nothing. Fuck me. Wow. And that's a Liberty as well. That's a Jeep Liberty. That's not even a Wrangler. But yeah, that was the Jeep's fault automatically. That truck is newer than an 03. Really? I didn't even know that they still sold single cabs. Past like 05 or 06. All depends on the way it's hit, though. I mean, that was right on the corner. That should have fucked the whole shit up. But yeah, that was the what's it called? Fault. That was the Jeep's fault. Smell you.
Ja, det var ikke så smart, det der. Ja, det var ikke så smart, det.
Wow. So that movement was late and it made contact. He didn't hear from the lights company yet. The damage repair is most likely going to cost around $2,500. What?
So you're saying you don't have no brakes?
My brakes just went out today, yes.
And you're driving around with no brakes?
I don't have, look, people got to do what they got to do. I don't have no other person to come to get my fucking kid.
So you just hit my car?
I didn't hit you on purpose. I couldn't stop. My brake fluid is low right now. Because the shit doesn't fucking work. Mom, he cut, listen, I just got to a little fender bend. And we want to go back to the car. You know, but I'm literally a dead E. I'm about to get to the gas station.
This lady has no brakes, says she has no brakes, and is driving picking up her kid. Well, you better pull up over there. You take off, I'll call the cops. She just fucking mangled fucking Scott's rack.
Hey Rich, I gotta tell you, I just love that Kia Niro SUV.
Oh, dude's wearing Crocs, dude. Never fuck with the dude comfortable enough to wear Crocs in public, okay? They're fucking weird. People that wear Crocs are weird. He had a nice rack.
Ooh. Ooh. I'm sorry. You just said you were going to call the police on me. You need to go forward.
You can fit on this side.
No, I can't. I absolutely cannot. You're literally 2 inches from me.
Are you kidding me?
Just go forward. And
Okay, it's a gay guy, of course.
I'll go forward. I'm sorry, but you're threatening to call the cops on me.
I did. They're on the way. So can you move, please?
Great.
You're harassing me.
I'm harassing you. I literally can't get home because you're blocking the street.
I can't park because of you.
I'm
Look
waiting.
at you.
Oh! Fucking snatch, bitch. What the hell is this? Why her head look like? Why her head do that? What is this? I guess we know why her head did that. She a crackhead.
She got more trash in her car than you got in yours.
They're throwing me back up.
Right in the window.
Oh my God.
They're rolling their window up. She's leaving hers down.
What
That is awesome.
How do you have that much crap? How do you have that much crap in your car to throw back? What the?
Oh shit!
How do you have that much crap in your car to throw back? What the?
Oh, can of soda. Okay.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, hell. Oh, hell, shit.
It's on.
He got out the car. What the?
It's on.
We're gonna
It's two girls.
What the hell?
I mean, I know it's Black History Month, but I ain't never seen no white people do this.
The
It's
guy
kind of
beside
weird.
us is looking at us. Look at it. Look at it. He's like, what the fuck?
It's kind of weird. Okay, that was a little racist. Didn't mean it.
Well, you gotta go now, so get back in your car.
I feel like white people would have shot at each other already, or beaten each other up. You know what I mean?
Hell. Oh, hell. Oh, hell.
Oh shit! Smell ya. Oh! Oh, this chick about to get fucked up. Oh! She about to get paid as shit though. Tell you that much. Smile. God damn it, Terry! Couldn't wait for the goddamn fucking smell ya.
Jesus. Woo!
Let's watch that again. Oh, Camaro. It's gonna be the Camaro into the... What is that? A Traverse? No, not a Traverse. A Fusion? Ford Fusion? No, that's a Toyota... something. I don't know.
Jesus. Woo!
Oh, don't speak English. Oh, yes. I guess the minus sign means less cars over there. Yes, yes, I see. I see. Yes, drive over a rock. It's not there. Yes, keep pushing the rock. Yes. Indubitably. Was that a RAV4? Yo. Tipping on the fucking rock. Fuck your bitch. Got a Glock in my sock. Of course, it's a fat hillbilly bitch. No, it's a retarded dude. Never mind. He's like, shit, man.
Well, what we
I done
got
pushed the
here,
rock.
people, is a incident in Ozark, Missouri, where this man thought he could drive on concrete, and they just letting him sit there. I guess they're gonna call a wrecker, but he's an older fella. Well, it's a sad situation. Look how deep it is. Almost right up to the bumper. There's the wrecker. All right, they're gonna pull him out. Oh, bless their hearts. Oi. Oh. It's exactly what you deserve, you scum!
Yeah, well, let's see what bargains they got today. Oh, man, this was on sale last week. I think I'll run it over instead. Don't take my coupon, will you? Oh, my gosh. Wait, what type of shoes did he have on? some nice shoes.
Hey, man, you put it into the bill. Damn! Damn! Damn!
Oh, not the Beamer.
Oh, that nigga. Oh! Bro, he just whole. Wow. Unbelievable. Look, knock the goddamn bumper right off. Look at that. Oh my God. And she's doing 60 miles an hour. Holy shit, look at this.
Switching lanes, too. Smell ya.
Never seen anything like this in my life. It's crazy.
Man, that car is not worth the goddamn money to be taking it back from a tow truck like that. Smell ya! That was his fault, by the way. That was the car. It's always, no matter what the situation, unless there's a light involved, it's the person turn. It's always their fault. Yep, his fault. Cars going straight always have the right of way, no matter what. No matter what. See you later, Miata.
What are you doing? Really? Did you not hear me honk at you? I honked at you, so you just still go anyway? What are you doing? Really?
She could have backed up. She could have backed up. I in that situation, I would have backed up by my own
Did you
self.
not hear me honk at you?
I would have backed up.
So you just still go anyway? I honked at you. I was too close to you.
You did it wrong. You don't know how to drive.
He's fine.
Bam. Hung up.
Oh! Believe it or not, that probably totaled the car. So yeah, that probably totaled this car because it fucked up the frame on the top, the frame down on the side, the trunk, and the door. That probably just totaled this person's car. Probably.
Oh shit.
Fucking mean it's his fault? What do you mean? Doesn't matter if his car got exploded like that or flipped like that. That's what you're talking about. If you turn across a lane of traffic without a light indicator, and you get into a car accident from somebody going straight that hits you, it's your fault.
Holy
going straight always has the right of way.
Oh my lord, what the are we gonna do, bro? Holy
Even coming out of a side street. So what happened was I got into a car accident one time. I was going straight on it was like not a highway, it was like a route. Upstate they're called routes, like route whatever. And I was going straight and a guy was coming out of a side street that had a stop sign, and I was coming and he pulled out and he hit us on the side because he was turning. He was like turning, you know what I mean? But if they're speeding, doesn't matter. Yeah, so yeah. The BMW, yes. Oh, fuck, said, see? How the fuck does that happen? How the fuck does that happen? Oh, yes, the Tesla. Yes. Smell ya. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, they're rich as fuck anyway. It doesn't matter. Look at that. Look at that Mustang right there. Right? That's a Mustang, right? Isn't it? That Mustang's probably worth fucking however much. Yeah, Mustang's worth hella dough.
What? What? I'll go when the cars have gone.
Listen, if somebody in a Citron pulls up on me like that, you better watch yourself.
What's your problem? Why are you, mate? What?
You got a problem? You know who I am?
What do you mean about problem? What do you mean what a problem?
You muppet. There's no need for that.
What?
You
what?
Hanging about like that.
Hanging about like what?
In the cars.
I went round you.
Well, yeah, the Tesla was like 80 to 100 grand depending on the model, the battery, and the everything like that. But not the model, the battery and the engine, not the engine, whatever, the battery. Shut up. And then the Mustang.
I mean, you started yeah. Yeah.
What's the problem? You're not good.
You got a problem, haven't you?
You, yeah.
Yeah, you have.
Get your helmet off then.
Oh, grow up, you fool.
You know who I am?
You're a fool.
You know who I am?
You what?
You know who I am?
Do I care?
Well, you won't know when you pull up.
Come on, who are you then?
Ronnie Pickering.
Who?
Ronnie Pickering.
Who?
Ronnie Pickering.
Who the is that?
Yeah, me.
No, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh, wow.
Well, go on then. Off then.
He said, oh, wow.
Tá bom.
Don't do it. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Came right off. Ronnie Pickering. Oh, see you later, lady. Ah! Yeah, somebody help me. Ah, she got stuck on the thing. Ow. That fucking hurt, Ronnie. Get out of the car and pick me up. You fucking lazy bastard. Oh my God. Mildred. Ronnie Pickering. Ronnie Pickering. Oh, yes. Is that a Tesla? I don't know. If I might get taken down for copyright. We'll see. I'll be right back, though, if it does. That girl is gorgeous. Wait a second. Hold the phone. Who cares about what her face looks like? She's got a tattoo. I just came. Wait, what? Smile. Holy shit, did you just see that? What the... Oh, fuck! What?
Vai descer, vai descer, vai descer. Sai, cachorro. Jesus, sai daí, menino.
When Keith goes live and you're trying to be the first one in the chat, you know what I mean or no? Simply Keith notification goes out. Complex and Flim Flam. First. Oh.
More bike action to come. This will be the last round of round 2 of qualifying for modified bike. What? Hit me! Not the Forerunner!
Oh! That's totaled.
You okay?
Ow! PayPal stocks just dumped? Why? Yeah, but then what about all the damage that was just caused to the body of the car when it rolled off the thing? You gotta replace the whole body kit. Well, not body kit, you gotta replace the whole, like, all the doors and shit, you know? Hyphonics? Hyphonics? What the hell? That's what he's been doing. That's what he's been doing. He's been driving trucks, dude. What the hell? John, what are you... Is this what you've been doing, dude? What the hell? Oh shit, dude, that's funny. That's fucking funny. I'm a funny guy. I tell you what. Like, subscribe. Okay, your family.
It's fresh concrete. It's fresh. They did that.
And they got a superior plate on it.
I would be mad.
They're
right
driving a Kia Soul. Obviously, they're retarded enough to get tricked into buying a Kia Soul by a car salesman. Obviously, they're stupid enough to get stuck in concrete.
now.
I will not lie, though. I almost bought a Kia Soul because I saw one that was it was dope. It was like black with like green interior and shit. Oh my god, it looked so dope. But then I realized, wait a second. This thing's got like a V2 with fucking 67 horsepower and fucking 25 fucking pounds of torque. I was like, I'm not getting this fucking piece of shit.
By the time tow truck get here.
Look, they trying to pull it out. No. Look. Some good guys right there.
Stupid.
I love that bitch.
Come on, pull.
1-star crash rate? Yeah, it's a terrible car. Turbo it? I actually think the one that I was looking at did have a turbo in it. It was like a sport one.
That left the paint can open with an infant dog.
Neither am I.
So either one of you is a dumb or all of you are dumb, bro.
Oh my god.
Wow. Oh no, dude, not the Yada. Is that a Saab? A Saab? S-A-A-B? What type of car is that?
Hit the gas, Doug.
Come on, Doug! What the shit? Oh, not the Porsche.
And it's got to be the most embarrassing day of this guy's life. He's still sitting in there, just chilling out.
How do you get stuck? I just don't
everything.
know. How do you do it? Couldn't be me, dude. No offend anybody. Three Kia Souls that were involved in shootings. How do you become an insurance adjuster? I feel like I would be good at that. He just threw his hat at it. Don't do it? It's gotta be good money though, no? Like 50, 60 grand a year, you know? Decent little job. Oh, I've seen this one. That shit look like new. Should look better than it did before.
Oh my god.
That's why you don't leave your kid alone.
Luna! Really?
What did you do? You put paint in there. You did, eh?
Holy shit.
Oh! Crap.
Very excited about my new fridge. Look. Got ice. Wait. Here comes the water. Why won't the ice stop? Oh, because I...
I did the brakes.
That was fake. And dumb. And gay.
Try it again, baby. Not like that. Okay, no, not like that. Okay, maybe you got it. Okay, let's try it. Look at him sitting in the damn truck.
Smell you. Oh, not the water well, dude. Ow! Is that a Maserati? Yeah, it is.
Dude, what are you doing? You're literally behind the wet paint truck. Jesus Christ, man.
Alright, last one. Oh.
Hold on to that ladder. You guys, every single one of you.
Pop. That's hot milk, baby. That'll do it to you. Well, that just fucked the job. I gotta have to redo everything. Oh!
Look at this. Going far. I know it.
They are all over his bag.
He's like whipping them off him.
Man,
oh my God, look
that
at
is
him.
that is ridiculous.
They're everywhere. Look, they're all on the ground too. That's what's all on the ground around that.
What is He's trying to cut concrete over there.
I don't.
Oh!
Oh!
Groceries just went flying.
Yeah, pretty good. It's coming on pretty well.
What the
He's welding on a trailer hauling hay next to a gas pump. That guy's a genius. Look at that.
That is not happening right now.
Tina in her wheelchair.
Holy
Jesus
buckets.
Taking her to power.
Oops.
Oh wow, how do you even fix that?
Football, isn't it now?
No.
What?
I'm just attacking.
That's gonna fall. That's gonna fall. Yep.
Home Depot.
Man!
Watch out.
Fun Flam, if you don't stop sending me fucking videos.
Do it, Boravan. Do it, Boravan.
Smell ya.
Come on, mate. We just want to pull. Come on.
Get over it. Come on.
Prestige.
Okay, come here. Come on.
Oh.
Launching them.
He got me too, so I can't even.
That's right. Oh, yeah, buddy.
Oh, get out of here! Get out of here! Go with us! Oh, I got all that on camera. Stop! We're not gonna get arrested. What we doing? We doing that wrong? The dog is attacking us. Stay right there.
No, just keep it going.
You're wet. You're wet. You're fat. Yo, Marty the Bunny, what's going on, buddy? My battery's exploding.
You have to answer. You're asking the same thing. You've had time to talk now. Must be nice.
Hold on, you're early. Have some fun. Go.
Smile. Thank you, Marty. What do we got, like 6 more hours? 5.5 more hours? Maybe a little bit longer. Fucking dog. He's fired. It's totaled.
Then you want to move to flex pipe. Be creative when you're building an exhaust. You don't want one solid single piece of pipe perfectly welded together. You want to keep this, you know, artistic, I guess you could say. And like, you can tell like a Honda kid owned this before a Volkswagen guy. So after the flex pipe, get yourself some kind of stainless coupler, and then, you know, move to different materials. All right. Use some high quality welding here. We got a reducer again, you know, followed by a piece of, I don't even know what that is, but I don't know, if you can't find a way to make it work, you know, possibly go to Ace Hardware and get yourself a plumbing elbow. Solid cast iron, belongs on every exhaust system. And then wherever you got bends and turns, don't be afraid to just buy some piping and beat that shit with a hammer. Just manipulate it wherever it needs to go, up and around. You know, that's not gonna stop the exhaust from breathing or anything. Don't worry about how it's gonna sound, how it's gonna look. Just by any means necessary, make that happen.
Nice, solid.
Tears of joy and disbelief as this family in China was reunited after more than 2 decades. Their story is a remarkable one. In 1997, their 2-year-old son...
That instantly got fucking copyrighted. Gotta get out of there quick. Dick down. Memes that go sheesh.
Widow, Iron Man, Thor, Captain America, Hulk. Together they are bitch.
Copyrighted again instantly. What's up with these motherfuckers thinking who they are? Stealing a bunch of content from around the internet. They put it on YouTube, on their channel, and then they copyright the videos. What pussies. What actual bitches. Who do they think they are, actually? Why would I pick a video and then turn it off and say that it's fake copyright? Does that make any sense to you?
October 30th, 2021, Transportation Security Administration (TSA) officers alerted police of a loaded firearm discovered during a security check at the La Crosse Regional Airport. During a routine screening of carry-on luggage, a TSA officer spotted the image of a handgun on the X-ray screen. The firearm was loaded with a round chamber.
Very good.
Our X-ray. He has a loaded firearm in there. Looks like it might be around a 10 millimeter. Clip's loaded, one is in the chamber. He says he used to be military.
Right around a 10 millimeter. Do they even make guns that are 10 millimeter bullets?
He works right now as a helicopter nurse. He's going on a speaking engagement and forgot it was in the bag.
It's in his checked bag?
No, it's upstairs at the checkpoint.
So he was trying to get it on the plane?
He was carrying it with him as he was trying to go on the plane, correct.
Okay. So not his checked bag?
Not his checked bag. So we're a little bit at a standstill upstairs because until you retrieve the weapon out of the machine for us, we can't process anyone else.
Who's the one who found it?
That would have been...
And who are you?
So I'm the airport operations manager.
Okay.
So, but I'm on operations right now for one of my guys on the 24-hour shift. Right. So he just called me. I should have.
Yeah, when I call, everyone gets notified, so he came on over to check on us.
I just need a copy of the report, and then I can fill out my own incident report, but it's your show. So.
Yeah, okay. Let me, I forgot something in my squad. I'm going to grab my phone real quick. I'll be right back.
For military.
I up at the airport. Just up and get up there.
Is it boring?
Yep,
Well, we got time.
We'll get the show back on the road here.
Can I get a pair of rubber gloves? Just got
Safe?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
To make the firearm.
You got it was in the back pocket of the bag.
Okay. It's in the back pocket of the bag?
Yes.
I don't want you to touch it.
No,
Just,
there's a zip
like
on the side right
this
there.
pocket.
Yes, yes.
Like it's a
So
it's like a laptop.
Yes. Correct. And when I was packing my bag, I didn't check the back pocket, and that's where I normally keep my firearm when I'm at work.
Okay.
Because I keep my backpack in my car.
This dude's ripped for an old dude. Holy shit.
Firearms unsafe?
It is unsafe.
What kind of gun is it?
It is a Ruger Safety 9.
Is this your current address? And where do you work?
I work at Gunderson Hospital.
And you work for you work on a helicopter? Or is
Yes,
it?
yes. I work for Gunderson Air.
What do you do for them?
I'm a flight nurse.
And have you ever served in the military?
I have. I'm a retired Army officer.
How many years did you do in the Army?
18.
Where are you flying to today?
Dallas.
For what?
I'm speaking at a national conference for air medical. Interestingly enough, on firearms.
He stated he typically carries concealed weapons and had forgotten about the loaded firearm in a different pocket of his backpack, which he usually doesn't access.
You don't normally pack a firearm in your check bag?
I normally do, but this trip is so short, I chose not to take a firearm with me.
Mm-hmm.
So I normally have it in the plastic box with the lock on it, completely unloaded, all the ammunition out of it in the original box.
As a TSA guideline.
As a TSA guideline, which is what I normally do, but I chose not to take a firearm this time, and I just completely forgot that I had it in the back pocket of my backpack.
Okay. 94, I got a Wisconsin ID. What time is your plane supposed to leave today?
12:40, I think.
Okay. Could I get you to wait out with this gentleman out here?
Sure. All right.
Oh, he's got a whole ass ponytail.
Copy. Oh, God damn it.
Just move the fucking shelf, idiot. Drain attic? Yeah. Go there next.
Here's your bag back.
Okay.
Can you just take a seat for me right now?
I'm trying to identify if there's any criminal charges from this. Obviously, you're letting me know that it was an accident. It appears to be an accident. The contents of your bag are consistent with what you say you're traveling for. I'm just going to have you take a seat for a little bit here. I'm going to try to make sure you get on your flight.
Okay.
But obviously, I have to just make sure that I'm covering my side of things.
I understand.
To see if there's any possible charges that may arise from this, okay?
I understand.
So just kind of hang out right now. You're not free to leave. The firearm has been removed from your bag. At the very least, the firearm will be taken and kept in secure custody, safekeeping until you return, and you can come pick it up from the police department. That's what I expect is going to happen.
Okay.
Is this is just going to be documented that it happened, and you can get your firearm from the police department when you return.
Okay.
Okay. But let me just verify that with my supervisor, and then we're going to get you on your flight, okay?
Okay. Can I get my belongings there and put them in my bag?
Yeah, that's fine, too.
Okay.
And if there were charges, we would do a signature bond, and you'd probably still be on your flight anyway. All up to the airport as well.
Okay.
But let me just work this out with my supervisor, and we'll try to get you on your way, all right?
Okay, very good.
All right, so get the rest of your belongings, hang out, and we'll be right back with you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So, how do you guys normally handle something like this?
Normally, it's up to you if or the whole city of La Crosse or the Crescent, depending if they want to press any charges or levy any fines locally.
Is there fines from the FAA at all?
Generally what happens is that we take his information, I file a report, it goes on to our review, and then they do a legal review and determine if they want to levy fines on our side or not.
Okay.
If they believe it was malicious, they might actually come down really heavy. If they think it's not, I've seen them go, oh, you know, we have you on history with the military, we know your background, all right, we're going to give you a pass this time. So it can be anywhere from nothing to, you know, they throw the book at them. But it's not criminal incarceration. It's generally just a monetary penalty.
I wanted to get your input on it, on what you guys would like to see done as well.
Personally, I mean, he was extremely polite. Obviously, when he realized it was in there after I told him, the genuine shock. I mean, I've seen a lot of people that say, oh, yeah, I forgot when it's something in their bag. He obviously did not. Once again, we were discussing this downstairs. You get professionals that have weapons, and they tend to, unfortunately, forget where the weapons are sometimes.
Yeah.
Yo, Vin, what's going on, buddy?
Well, let me, department.
$100. Typical first offense for carrying a loaded handgun in a checkpoint is $4,100.
$4,100.
If they wanted, they said the discretion was up to the police department, and they generally believe that this was a mistake. He's a veteran of the Army, 18 years, and he was flying down to Dallas to speak at a national convention for air medical. He always carries a gun with him, and he usually flies with a gun properly checked. However, he forgot that it was on his carry-on this time.
Hell yeah.
Can you get here about 11:40 or 10:40?
He lives here.
Oh, sorry, 10.
He's headed to Dallas for that national convention for air.
Yo, Tyler with the big $4.99. Appreciate the love, brother.
Just read it to you. National convention for
Air
medical. He works for a Gunderson Air. He's a paramedic on the helicopter.
147, they working there.
Oh, fuck. Down here with us.
No, doesn't sound like it. When they file their reports, I guess on their side of it, further investigation. Sounds good. Yep, of course. Yep, bye-bye. All right. No charges.
Good.
I believe it was a genuine mistake, and you can turn the firearm over to your wife. I can deliver it to her if you'd like.
That's her right there.
On the other side of the glass?
On the other side of the glass.
Okay. Yep. I will deliver it to her and make sure she's in proper possession of it when I give it to her. I have the cloth holster with it as well that I took, the magazine and everything. Do you have any questions for me?
No, sir. I appreciate your help, and I genuinely apologize.
I could tell that you were nervous and that you were apologetic, and I believe that this was a mistake.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Before you do that, though, for our paperwork purposes, I'm going to need his driver's license, and we do need to take a picture of the firearm just for records.
Yeah, we can do that as well.
We can do it in the back room real quick if you want, if you feel safer.
Yeah, that's fine. Like.
Oh yeah, we're pretty used to weapons around here, but
all right, I'm gonna
the worst
open
one
it.
we've had is guy traveling with a kid, 4-year-old, teddy bear backpack, loaded firearm in it. Kid carrying around.
Unbelievable.
One in the chamber, safety off.
Unbelievable.
Pointed right at the back of his kid's head.
Jeez, yes.
So.
If the dude wasn't white, he'd already be on the ground face down. I'm sure. Call me.
All right, let's see here.
2.3 million subscribers. 800 people watching him.
Thank you, Dan.
That's it?
I gotta try harder here. All right.
Who the hell is this guy? Anybody? $8 years ago. Sheesh, this dude was somebody 8 years ago. Nice. What's the drain something? What was the name of the one? I haven't seen him so long. Never seen him in my life. You guys want to watch a mystery recap video? Yes. Okay.
Hi, Mystery Recap here. Today, I'm going to explain an action science fiction film called Badland, Road to Fury. Spoilers ahead. Watch out and take care. At the beginning of the movie, we see a large barren land. A young man named Jerome Holm narrates to us that he hasn't seen this land when it was green, but his father has. Years ago, it used to be home to several farmers who grew wheat and grains on it. However, after drought struck the land, not a single plant has been able to grow. Most of the farmers left the place, but Jerome's father, Ernest, hoped the land would be green again. He still believes that it just needs some water. But in this world, people kill each other for water. In the first scene, we see two muggers trying to break into a tiny house. Ernest catches them and kills the first one. The second mugger tries to convince him to spare his life, but is killed when he secretly takes a gun out. His son, Jerome, insists he could have helped him. The house the muggers were breaking into has an old water pump that stops working when Ernest tries to use it. With no water left, the father and son make their way on a mule to the watermen, people who extract water from deep wells through a government deal. Ernest exchanges supply with those people for water. He has been trying to convince them to provide him with water to cultivate a small part of his land for years. However, the watermen only do it for the right amount of money that Ernest cannot afford. On their way back, their mule falls down and breaks its leg. Ernest reluctantly shoots the animal dead. The two come back home to Jerome's sister, Mary, serving them bagged food. Because of water scarcity, we see Mary cleansing the dishes with soil. The following day, Jerome and Ernest visit Sam Lever's auction house to get something to replace the mule who died. There, a robotic carrier machine called the Simulate Shadow, Sim, catches their eyes. Ernest wins the auction against a man named Flem Lever, who also happens to be Sam's son. Flem is having an affair with Mary, unknown to Ernest and Jerome. The two then go to meet Jerome's sick mother, Catherine Holm. She lives in a nearby hospital where she can walk while wired to a special frame. Since the frame is too expensive, they cannot bring her home. Jerome spends his time with his mother that day. Ernest and Catherine kiss goodbye and separate. On their way back, Ernest and Jerome stop at a gas station. We see Ernest take a gulp of petrol after pumping it into his vehicle. The two encounter a couple with a young baby, begging for water. The father, Robbie, wants to sell the baby because they cannot afford to take care of him, but Ernest advises against it and tells him that he'll help them with water. Robbie knows of Flem and Mary's affair, and hints Ernest towards it. At home, Ernest confronts Mary about her sneaking out frequently, but she claims that it is her freedom and tells her father that she hates him. She tries running away, but Ernest locks her in her room and nails her windows shut. One morning, Ernest and Jerome wake up and notice that their robot, Sim, is missing from its shed. Someone had stolen it. Ernest assumes it was Flem and goes to his house, but finds out from Sam that he has left with a truck that morning for the mountains. Ernest then goes looking for him to the watermen, but they knock him unconscious. When he regains consciousness, it is already night. The watermen accuse him of stealing their supplies. Ernest insists that he didn't steal them, but their leader, Caleb, attacks him. They fight for a while, but Ernest manages to get his hands on his rifle and run away from there. On his way back home, he discovers Flem sleeping on the road with Sim by his side. It is clear that he had stolen the machine and the waterman's supplies. Ernest points the rifle at him, holds him hostage, then ties him to the machine. He wants to take Flem back to the waterman to prove his innocence. On their way, Flem makes comments about Mary, which angers Ernest. After walking for a while, both of them get thirsty. Flem persuades Ernest to use the water from the waterman's supply. The two sit down to drink water and chat. Flem then tries to convince Ernest to let him go, and they can share the money, but Ernest is adamant about getting him caught. Ernest is weak and limp. He clearly cannot walk another mile to the waterman. Flem knows this, so he strikes Ernest with a stone, making him hit his head on a cliff. His head starts to bleed uncontrollably and is knocked unconscious. Ernest wakes up to him being tied instead of Flem. Flem pours water into Ernest's mouth as he screams. Later, we see Flem arrive at Ernest's house in his motorbike to take Mary. She happily runs out to him. Ernest still hasn't been home, so Jerome goes out to look for him. He finds the machine alone on the way. When he reaches the waterman, they inform him of Ernest's death. Everyone assumes that it was caused by the machine. In the following scene, we see everyone mourning Ernest's death at his funeral. Later, Catherine and the kids cry in her hospital bed. When they come out, Flem picks them up in his truck. After Ernest's death, Flem has now become the mentor of the family. He calms Jerome down as he hits Sim for killing his father. Later, he tells him that Mary is pregnant with his child and that he loves her. Jerome accepts their relationship. Later that day, Flem goes to the watermen and talks to them about sending water to Ernest's land. Caleb laughs at his idea, but gets defensive when Flem blames him for Ernest's death. Flem also shows him a knife with Caleb's name that was found with Ernest's body. Scared to be accused, Caleb agrees to divert water to their field. Everyone is happy when the land gets its first sprinkle of water. Flem works day and night to grow wheat on the land. A few months later, they are fully grown. Flem gets married to Mary and currently lives at Ernest's home with Jerome and Mary. One day, his father, Sam, with some men from the bank approaches their house, threatening to take the land because of Ernest's debt. The debt is too much for Flem to pay, so he takes the machine with him and approaches his friend Robbie that night. He knows about Robbie's intention to sell his child, so he persuades Robbie to come with him, just to see how much a baby can be worth. However, when they reach there, Robbie realizes that Flem has secretly made a deal with the people to sell his baby. The people try to take the baby away. Robbie resists it and is shot dead by Flem. This causes a shootout between the dealers and Flem runs away with the money. However, the robot, Sim, is shot and damaged. This activates the auto mode in the machine, which causes it to return back to its manufacturer, Calvin Hoyman. The following day, Flem pays the bank from the money he sold the child with. Jerome assumes that the money came by selling Sim, so no one suspects anything. In the following scene, we see Sim limping its way back to Calvin, who lives across the border. Calvin calls the number inscribed on Sim and reaches Holmes' residence. He talks to Jerome about the machine coming back to him, which shocks Jerome, because Flem had told him he sold it to Robbie. Jerome asks Flem if Robbie sold Sim's parts and it somehow made to the owner, but Flem gets annoyed at him for the question and dismisses it. Then, he tells them he is going to meet his mother that evening, but instead he plans to cross the border to meet Calvin, the manufacturer of Sim. Later, he reaches the border, but the guard stops him because he is too young to cross it. A girl named Anna calls him over and tells him she knows a way he can go to the other side. In exchange for money, she puts him in a vehicle with chickens and sends him over. They meet again at the other side and separate. Jerome then goes to meet Calvin. There, Calvin shows him all the functions of the machine. He also shows that the machine's eyes are cameras that were made to capture the slope for reforestation. The camera has captured all that the machine has seen. Jerome plays the recordings and sees his time with Ernest. As he goes through it, he is horrified to see that Flem was the one who killed Ernest. That day, after Ernest had gained consciousness, Flem tied him to the machine and set its destination to the waterman. The machine had dragged an injured but alive Ernest to his death. By the end of the video, tears roll down Jerome's eyes. In the evening, he returns home but doesn't confront Flem about anything. One day, Flem and Jerome are hunting deers, after which Jerome keeps the rifle with him, hiding it under his bed for the future. At breakfast, Jerome tells Flem about Robbie calling him. Flem is surprised and accuses Jerome of lying, because he knows Robbie is already dead. Later, Flem receives a letter, written by Jerome as Robbie. The letter asks Flem to meet Robbie at the same place he has killed Ernest. He is confused by this, but he decides to find out whether Robbie is still alive. Later at night, Flem tells a pregnant Mary that he has to go out to sell something. Mary wishes him luck and asks him to come back soon. When Flem reaches the place, he calls for Robbie. As he walks, he falls down a pit and breaks his legs. He lies there calling for help, when Jerome appears in front of him. Seeing him there, Flem takes a sigh of relief and asks him for help. However, Jerome stands there with a rock in his hand. Flem realizes that he knows everything that happened and apologizes to him, claiming it was just an accident. He begs him to spare his life for Mary and their child, but Jerome doesn't listen. He points the rifle at Flem and shoots him dead. It has been 2 days since the event. Mary is worried about her husband, but Jerome asks her to wait a little more. He has decided to keep Mary in the dark about both Ernest's and Flem's death. Mary suggests they bring their mother home, because they now have the money to afford the ringing system she lives in. The movie ends as Jerome erases all the video memory from Sim. Subscribe for more videos like this, turn on notifications, and leave a like to help the channel out. Thank you. Hi, Mystery Recap here. Today, I'm going to explain a science fiction film called Last Sunrise. Spoilers ahead. Watch out and take care. At the beginning of the movie, a voice narrates to us about the current condition of the world. He claims that air conditioning, oxygen, and sunrise are some of the most important things in the world, but now the world is void of all of these. The narrator cannot remember how many days it has been since the sun collapsed, because it is difficult to tell with no sunrise. A few years ago, people used all the fossil fuels, and everyone turned to solar energy for their basic needs. The narrator laughs at people who used to say no matter what happens, the sun will rise tomorrow, because that is not true anymore. The sun has completely shut down, and the world has no source of fuel anymore. Cut to the day it all started. The story takes place in a futuristic China, where everything is almost fully powered by solar energy. A young man named Sun Yang is woken up by a futuristic AI robot named Ilsa. Yang analyzes the satellite data from a multi-million-dollar company called Helios. Helios is the manufacturer of solar power that fuels 3/4 of China. Its CEO named Wang is the center of this historical change and is praised for his accomplishments. Yang analyzes Helios satellite data and updates it on his website. As he does this task, Yang is bothered to see a nearby star disappear. He claims that the disappearance of this star has some effect on the sun itself. However, the AI robot reminds him that such a deduction doesn't follow the law of conservation of energy, so it is not possible. When Yang gets out of his apartment, we see every street and every shop using solar panels manufactured by Helios. In the background, the company broadcasts the development of solar energy in District 4, the only district left for Helios to take over. Its logo is everywhere. The following day, Yang is woken up by an emergency alarm on his computer. He finds out that the sun's luminosity has dropped by 15% and is continuing to drop quickly. The AI tells Yang that his assumption about the star was accurate. Yang quickly tells Ilsa to call Helios CEO, Wang. Yang asks Wang if he knew that the sun was going to die today. Wang instead questions him what he would do if today was the end of the world. When Yang says he would find a way to survive, Wang gives him an address and asks him to come there if he survives today. Yang then barges into his neighbor's apartment to get a better view of the sunrise. As he stands on the windows, he sees the sun flicker. His neighbor, Chen Mu, is confused as to why he is here and asks him to go away, but Yang doesn't even blink his eyes as he watches the sun die. TVs start to broadcast the event unfold, and reports of a flickering moon from the other side of the world are heard. Suddenly the flickering starts getting violent and everything goes dark within seconds. Yang goes back to his room as Chen Mu follows him, asking what is going on. He ignores her and asks Ilsa what is going to happen now. Ilsa informs him that the temperature is going to drop to 0 Fahrenheit in a week and minus 100 Fahrenheit in a year, oxygen will slowly deplete, all forms of life will disappear and the Earth will become a frozen planet. Yang asks Chen Mu to leave the city, and goes out himself. People are confused and panicking. The grocery store is full of people trying to stock up supplies, but the cashier cannot check out because of lack of power. The lights are still working, but they will be out in 24 hours. Yang takes a bottle of water and a map to help him find the location Wang had told him about. On his way out, he is walking through a dark alley and a mugger hits him unconscious and injures his leg. He then takes his money. When he opens his eyes again, Ilsa announces to him that he has slept for 12 hours and 18 minutes. He rushes back to his apartment, and packs his clothes and some instant noodles. Chen Mu is at his door with her backpack, asking for his help to call her parents. Yang tells her there is no way he can help her and asks her to go away. However, when she mentions owning a car, the two decide to travel together. Before starting the journey, Chen Mu makes Yang promise that he will take her to her parents' house after they visit CEO Wang. The two then leave for the place and encounter a large traffic jam on the way. Chen Mu gets out of the car to go to the washroom, and Yang takes this opportunity to drive away, but is stopped by a crowd. When she is back, she asks him why he is not in the place they parked, and he lies, saying that he was making a U-turn. The two finally reach Wang's home at night and meet other people who happen to be stranded there. They drink around the fire, while a socially anxious Yang stays in a corner. Later, his watch runs out of battery and Ilsa stops talking to him. The death of the AI robot saddens Yang, as she was his only friend. Chen Mu notices this and tries to comfort him. The two talk and bond. Later when they wake up, Yang asks Wang what his plan is. Since Wang is a billionaire, Yang believes that he has a way to survive. To his distress, Wang claims that this situation is beyond repair, he wants to stay in the place until death comes. According to Wang, a highly advanced civilization from far in space is harvesting energy from other stars, and simultaneously terminating life on other planets. This time, the Earth is their target and they have been successful. A wormhole has been created in the center of the solar system, and with a lack of gravity, all the planets will soon fly away from the system including the Earth. In the end, Wang gives Yang the coordinates of a location of District 4, and tells him he should go there if he really wants to survive. When Chen Mu wakes up, the two continue their journey. The temperature has fallen exponentially so much that Yang's bottle of water freezes. Chen Mu notices a space shuttle taking off, and Yang comments that it might be rich people trying to fly away to another planet to stay alive. He drives Chen Mu to her parents' home as promised, and continues his journey to the place Wang told him about. However, he notices Chen Mu had left her plant in her car and goes back to return it. When he gets there, he finds a distressed Chen Mu alone in the house. She doesn't speak a word, unlike her usual talkative self. All of the people of the town had left in the time of emergency. We see the fish aquarium in the house is freezing. Yang goes inside a room, and is horrified to see both her parents dead in the bed. He takes a letter from her father's hand, and brings it back to Chen Mu. It turns out that they were preparing for Chen Mu's arrival before the death of the sun. As they wrote her the letter asking her to take care of herself in the city, a group of thugs entered the house and killed both of them. Chen Mu breaks down crying, when Yang tells her that he too is an orphan and doesn't know who his parents are. He asks her to come with him to District 4, the place Wang told him about. The two then continue their journey. After a while, they reach District 3 and are surprised how the map brought them the wrong way. Their car's battery is dying, So they go a little forward and see a house selling electricity. When they go in, an old couple welcomes them and claims they have electricity that they extract from coal. However, the woman then locks Chen Mu inside the washroom and snatches the car keys from Yang. They apologize as they take the car and drive away. Chen Mu and Yang are in distress. They are close to District 4, but Yang's leg injury from the time the thug hit him is getting worse. He tells Chen Mu to go there alone, but she insists she won't leave without Yang. After much thinking, they make their way to District 4 on foot. On their way, they rest for a while feeding on instant noodles and watching the beautiful and cruel night sky. Without the sunlight, it looks astonishingly beautiful. When they reach the city area again, they find their car deserted by the side of the road. But just then, a group of mine workers comes looking for them. To save Chen Mu, Yang turns himself in. They take him to their headquarters and keep him as one of the mine workers to extract coal. Chen Mu, however, doesn't give up and goes to rescue Yang with just a pepper spray. She manages to free him from the place, but Yang gets shot in the process. When they are back in the car, Chen Mu drives to District 4 at full speed, hoping to save Yang. They stop at District 4's entrance, and Yang realizes that the place has geothermal energy that can save them. They continue their journey and see the car's windows and the road starting to freeze. They do not have a lot of time, but just then their car runs out of battery and stops. With no way out, the two stay together on the back seat, holding each other's hand. An automated voice from the car says that the two are experiencing their last moments on the earth. After a while, Chen Mu calls Yang's name but he doesn't answer. Crying, she places her head on his shoulder and falls asleep while freezing. Sometime later, a car stops beside theirs. A couple comes out of it and brings unconscious Yang and Chen Mu with them. They drive the two to a safe place in District 4. In the end, a voice in the background narrates that the Earth is moving at high speed into another galaxy. Soon, they will reach their new home which has 3 suns. Subscribe for more videos like this, turn on notifications, and leave a like to help the channel out. Thank you for watching.
Hi, Mystery Recapped here. Today, I'm going to explain a Canadian comedy film called Starbuck. Spoilers ahead, eh? Watch out and
Spoilers ahead, eh?
Take care. David Wozniak is a young man living in Quebec, Canada. He makes money by frequently donating sperm to the La France Clinic. At the beginning of the movie, he is in the middle of one of his visits to the sperm bank, pleasuring himself to pictures of women in a magazine. The scene shifts to 23 years later, in 2011. David is now a middle-aged man, but he still doesn't have a definite job. He is woken up by thugs, whom he owes $80,000. They dump him into the bathtub, threatening him to return their money. Following the unusual morning, he goes to his parents' butcher shop, where he works as a delivery man. He is 45 minutes late and is yelled at for taking the delivery truck home again. The workers in the shop, along with his father, are on a football team and are about to take a team picture the next day. David was told to pick up the jerseys for the picture 3 weeks ago, but he still hasn't gotten it. Everyone is tired of him not doing as told, even when the job is simple. After work, he rushes to the clothing store, but the owner happens to be closing it just then. He quickly parks his truck in the middle of the road and begs the owner to give him the jerseys. The man does it out of sympathy, but David gets a parking ticket in the process. Following that, he visits several banks to ask for a loan to pay off his debts. However, he doesn't have the required collateral for them to pass the loan. After facing several rejections, he returns home and tells his coworker on the phone that he has received the jerseys. The person on the other end is skeptical, knowing that David isn't reliable. Outside, his truck is taken away by the traffic police because he received too many parking tickets. The jerseys were still in the truck, which means the team has to take pictures without them. Everyone is disappointed in David, although they are used to his behavior. After that, David goes to his girlfriend Valerie's house. She is a police officer and is way more financially independent than David. He hasn't spoken to her in a few days, which Valerie is upset about. As David tries to explain himself, she reveals that she is pregnant. David is taken aback by the revelation. He cannot tell if he likes the news or not. Valerie senses that he is hesitant and claims that she is going to keep the child, no matter what. Following the interaction, David goes to meet his friend, the lawyer. The lawyer has 4 kids, all of whom refuse to listen to him. He has been troubled by fatherhood and suggests David not have children ever in his life. David, however, wants to be a father. He is only confused if this is the right time for him. The very next morning, he goes to Valerie's work and declares to her that he is ready to be a father to their child. Upon reaching home, he meets a man in a suit who introduces himself as Chamberlain. He is the lawyer for the clinic that David used to donate sperm to. Between 1988 and 1990, David donated sperm to the bank under the name Starbuck. He made over 693 donations over the period of 23 months. David spanked it once a day for the hoard. Because of some kind of error, the company provided all of its clients with David's sperm, and as a result, he has fathered 533 children. Out of them, 142 want to know his identity. But before every donation, David had signed a confidentiality contract, according to which the clinic isn't allowed to share his personal information. Hence, the 142 children who want to get to know their father have sued the company and their confidentiality clause so they would be given the information about David. Hearing all this, David freaks out and repeatedly says that he is not Starbuck. After the encounter, he goes to meet his friend, the lawyer, and tells him about the matter. The lawyer wants him to file a countersuit against the clinic and make some money, but David refuses to do so. He notes down all the information about the sperm donation procedure and hands David an envelope with information about all of his children. The next morning, David decides to take a look at a paper inside the envelope out of curiosity. The paper he pulls out has information about a star football player, Riccardo Donatelli. David realizes that he is the father of one of his favorite players and rushes to tell the lawyer. They go to Riccardo's game and cheer for him. Now that David knows the player is his son, he is proud of his genes. At first, he had decided that he wouldn't get involved with his children's lives, but curiosity gets the best of him. David pulls out a second piece of paper and gets to know about Etienne, his son who works at a restaurant. David goes to the listed restaurant and finds Etienne arguing with someone on the phone. It turns out that he is a struggling actor who has just missed an opportunity to audition for a huge role because he is working. David offers to handle the place for him while he goes to the audition. Etienne believes he is a robber who is looking for a tactic to rob their shop. But when offered the delivery truck to go to the audition, he agrees. A while later, the restaurant's owner arrives at the place and tells David he's going to fire Etienne. Hours pass before Etienne finally returns and says that he got the part. David is glad that he was able to make a difference in his son's life. At night, he brings out a third piece of paper and finds out about his daughter, Julie. He goes to her place as a pizza delivery guy and finds her on the phone, yelling at someone. While he is still in the house, she locks herself in a room and overdoses on a drug. David quickly has her sent to the hospital. The next day, Julie is sent to a rehabilitation center where people assume that he is her father. Julie doesn't reveal the truth because she wants David to sign the release papers as her father so she can be let free. David consults with the doctor and tries to convince Julie to stay in rehab, but the girl promises that she will be better outside because she just got her dream job yesterday and she doesn't want to lose it. At last, David decides to release her. The next morning, he goes to her workplace and sees she has started the job as she had promised. On returning home, he pins the papers with his children's information to the wall and goes to meet them one by one. Some of them have grown to be nail technicians, musicians, lifeguards, tour guides, and so on. He meets them all and goes out of his way to help them if they need it. One day, Valerie visits him at the shop and asks him to come to the doctor's with her. After the appointment, they go to a park and watch children play. Valerie is scared about the pregnancy and thinks that she is not ready to be a mother. David, on the other hand, promises to be the best father and comforts her. The following day, he finds out that one of his children, named Raphael, is disabled. He goes to the home of disabled people and nervously talks to his son. Raphael realizes that someone is around, but he is unable to talk or respond because of his disability. David spends the day talking to him, even though the kid cannot reply. He also feeds Raphael during lunch break. The next day, while following his other son, David ends up at a meeting organized by all the children who were born because of Starbuck. Seeing all of his offspring in one place overwhelms David, and he stands up involuntarily. He is suddenly handed a microphone and asked to speak. David tells them that he loves them and gives a heartfelt speech about all of them being siblings. After the program, he meets Julia, Etienne, and other children who he has helped. To hide his identity, he pretends to be Raphael's adopted father. The children have formed a community of sorts and have started to socialize with each other as half-siblings. When David returns home that day, he is again dumped into the bathtub by the thugs to whom he owes money. At night, one of his sons, Anthony, who has somehow found out about him.
That's Anthony. That's Anthony. Anthony.
His identity comes to his house. He says that he doesn't want to reveal David's identity to the people and is only looking to spend a few days with his biological father. David agrees to let him stay at the house. He and Valerie go to his parents' house for dinner that day. As the table erupts into friendly chatter, David's father tells them about the time David bought them tickets to Italy. It turns out that his parents hadn't had a chance to go on their honeymoon, so David used all the money that he had collected from donating sperm to take them on vacation. Although no one knows where he got the money from, they praise his thoughtfulness. Valerie looks at David differently after finding out what he had done for his family. Then, David and Anthony go to a football practice together and enjoy a father-son day. The day goes well, until David mentions that he has to tend to his real family, now that Valerie is pregnant. The following day, David's children organize a picnic. They sing, dance, eat together, and have a lot of fun as siblings. However, the day after the event, the story of Starbuck catches the media's attention. Although the children didn't mean to make Starbuck look bad, the media paints him as a pervert who used his sexuality to make money. When David asks Valerie what she thinks about Starbuck, she claims that he's no different from a prostitute. The two get into an argument about the matter. One day, before a football practice, the team is talking about Starbuck. All of David's teammates think he is a creep and a pervert. His brother asks him if he has ever donated sperm, but David denies having done anything like that. The conversation gets heated when they assume he is lying. David almost attacks his brother and has to be stopped by the others. That evening, he is informed that the thugs whom he owes money threatened his father and tried to drown him in the bathtub. If he doesn't pay off the debt soon, his entire family will suffer. Hence, David goes to the lawyer and says he will file a countersuit against the clinic for using his sperm unethically. He hopes that after winning the lawsuit, the clinic will provide him monetary compensation. The lawyer is happy to have finally gotten a big case that will bring him fame if he wins. For the next few days, they work very hard to create a strong case. The night before the ruling, they play football in the pouring rain to relieve stress. The judge finally announces that Starbuck is entirely entitled to his anonymity, which means the children will not get to see their biological father unless he wants to show himself deliberately. David is also entitled to receive a total of $200,000 for damages and interest. David celebrates the win from his house, while the lawyer is swarmed by reporters, congratulating him for the win. He expresses his gratitude to his mother, kids, and accidentally says he is thankful to David as well. When the reporters ask him who David is, he claims he is his boyfriend. The children are also interviewed about their thoughts and opinions on Starbuck. They claim that although they wanted to see their father, they understand if he wants to keep living his life normally. They also declare that Starbuck is not a freak or a pervert that the media portrays him to be. In fact, the children think that he is a nice man who gave them life and a chance to be happy. David watches the interview, regretting that he cannot be a father to all of his biological children. He wants to meet them as their dad, but is scared that he won't get the compensation if he does so. He meets the lawyer, who confirms that coming out as Starbuck is a great risk. On returning home that day, David finds his father waiting in the kitchen. As they chat, David tells him that he is Starbuck. Unlike what he has expected, his father isn't disappointed or sad. In fact, he advises David to tell everyone the truth. He also hands his son $80,000 as his part of the inheritance from the butcher shop. Now that David has enough money to pay off his debts, he emails all of his children about his true identity. That night, Valerie goes into premature labor and gives birth to a healthy baby boy. David's father, brothers, along with many of his children, come to the hospital to congratulate him. They embrace in a big group hug. David tells Valerie about him being Starbuck. She freaks out initially, but eventually accepts him as he is. The baby gets numerous presents from all of his half-siblings. In the end, we see David and the children in a subway, supporting one of their brothers, who is a singer. Good thing he has over 500 siblings. Musicians these days need the support. Subscribe for more videos like this, turn on notifications, and leave a like to help the channel out. Thank you for watching.
You know what I'm saying? Wait to see how Systems is doing.
On YouTube, I know a ton of people want to see it. We had a slight technical difficulty on last stream. Yeah, he didn't. Oh, wow, we got a good bonus, but it's only on $10, so I can't pay. He actually got a good bonus, just he just got it on fucking on the end. Really, bro? Dude, put a fucking dog there. Bro, you're disgusting. Couple of lines though. Yeah, sorry about the raid last night. I do apologize. When Swix comes here, Swix actually might already be here, and he might be ashamed of himself. Oh, we want the bear somehow. Is that gonna be a bear line up the top somehow? Is it? No, I don't think it is. No, it's not. I thought maybe this line there's a bear line. Juicy Jim, hi buddy. Not on the end. Fucking troll monkey. I need a 10 here somehow.
Guten Tag, brother. Bro, look at her neck, dude.
Joining us now, the Vice President of the United States.
Bro, look at the way her head is built. Her neck goes like what is that? What is that? How does that happen? How is her? She literally looks like a penis. What is this? How does that happen? Who does she sue? Who fucked her up? You're gonna go get some work? Do some work? Hey, Marty, up here. But fuck the most.
Hi, Mystery Recapped here. Today, I am going to explain an episode called ADHD is Necessary from a sci-fi drama anthology on children. Spoilers ahead, watch out, and take care. In the future, the government wants only genius citizens to live in their country. For this, they implant an embryo in all women. The mothers are given the responsibility to raise the children to become an A-grade student. If a child gets good grades, he and his mother are given an apartment in an exclusive complex. Such mothers are also awarded a glowing pin for their contribution to society. The ones who do not get good grades have to live in slums called the pigeon cage. At the beginning of the movie, a mother is being implanted with a new embryo. After the process, she is handed a guidebook on how to raise the embryo. She is asked to follow the guidelines properly. Yang Chuan is the top mother who has raised the best student they have ever had, named Ruo Ji. Unfortunately, he was killed in an accident some years ago. Following that, she was implanted with a second embryo and gave birth to Nova. Currently, she is at a ceremony being awarded for her book on how a mother can help their children get good grades. Chuan is considered the best mother by many. A woman in the audience asks her the secret to raising A-grade children. The question takes Chuan by surprise, so she remains silent. The presenter claims that the question is personal, so she wouldn't have to answer it. It is clear that Chuan is hiding something. Somewhere else, the higher officials of the state are discussing the surge in the number of narcoleptic children. Such children are taken to the advancement programs and killed by the state, declaring them as faulty embryos. Researcher Yi Xian notices that all the students suffering from sleep disorders have scored less than the minimum standard. He puts 2 and 2 together and finds out that the students who score low are being falsely diagnosed, so the state could get rid of them. When he confronts his superiors about the matter, they falsely accuse him of running an underground rebellious organization against the state. He is soon arrested. Chuan is with her daughter, walking to their apartment after the program. Alongside them, the students with low scores and their mothers are being taken somewhere by the guards. Suddenly, a woman comes running to them, yelling that the students will be killed. They panic and refuse to go with the guards. As the crowd gets bigger, they start to run away, creating chaos. Amidst it, Chuan's scarf falls to the floor. After the commotion ends, Nova offers to wash the scarf on her way to the bathroom. The researcher Yi Shan's mother, Ling Na, recognizes Nova as Chuan's daughter. She seems to know something about Chuan, but doesn't reveal it to the girl. She simply hands her a keychain and says that it is a gift from her late older brother. A confused Nova returns to her mother and finds her watching the news on a big screen. It says that Yi Shan was going against the state and its system, so he was executed. His mother has also been removed from the list of top mothers because of his deeds. Nova recognizes the woman as the person who gave her the keyring. However, she doesn't tell her mother about the encounter. At home, Nova's tutor teaches her about the first cloning process for her upcoming exams. Nova is not as diligent as her older brother, which worries Chuan. She wants her daughter to score A+ at any cost, because if she doesn't, they will have to give up all of their privileges. Moreover, she is considered the best mother in the city, so her daughter not getting good grades is humiliating for her. After the class, the tutor frankly tells her that he thinks Nova will not pass the test since her grades have been falling every year. One of the lights in Chuan's top mother pin goes out. She thinks that it is because of a technical problem, but the tutor explains that the lights go off when one's kid doesn't perform well. Since Chuan's children had always had the best grades until now, she didn't know about the feature. The light embarrasses her, so she wears a scarf to hide it. Following her meeting with the tutor, she brings Nova to the pigeon cage, where all the people with low grades live. She wants her daughter to get a taste of the life she will have if she isn't good at studies. In her heart, Chuan knows that she doesn't care about her child. She is only worried about the humiliation she will face if she has to leave the apartment complex. The following day, Chuan has to go grocery shopping. Embarrassed by her pin, she tries to put it down, but it blares an alarm, telling her that she should wear it everywhere she goes. She efficiently hides it with a scarf and goes to the store, but a woman sees it nonetheless. She asks Chuan if her daughter is getting good grades. Chuan openly lies and says that Nova is doing better than ever. Upon returning home, she witnesses a woman getting kicked out of the apartment complex because of her son's grades. She blames her son for not being good enough. The woman had been living in luxury for the past 15 years, but now she has to make a life in the slums. Chuan holds her pin tightly, seeing that she could go through the same thing in the near future. Later, she monitors Nova, giving a test through her tablet. Nova is visibly struggling to answer questions, which worries Chuan even more. Soon, the second light in her pin also goes off. Now she has only 3 lights to go before she has to leave the apartment and give up her privileges. The next day at school, Nova acts strange. She keeps on fidgeting with her pen and books. When the person behind her asks her not to move so much, she lashes out at him. Even when the teacher asks her to not be rude, she tells him his class is boring. Everyone is surprised at her behavior because she is usually very gentle and nice. The next day, Chuan brings her to the hospital to get her checked. She is diagnosed with ADHD. The doctor claims that the stress of exams might have been the cause of the disorder. He warns Chuan to take good care of her daughter because if the syndrome gets worse, she might go into depression and become suicidal. The following day at school, Nova accidentally hits her teacher on the leg while sweeping the floor. She doesn't apologize for her mistake and instead tells him he should watch where he is going. The conversation escalates quickly, and the teacher holds her arm, asking her to apologize. Nova runs away and threatens to jump off the building. She is stopped by her classmate, Qi Zhang, at the last second. Chuan simply brings her home and serves her dinner. It is then revealed that Chuan has asked Nova to pretend to have ADHD so they can use it as an excuse to avoid the upcoming exams. Chuan says she is proud of her for her believable acting. The next day is Nova's birthday. Chuan wants her to destroy all the presents that her classmates give her. Nova is reluctant because she doesn't want to hurt her friends, but Chuan persuades her to bring a razor to school. At school, Nova's friends wish her a happy birthday. She knows what she has to do, but she cannot bring herself to hurt them. Chuan watches her on a laptop as she puts the razor away and gently opens her presents. Following that, Qi Zhang and Nova talk about her weird behavior yesterday. She claims that she was just nervous because of the test. Qi Zhang asks her if she is being pressured by her mother, but she claims that her mother is very helpful and she would never pressure her. Upon reaching home, Nova apologizes to her mother. She doesn't want to pretend to have ADHD anymore and claims that she will study hard to get good grades instead. Later at night, she shows her mother the keyring that the strange woman had given her in the bathroom. Chuan is shocked to see it, but doesn't reveal its significance. She simply asks her daughter to continue studying. A flashback shows us that the keyring was handmade by her late son, Ruo Ji, as a birthday present for her. But she asked him to stop making such absurd things and focus on his studies. Back in the present, Nova starts to study harder than ever and stops pretending to have ADHD. One day, she is again approached by the same old woman, Ling Na. She has found out about Nova's ADHD diagnosis and asks her if she really has it or was it her mother's plan. She reveals that according to the guidebook, the students with ADHD are considered defective embryos. They are sent to an advancement program where they are secretly killed. If a student gets bad grades, both he and his mother are sent to the slums. However, if the students have defects like ADHD, they are sent to advancement programs, and the mothers can still enjoy their privileges. Chuan has been urging Nova to pretend, not to keep her away from her exams, but because she wants to keep her privileges, even if it is at the cost of her daughter's life. Nova is in disbelief. Furthermore, she is informed that her brother Ruoji's death was not an accident. She argues that he was the best student nationwide, so that cannot be possible. Later that day, she reads the article about Ruoji's death and finds out he was hit by a truck. She then goes to meet the truck driver, who claims he was manipulated by her mother to take the blame. Nova finally realizes that her mother was behind his death. The following day, she asks Qi Zhang if he knows about the advancement program that kills people. He asks her to be quiet because talking about it is illegal. Qi Zhang lives in the slums, so he knows everything about the state's unfair program. Chuan sees them talking through the surveillance cameras and goes to meet Qi Zhang the next day. She asks him to stay away from her daughter, but Qi Zhang's mother stands up for her son, claiming that he can talk to whoever he wants. After finding out she will soon be sent to the advancement program, Nova runs away from home and goes to Qi Zhang's house. His mother brings her to a secret tunnel that leads them to a camp of survivors of the advancement program. It was established by Ling Na after her son's execution. She believes that every kid has something they are good at, and grades don't define their worth. Hence, she has established this place to give those kids an opportunity to do whatever they enjoy. Everyone at the camp is nice to Nova, but she feels like she is betraying her mother by staying here. When no one is looking, she leaves them a message and runs away. In the message, she expresses her gratitude to them and promises to not tell others about the camp. When she reaches home, Chuan simply asks her to eat her dinner. Nova apologizes for letting her down and promises to study even harder. She asks her mother if she loves her, but Chuan doesn't answer her question. Later, Nova is in the shower when suddenly she feels dizzy. She falls to the ground and drags herself out. When she opens her eyes, she finds herself in a hospital bed. She is declared a faulty embryo and sent to the advancement program to be executed. In the following scene, we see Chuan being implanted with another embryo. When she wakes up after the implant, she finds herself in the tunnel that leads to the survivor camp. Ling Na asks her if she is happy after killing 2 of her children. She claims that her third one will grow to be the same. Chuan still doesn't back down and asserts that she has won this war. She returns home and gets to keep the apartment along with all her privileges. She even writes a book about losing 2 children and further profits off of it. A flashback shows us that Ruo Ji wanted to be a carpenter, but Chuan didn't support his dream. He eventually got depressed, which led to his death. She also informs the police about Ling Na's secret camp, getting all of the students arrested. In the end, she is in an interview to promote her new book. She looks into the camera and says that if you really want something to happen, there is always a way. That was inspirational. Subscribe for more videos like this, turn on notifications, and leave a like to help the channel out.
That was
Thank you
interesting.
for watching.
What movie was this? Day After Tomorrow, I think. Oh, The Core. Great movie. Yeah, we won't watch any more of those this week.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This person delivered some food at this house, and then that same person came back a few minutes later and stole the food.
Oh my god. Hold on, I have to catch this. Mama, ahí viene!
Don't worry, the mom was not attacked by the moose. This dog found some butterflies to play with. A giant squid was curious and started grabbing onto this person's surfboard.
A little bit more. Okay, Sara, ma tu sei pazza!
What?
Sara, tu...
What do you mean? I just...
This is no spaghetti, my love, come on.
It doesn't fit in the
You
pan.
don't understand me. No, you can't cut the pasta so...
But it just didn't fit in the pan.
I don't go in the pan, my love. You cut the pasta. You know that is illegal in Italy.
A professional skateboarder went for a ride on his bridge in
Have you seen your
Brazil.
video? Sure. What is your video?
This owl loves to look at bugs on their tablet. This person went sand surfing in South America. That's the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Tell you what, though. At least Daily Dose of Internet doesn't copyright its videos.
Hello, everyone. This is your...
Literally steals all the content off the... Yeah. So it's good. Bro, I don't watch anime.
Here comes the danger up in this club. When we get started, man, we ain't gon' stop. We gon' turn it out till it gets too hot. Everybody sing, hey, yo. Tell them turn it out till they can't no more. Let's get this thing shaking like a...
Being chilling.
早上好，中国！现在我有冰淇淋，我很喜欢冰淇淋，但是速度与激情就比冰淇淋速度与激情就我最喜欢，所以现在是音乐时间，准备1、2、3，2个礼拜以后，速度与激情就2个礼拜以后，速度与激情就。2个礼拜以后，速度与激情就不要忘记，不要错过去电影院看《速度与激情就》，因为非常好电影，动作非常好，差不多一样。冰淇淋，再见。现在我有冰淇淋，我很喜欢冰淇淋，但是《速度与激情就》比冰。
What does Bing chilling mean? Is Bing chilling ice cream in Japanese?
Hi, Mystery Recapped here. Today, I'm going to explain a science fiction action film called Fortress. Spoilers ahead, watch out, and take care. The movie begins in futuristic Canada, where the government has banned the birth of a second child to control the population. No one is allowed to give birth to more than one child, even if the first one dies.
China?
At the heavily guarded Canada-United States border station, an automated voice requests everyone to take their personal belongings to the inspection office. Former Army officer John Henry Brennick and his wife Karen Brennick are in a car about to be inspected. The couple seems to be nervous about the check. When Karen moves her arm, a magnetic vest that she is wearing inside her overcoat is visible. Turns out that Karen is pregnant and they are going to Vancouver to give birth to their second child. After the first child is born, the government ties the female's tube. However, Karen got lucky and got pregnant again. Hence, the magnetic vest is to cover her pregnancy. When they are at the inspection center, the soldiers order them to get out of the car with their belongings. While a soldier checks Karen's bag, a girl in front of them gets arrested for being pregnant. But as Karen walks through the scanning machine, the magnetic vest stops it from alerting the guards. The couple is safely outside, but one guard approaches them and notices the magnetic vest on Karen. An alarm starts to ring and the soldiers attack them. John manages to fight them and runs away with Karen to cross the bridge. As the soldiers pursue them, John asks Karen to run away without him and she reluctantly agrees. John is soon arrested, but Karen manages to flee. In the following scene, we see John and other prisoners like him in a vehicle being taken to a prison called the Fortress. It is a privately owned maximum security prison offered by the Mentel Corporation. The Fortress lies in the middle of a massive desert, and escaping from the prison is impossible. They get inside the facility, and the guards make them strip naked. A voice in the background welcomes the prisoners to the Fortress and introduces himself as Director Poe. The prisoners are then brought to a room where everyone is fitted with a psychological security intelligence system. The system is fitted into their intestine and is triggered when anyone breaks the prison's rules. The process is called intestination. Poe announces that after the implantation of the technology, the prisoners who cross the yellow line on the floor will be induced with extreme pain in their abdomen, and the ones who cross the red line will die instantly. One of the inmates gets nervous and crosses the yellow line. As soon as he does, he falls down in pain. He accidentally crosses the red line, too. The man's stomach starts to bloat and eventually bursts. Others are put into an elevator that goes underground. It is revealed that the prison is 30 stories underground. John and a fellow inmate named Nino Gomez are led off on a floor. They are greeted by a monitoring device called the Z-10, which takes them to a crowded prison cell. One of the inmates named Stiggs yells at Zed, claiming that the cell already has too many people, but Zed instead threatens to intestinate him. The cells have a laser beam that stops inmates from going out when not needed. John introduces himself to another inmate named D-Day. As they are about to fall asleep, the third inmate, named Abraham, tells John to not dream. After everyone is asleep, Zed comes to inspect the prisoners. It scans John's face and goes into his dream. John is dreaming about him making love to Karen. Somewhere else in the monitoring room, the prisoner's director, Poe, watches John's dream and grows an infatuation with Karen. He reminds John dreaming is an unauthorized thought process that is not allowed in the facility and wakes him up. Sharp pain in his abdomen makes him struggle, suggesting that he has been intestinated. The following day, the inmates are made to work in underground construction. A homosexual inmate named Maddox sexually assaults Nino. John comes to his rescue and fights Maddox. Zed stops the commotion by triggering the device in their abdomen. Later, all three of them are kept in a tiny laser cell and asked who started the fight. Nino is too scared of Maddox to tell the truth. To save Nino, John lies that he himself started the fight. He is then taken to Poe's office, where Abraham is shaving Poe's beard. Poe shows John a live video of Karen showering. As it turns out, she was arrested after John and brought to prison as well. Poe intestinates Karen and John, making them whimper in pain as his punishment. Later, Abraham tells John that floors A and B are the women's quarters, hence Karen might be there too. Then, we see Karen in her cell talking to a fellow pregnant girl. As her stomach starts to hurt, two guards take her away. Karen realizes that the facility does something with their newborn children. In the men's quarter, Maddox picks a fight with John. The men get into an intense battle as everyone in the facility watches them, along with Poe from his cabin. Karen sees her husband from her floor and is surprised. Both the parties are bloodied when John pushes Maddox off the edge, but he hangs onto it. Poe orders John to finish off Maddox, but John instead helps him. Poe takes the matter into his own hands and uses a weapon to kill Maddox that blows up his whole stomach, creating a hole in it. John finds Maddox's abdomen device on the floor and secretly hands it to Nino before being taken away by the guards. In the following scene, Karen walks into a room where John is suspended in a massive machine called the Mind Wipe Chamber. Poe has sent her to ask John to cooperate with them. They talk for a while, but the guards drag her out soon after. The machine starts to move along with John making him hallucinate. This is his punishment for not obeying Director Poe's order to kill Maddox. John's brain slowly starts to break down as he sees his time at the military, his wedding day, and so on. After 3 days, Poe invites Karen to his chamber. He is surprised that John has lasted this long, as the maximum someone has ever lasted on the machine is an hour. He offers Karen to let John free if she stays with him at his chamber as his companion. With no choice left, Karen agrees. When John returns to his cell, he is completely brain dead. He doesn't talk to anyone and has become completely numb to pain. Karen has started to live with Poe. One night, she wakes up to see Poe in a chair attached to several wires. As it turns out, he was modified to be an advanced human. He doesn't sleep or eat, but intakes amino acids once a month. The same happens with all the children born in the prison. They go through several procedures to be turned into advanced humans so that one day mankind can be free of overpopulation and starvation. Poe is one of the first babies to be experimented upon. Karen is shocked by the information. 4 months pass and John has still not recovered. Abraham tells him that Karen's belly is finally showing and his baby will be born into the world soon. John doesn't react, but sheds a single tear. That night, Karen tricks Poe into drinking alcohol, which makes him pass out. She uses the control panel to control John's dream, in which she sees the kid version of John trapped in a pit. She brings him back out of the pit, bringing the real John back into consciousness. His inmate friends are shocked and happy to have him back. John asks Abraham to help him escape the prison with Karen. Abraham is skeptical, but agrees to do it for John anyway. Abraham tells Karen about John's recovery. She is over the moon about her plan working. She claims that she can help him with the escape and starts to devise a plan. Later, Nino hands John the device he had gotten from Maddox's body. Their inmate friend, D-Day, used to be a computer geek before coming to prison. He offers to take the device apart and study it. Next, we see Karen steal a diamond-like holographic lens from Poe's cabin. She almost gets caught, but manages to hide the device inside her mouth. She hands the device to Abraham the following day and asks him to give it to John. Abraham doesn't want to get in trouble, but accepts doing it as a favor. The guys use the cell's protective laser beams to trigger the lens and look at the hologram of the facility. They find that there is a way out through the construction site. The following morning, Abraham puts the lens back in Poe's cabin. Poe asks Karen to divorce John and marry him. He claims he will treat the child as his own and even promises to let John go free. Karen accepts the offer for her husband and child. Meanwhile, D-Day figures out how the intestinate device works. The device is magnetic and can be used to bring out the devices from other bodies. They try the procedure and are surprised when it works. They get all of their intestinate devices out. The following day, Poe is alerted by Zed to look through the security camera footage where he sees Karen stealing the lens and Abraham putting it back. He is angered to see he has been betrayed, but Zed informs him that he has been dismissed because of his carelessness. Meanwhile, the boys put their plan into action. They attach their intestinate devices to a metal pipe in the construction area and pose as if they are fighting. As Zed finds out about the fight, it triggers the intestinates, causing them to explode. This creates a way for them to escape through the pipe, but Poe activates the steam valves and sends hot gas into the pipes to keep them trapped. He also activates the strike clones, who start firing at the group from inside the facility. They are stuck in the pipe now. One of the inmates, Stiggs, panics and tries to go into the facility again, but the clones shoot him dead. Meanwhile, Abraham approaches Karen at the facility, but before they can do anything, Poe finds them. He kills Abraham and makes some soldiers take Karen to turn her baby into an advanced human like him. Meanwhile, the guys manage to kill one of the clones and find out that he is an advanced human as well. John takes his gun and attacks the other clones. They get inside the facility while battling the clones. In the end, they manage to get on top of an elevator-like machine that lifts them up. Everyone in the prison cheers for them when they see them escaping. They finally reach Poe's chamber and demand to meet Karen. The screen shows the doctors trying to extract her baby. John threatens Poe to cease the delivery, but since he has been dismissed, the system doesn't take his command. One of the killing devices recognizes the guys and tries to shoot them, but they quickly dodge it, making Poe its victim. After Poe's death, D-Day gets on the control panel and tries to stop the doctors from performing the procedure on Karen, but before he can complete the process, a clone shoots him. John manages to kill the clone, and an injured D-Day disables the whole facility's electrical system. With his final strength, the doctors stop the procedure for the time being. The security system fails, and every prisoner starts running away. John and Nino are the only survivors. They go to look for Karen and take her away from the doctors. The three get into a vehicle and finally drive away from the facility. They only stop when they cross the border and reach Mexico. Karen is about to give birth in a shed when the vehicle they drove in starts to move on its own. As it turns out, it is still being controlled by the facility. It hits Nino and kills him. John goes out to fight the vehicle as Karen is in labor inside the shed. John attacks the vehicle with the weapon from earlier and explodes it, but the vehicle strikes the shed and Karen is buried in its remains. A distressed John looks for his wife and finds her safe nearby. She has a newborn baby in her hands. The movie ends as the two look at their kid in fascination. Subscribe for more videos like this, turn on notifications, and... Hi, Mystery Recap here. Today, I am going to explain an episode called White Christmas from the British science fiction series Black Mirror. Spoilers ahead, watch out, and take care. The episode begins in a tiny cabin in the middle of nowhere. Joe Potter wakes up on Christmas Eve to loud music playing outside. His roommate, Matt Trent, is in the Christmas spirit, but Joe is not in the mood for it. Matt and Joe have been living together for 5 years, but have barely talked to each other. Matt asks Joe his reason for being in the cabin, but he is hesitant to talk. so Matt goes first to ease Joe into the conversation. He starts talking about his life prior to living in the cabin. Matt used to be a love guru, someone who helped nervous boys to flirt with women and seduce them. He used an advanced technology fitted into the eyes of the man, called the Z eyes, to watch how the date went and listen to their conversations. Matt talks about one particular case of a man named Harry. Harry is a nervous man around girls and needs Matt's help to seduce one. It is nighttime, and Harry has to get ready to crash a random office party. Matt starts by turning the Z-Link on. Now he can see and hear everything that Harry does. He asks Harry to change from his clothes to something more masculine. Harry obliges and gets ready. When he first gets into the party, Harry looks around and his eyes land on a dark-haired girl hanging out with a blonde girl and a man. Matt advises him to join the group but talk only to the blonde girl. He does a reverse image search to look for the girl's name and personality on a device. The blonde introduces herself as Amy and the other girl as Jennifer. Jennifer then excuses herself and leaves the conversation. Harry goes to the washroom and asks Matt not to watch while he pees. Just then, we get to know that Matt isn't alone, but a whole group of his friends are watching the interaction online. When Harry goes back, Jennifer is sitting alone far from the party. Matt makes him approach her. Jennifer finally seems to be opening up to him. While talking, she reveals that she used to take pills, but isn't taking them anymore. The statement unsettles Harry and Matt, but they don't think much of it. Jennifer goes to the bathroom, and Harry starts talking to Matt. He genuinely likes the girl and feels like he is cheating her by taking Matt's help. As he chats, Jennifer returns and sees him talking to himself. She immediately asks him to come over to her place, and Harry obliges. She claims that the little voice in her head is asking her to invite him. When they reach her home, Jennifer goes to get drinks after telling Harry to go to her room. The guys watching them are excited, anticipating sexual advances from her, but Harry retaliates, saying that he isn't comfortable with Matt watching. Jennifer comes back with the drinks and demands Harry get on the bed. He hesitantly agrees when suddenly she forces him to take a gulp of the drink. Jennifer thinks that Harry too has voices in his head and assumes Harry is insane, like her. Turns out she has poisoned the drink to kill herself and Harry so they don't have to hear the voices anymore. Matt and the others watching are horrified when Harry starts coughing blood. She eventually forces him to drink the juice and kills him. Matt quickly turns his computer off and asks the other guys to destroy any video evidence they have of the interaction. Matt gathers the evidence in a bin and sneaks out of the room to throw them out. However, he is caught by his wife, Claire. She finds out about his involvement with the crime and him being a perverted love guru. The two get into a fight, and Claire blocks him. With the new technology of human blocking, the person being blocked will only appear as an anonymous shape to the blocker. The two cannot talk or communicate. Back in the present, Matt reveals that being a love guru was his side hustle. His main job was somewhat unusual. He starts by talking about a woman named Greta. She is sitting on a hospital bed when a nurse comes and asks if she is ready to perform the procedure. When the process starts, Greta falls unconscious under anesthesia. Then we see something being taken out of the woman's head. A nurse keeps an egg-like device on the table. The device has a mind of its own, but we can hear her talking. It turns out Greta's whole memory has been coded and put into the device. So, now the egg is a second Greta that cannot move, but still has her consciousness and personality. In the following scene, the device is in front of Matt. He explains to the voice that he works for a company called Smart Intelligence. The company has figured out a way to make digital clones of people and store them in an egg-shaped object. The clones are called cookies and are used as personal assistants by real people. The real Greta has made her cookie to help her through daily life. A control panel in front of the cookie controls everything in the house, like the temperature, lighting, and all the electronics. She has to use them to help Greta with basic things. However, the cookie refuses to be a slave to Greta. Matt has expected this, so he sets a 1-minute timer on the device. During this time, the cookie Greta will live 1 year of life in 1 minute. When the minute is over and Matt talks to her again, she is startled. After spending a year in isolation, she begs Matt to give her something to work on. Matt happily says that she will be working as Greta's assistant from now on. We see then the cookie monitoring the real Greta. She turns the light and alarm on in the morning. She makes a shot of espresso for her and makes a voice narrate her schedule. That is her life now. Back in the present, Joe finally feels...
That's awesome. What the hell?
comfortable and starts opening up about his life.
Look at that.
He had a beautiful fiancée named Beth. On a snowy day, the two go out as Beth's father tells them to be back home soon. In the following scene, we see Beth and Joe having dinner with two of their friends. Beth doesn't feel good after dinner, so she goes to sleep early. As Joe cleans after her, he spills the contents of the bin and finds a positive pregnancy kit. Shocked, he confronts Beth about it. She dismisses it and says that she wants an abortion and is too young to have a kid. Joe tries to convince her, saying that he will take care of the kid, but Beth is strictly against it. When he starts to scream at her, she blocks him. Joe's voice changes into a muffled tone, and the two only see a shadow of each other now. He throws a vase at the wall and storms out of the room. The following morning, Beth rushes to her car outside, while a still blocked Joe follows her. Beth drives away somewhere and never comes back. The block stops Joe from calling or texting her, so he has no means of communication. A week passes, but she doesn't return. Joe learns that she has left the job without any explanation, and no one knows where she is. Moreover, he cannot even look at images of her, as the block option covers every image of the person. A few months later, he is in town when he sees a silhouette nearby and recognizes it as Beth's. It is clear to him that she is still pregnant. Surprised that she has kept his child, he approaches her and asks her to turn the block off, but all Beth hears is a muffled voice and yells for help. Eventually, the police arrest Joe. He is desperate to meet his child, but doesn't know where Beth is. He knows where her father lives and is sure that Beth is going to be there at Christmas. So, next Christmas, he goes to her father's home, which lies in the middle of nowhere. There, he finally sees Beth and their kid. Since the block option blurs offspring as well, he cannot see if the baby is a boy or a girl. Joe is beyond confused as to why Beth kept the baby but doesn't want him in her life. A lot of time goes by. Joe has made it a ritual to visit Beth's father every Christmas Eve and look at them from a distance. He claims it was like watching his kid grow up, even though he couldn't see the kid's face. 4 years later, he realizes that the child is a girl for the first time. One day, Joe is searching through channels on the TV and sees Beth's picture on it. She had died in a train crash, so the block was turned off. Joe can see her face for the first time in years. The next Christmas, he wraps a Christmas globe as a present for his daughter and heads to Beth's grandfather's home. When he gets a glimpse at her, he is sure she is not his daughter. Shocked, he follows her into the house. He realizes Beth had been cheating on him with her coworker. Beth's father is shocked to see him at his house and asks him to go away. In anger and frustration, Joe hits the old man with the snow globe, injuring his head. Joe left the old man unconscious in the kitchen and never came back. He died in this very spot, and the little girl stayed in her room for the day. The following day, she gave her dead grandfather a gift she had made him. Realizing that no one is going to come, she went out to search for help, while it was snowing heavily. Since the house was in the middle of nowhere, she died of cold. As he finishes telling the story, Joe is in tears. He asks God to forgive him. Matt asks him if he confesses his crime, and Joe admits that he does. He seems to be in an interview with Joe at this point. All of a sudden, Matt talks to someone else, claiming that he has done it and asking them to let him out now. The scene changes to Matt at a police station, talking to some officials. In front of him lies an egg-like cloning device. As it turns out, Matt has been talking to Joe's cookie this whole time. Using the technology, he created his own cookie to try to make Joe confess his crime. Matt had made a deal with the police that if he can make Joe confess, he will be let free for not reporting Harry's death and conducting illegal dating services. The police say that he will be on their sex offender list and will be permanently blocked from everyone. When Matt goes out, he sees that everyone around him is just a silhouette. The world is blurred and muffled for him. Moreover, everyone sees him as a red shadow, indicating that he is a sex offender. A police officer sets a timer of 1,000 years per minute on Joe's device and leaves him like that. The cookie Joe now lives 1,000 years in 1 minute in isolation. We see him struggling to keep himself sane. As the camera pans out, he seems to be inside a loop of snow globes. Subscribe for more videos like this,
That's crazy.
Turn on notifications, and leave a like to help the channel out. Thank you for watching.
What was that show called? Black Mirror?
Now to an armed robbery caught on camera near Fort Lauderdale.
A gas station clerk
fought back against two suspects, and one of the thieves ended up dead. Local 10 News reporter Parker Branton is at the scene live with the details. Parker.
Parker Branton. What a name.
Janice, we got an update from BSO not too long ago. They say no arrests have been made as of now. Those two armed robbers walked right up inside of this gas station demanding cash, but it was the clerk who fired a shot. Two armed robbers caught on camera walking into a Valero gas station near Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, not a
Once they were
Valero.
inside, pistol whipping the clerk in the head and demanding cash from the register. This happened Wednesday afternoon at the store on Sunrise Boulevard. Robbers rummaging through the register collecting the cash, forcing the clerk on the ground and demanding he give him the gun he knows he's hiding. The suspects taking off with money, the gun, and 2 cartons of cigarettes. What they didn't know was that the clerk was hiding a second gun and wasn't afraid to use it or chase after them.
They ran out in the alleyway, and then my guy went behind them and shot at them.
I just heard like a couple gunshots. When they
What streaming service is Black Mirror on? I might finish Smallville in the next couple days, and then I'm gonna I can watch that. I think I have 3 more seasons of Smallville, and it's like 800 hours, 800 minutes per season, which is like 13, 14 hours a season. So I can finish Smallville in the next week or so. So what streaming service is Black Mirror on?
tried to rob him, they ended up shooting him. So if he shot at them, they deserved it.
One of the suspects hit by a bullet and was dropped off at a fire station in Hollywood. The Broward Sheriff's Office confirming that suspect died.
Heard the gunshots. That's what woke me up. Seen him standing right there.
She on meth.
I didn't see who he shot at. Nothing.
BSO collecting evidence and interviews. The store clerk seen with a bandage around his head, expected to be okay.
Thank God he's all right. A little shaken up, but he's okay.
Right now, the Broward Sheriff's Office says they are still collecting evidence, collecting interviews. They say typically in a case like that will all be turned over to the state attorney's office to determine if charges will be filed. We're live near Fort Lauderdale.
When Nick Ziglinas went into his local 7-Eleven store for his daily coffee, he walked straight into an unfolding armed robbery.
Now they're standing here with a gun. Down, everybody down, you down.
A woman in a motorbike helmet was allegedly waving a gun and demanding money. Nick says he made a split-second decision.
Line! Aha! Go for glory, you know, like a try.
With the accused pressed against the counter, 7-Eleven franchisee Ricky Yan called police.
When I saw the gun, I was just being scared, very scared.
He'd been about to hand over hundreds of dollars before Nick's unexpected tackle.
And I'm trying to get him over there because I'm wondering that they might shoot.
Nick says he grabbed the gun, which turned out to be a fake, and threw it to the floor before a second manoeuvre.
And I did my MMA around the head. Tackle! And that's it, hang on.
His iron-tight grip only interrupted by police 5 minutes later, who arrested the woman. Store owners Ricky and Audrey thankful for their loyal customer.
He is very, very brave. I'm very appreciated. Thank you, Nick.
Ricky and Nick have been friends for 6 years, and Ricky says he's grateful for Nick's dramatic intervention after a spate of armed robberies and thefts from the store. This afternoon, Emily Beck faced court on 8 charges, while Nick Ziglinas returned to get his coffee. Curry-Ann Greenbank, 9 News.
You twat!
Not the Hyundai, dude.
Todo se puede mover arriba.
Pero se encima. Ah, ok.
Live here.
Stupid.
Balotelli. Aguero.
Ahí todo el pedo. A ver, clamato, cálalo. Ah, güey, dale más duro para que miren. No, güey, y la cagaste.
A ideia do governador André Putinelli é cobrar de 4 a 5 reais de pedágio a cada 80 quilômetros de estrada.
Almost died. I barely even crack a smile these days. What
Ahí va, dale.
I've been laughing this whole time.
Dale otra. Ahí te mando,
This stuff's not that funny though.
Ataja, guacho. Eso. Nada más. Ay, no, no. Mira otra coca. Me rompiste la pija.
Okay, that's kind of funny. That's like thousands and thousands of dollars right there. That's probably like $10,000 worth of brick right there. That's cool. That's cool. Jesus Christ.
Бухишь ты? Нахуй. Ой, бабка.
Crack. good fucking sheetrock.
Hey, just another day at Valet here in Tahoe.
There's eggs. Oh, it's over.
De rotación, sostenido, dejamos salir un poquito ese gas que posee el espumoso. Puta madre que los parió.
وهكذا 2020 ويخترع لنا سيارة تكسير كابري يا خلي
Oh, please fall off, man. Fuck me. Please fall off. He's got a death wish. Oh, God, I hope he's not going to lean off that. Oh!
Slip.
Reverse. Bra.
Oh, it's over.
Hey! Can you reverse? Reverse, bra.
Não, o pop só precisa de quê? Do alicate e uma fita isolante. Equipamento de segurança para pobre aonde? Não tem, não. Equipamento de segurança do pobre é Jesus. É Jesus e Jesus se manifesta. Isso aqui é piso de se colocar nas casas dos outros.
Oh no.
Isso aqui é trampo certo?
Such a waste of money.
Você acha que eu tô te mirando aí porque eu sou ignorante? Ou você acha porque... Por quê? Ó, tá vendo isso aqui, ó? Que dia que você tira um piso na rua, você vai pra algum lugar? Você acha que na hora que subir com um carro aqui em cima, vai ter...
Is the stream live?
Welcome to Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who and what and the right and wrong of police interactions. This episode covers disorderly conduct, self-incrimination, and reckless driving, and is brought to us by Lackluster's channel. Be sure to check out the description below and give them the credit that they deserve. On May 10th, 2019, disabled veteran Charles Donner and his wife Brittany were driving behind Arkansas State Police Trooper Ryan Wingo in Hot Springs, Arkansas, when Trooper Wingo made a sudden U-turn to attempt to pursue a vehicle traveling the opposite direction that was allegedly speeding. Mr. Donner honked his horn at Trooper Wingo, and Trooper Wingo responded by making a full 360-degree turn, passing another vehicle and pulling behind Mr. Donner with his lights flashing. When Mr. Donner pulled to the right side of the road and stopped his vehicle, Trooper Wingo crashed into him with his cruiser.
Pull into the parking lot. Pull into the parking lot. 60 Hot Springs. Go and send one of the normal units over here to the shoe factory. I had a car slam on the brakes in front of me. License, registration, insurance, sir. Yeah, sure. Why are you pulling me over? Because you're following me too closely and nearly ran into me. No, I did not. You slammed on your brakes. You had no brake. You had no turn signal or nothing. I had to turn around on the car without speeding. I'm doing my job out here, sir. Give me your license. You hit me. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'll see you in court, dude. Take it on. Look at my car. Hey, take a seat in the car for right now. We're on a traffic stop right now. Okay. You hit my car. We're on the traffic stop right now. Out here.
I want to see the damage done to my vehicle.
Give me a minute. We're on a traffic stop right now. Once I get done with my traffic stop, for following too closely. I was not following too close. Clearly you were. You hit me. You stopped in the middle of a roadway, sir. No, I didn't stop. I got over and I was in the lane. You trying to speed back up. No, I was trying to speed back up. Okay, you slammed on your gas. Okay. And you hit us. Okay. So. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I told you why I stopped you because you were following me too closely. But I wasn't. But okay. We'll see in court. Okay. Do you have an ID on you, ma'am?
I sure do.
You don't need your ID. Yes, I do actually for the accident report that you so want, sir.
Yes.
I do want it. Okay. You f***ing hit me. There's no damage between our vehicles, though. I don't give a f***, bro. You f***ing hit me. Yeah.
Trooper Wingo rips open Mr. Donner's door, orders him to exit the vehicle, and places him under arrest for disorderly conduct. Arkansas's disorderly conduct law, which is found in section 5-71-207 of the Arkansas Code, states that, quote, a person commits the offense of disorderly conduct if, with the purpose to cause public inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm, or recklessly creating a risk of public inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm, he or she engages in fighting or in violent, threatening, or tumultuous behavior, makes unreasonable or excessive noise, in a public place uses abusive or obscene language, or makes an obscene gesture in a manner likely to provoke a violent or disorderly response. Not only was Mr. Donner's conduct not likely to cause a public disturbance, as he was only speaking to Trooper Wingo, but, as we've discussed before on ATA, profanity is protected speech under the First Amendment, and citizens cannot be arrested for simply using curse words. For instance, in the 2000 case of Nichols versus Chacon, the West District of Arkansas determined that a police officer violated the First and Fourth Amendments when he arrested an individual under this same disorderly conduct statute for giving him the middle finger. The court concluded that, although the gesture was inarticulate and crude, quote, it represented an expression of disapproval toward a police officer with whom he had just had a run-in. As such, it fell squarely within the protective umbrella of the First Amendment, and any action to punish or deter such speech, such as stopping or hassling the speaker, is categorically prohibited by the Constitution. In reaching this decision, the court reviewed a long line of Supreme Court decisions on the issue, including the 1987 case of Houston versus Hill. In this case, the court held that, quote, the First Amendment protects a significant amount of verbal criticism and challenge directed at police officers. Speech is often provocative and challenging, but it is nevertheless protected against censorship or punishment, unless shown likely to produce a clear and present danger of a serious substantive evil that rises far above public inconvenience, annoyance, or unrest. The court also noted that, quote, the freedom of individuals verbally to oppose oppose or challenge police action without thereby risking arrest is one of the principal characteristics by which we distinguish a free nation from a police state. Given the well-established legal precedent protecting the right to use profanity and express disapproval of police officers, a court would almost certainly conclude that Trooper Wingo's actions violated Mr. Donner's constitutional rights.
You're under arrest for disorderly conduct, sir. Ooh. Come on. Take a seat until you can calm down.
Okay.
Why are you doing this?
Ma'am, there was no need for cussing me out. Until he can calm down and act like an adult, he's going to sit in the back of the car.
Let me explain to you. My husband has severe PTSD. Severe. He's a 100% disabled veteran, and he is fucking. That's why I'm here.
You gonna talk to me? You gonna let me talk, or you just gonna interrupt me the entire time, ma'am?
I'm sorry.
Okay. Until he can calm down and act like a human being and stop cussing me out for no reason. So I'm trying to explain to him what happened, but he doesn't want to let me talk. Okay. So do you want to let me talk or not?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Now. You gonna calm down or you gonna continue cussing me out?
I just want your badge and number and your name.
I'm asking you a simple question. So you're gonna calm
Sure,
down?
I just want your badge and number and your name. That's all I want.
Okay, well, I'm trying to ask you.
And I said, sure, officer.
Okay, well, you can continue cussing me out or not? Because that was that, and you're gonna say sure, then I'm not gonna have you sit out here and cuss me for no reason. There's no fit to, you're not incriminating yourself, sir.
Here, Trooper Wingo tells Mr. Donner that he doesn't need to invoke his right to silence because he's not being asked incriminating questions. However, the Fifth Amendment applies to a much broader range of interrogation than blatantly incriminating questions, and individuals should exercise their right to remain silent in a variety of situations. In the 1951 case of Hoffman versus United States, the Supreme Court held that the right against self-incrimination, quote, not only extends to answers that would in themselves support a conviction, but likewise embraces those which would furnish a link in the chain of evidence needed to prosecute the claimant. The court also determined that citizens cannot be compelled to answer questions when they have reasonable cause to fear consequences from answering the question, or when it is, quote, evident from the implications of the question, in the setting in which it is asked, that a responsive answer to the question or an explanation of why it cannot be answered might be dangerous because injurious disclosure could result. Similarly, in the 2001 case of Ohio versus Reiner, the Supreme Court determined that both innocent and guilty individuals have the right to remain silent during police interrogation because, quote, truthful responses of an innocent witness, as well as those of a wrongdoer, may provide the government with incriminating evidence from the speaker's own mouth, and that it is reasonable for an individual to fear that answering police questions might incriminate them. In this situation, answering even a seemingly innocuous question, such as, are you going to calm down now, could have caused Mr. Donner to unintentionally implicate himself. For instance, if Mr. Donner had agreed to calm down and stop cussing out Trooper Wingo, it could have insinuated that his conduct was unreasonable before he was handcuffed, and that he believed that his detention was justified. This is one of the many reasons that citizens should invoke their right to remain silent when police officers attempt to question them, as when an individual answers a question inexactly or incorrectly, it can be used to incriminate them, even when they are innocent.
I'm just trying to ask you.
And I just said sure. I just want your badge number. I just want your badge number and your name.
Okay.
That's all I want.
Okay.
Because this is going to end horribly.
I just want him, I'm trying to get him to calm down, but he doesn't want to, he wants to continue to yell at me for no reason, okay?
Chevy West, down the bank, go ahead. I said he has severe PTSD.
I don't know if he has malicious intent. He's over here yelling and cussing me. Now I'm just trying to get his information, and he wants to start yelling, stop in the middle of the road for no reason.
I understand, but he was freaking out because you hit our car. That's why he was upset, was because you hit us.
The driver in the back seat, he started cussing me out, and I'm trying to have him calm down back.
Okay, but everything's good to go?
Yeah. He just wants to yell and cuss me for no reason, so I got him out and put the handcuffs in the back seat.
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was coming this way. I saw him riding my butt. Okay. I didn't really care. Car tops hill going 60. I'm on overtime. Just turned around. Right. When I went to turn around, he slammed. I had to turn around. I don't slam my brakes or anything. I hit my brakes, turn around. I knew he was riding my butt. I just turned around. Yeah. left around to come behind him. He moves straight over from the inside lane to the outside lane, moves straight over and just slams on the brakes. And I'm just trying to get behind him, and he slams on his brake. And I didn't even have my lights on at that point, but he just stops in the middle of the road.
Trooper Wingo recounts his version of events to a fellow trooper who responded to the scene, which is wildly different from what the dash and cab cams show actually occurred. First, Trooper Wingo claims that Mr. Donner was following him too closely, but the cab footage shows that Mr. Donner left plenty of distance between the two vehicles while Trooper Wingo was driving in front of him. Trooper Wingo also alleges that he had not activated his emergency lights when Mr. Donner stopped his vehicle, but the cab cam also shows that he did in fact turn on his emergency lights before the collision occurred. Finally, Trooper Wingo insists that Mr. Donner stopped in the middle of the road when Mr. Donner had clearly pulled into the right lane to yield to the police vehicle. What the video footage also shows is that Trooper Wingo started to make a U-turn without first getting into the middle turning lane. Then, when Mr. Donner honked his horn at him, Trooper Wingo turned back around to pull over Mr. Donner and ultimately slammed into Mr. Donner's vehicle when he stopped. Although Arkansas law does allow police vehicles to disregard traffic laws in some circumstances, they are generally required to follow the same rules of the road as everyone else. For example, Section 27-51-202 of the Arkansas Code establishes that certain speed limit laws, quote, do not apply to authorized emergency vehicles responding to emergency calls when the driver of the emergency vehicle is operating the vehicle's emergency lights and is also operating an audible signal by bell, siren, or exhaust whistle if other vehicles are present. However, the statute also explicitly states that, quote, this section does not relieve the driver of an authorized emergency vehicle from the duty to drive with due regard for the safety of all persons using the street, nor shall it protect the driver of any emergency vehicle from the consequence of a reckless disregard of the safety of others. Given this evidence, a court would probably determine that Trooper Wingo's erratic driving was not only likely responsible for the accident, but it was also illegal.
Look, dude. You see these cars, you see the lights, you see the marking. Our U-turns are legal when we're going out the driveway. It doesn't make any difference. Okay. And what you did, slamming on your brakes. I didn't slam on my brakes. That's his word. That's not mine. My wife's word. That's fine. I didn't slam on my brakes. So. Here's another video. I mean, it's all been pre-recorded. For 1 minute. It don't matter. It don't have to go down. Yeah. Are you one of these type people that you're going to provoke the police? No, I'm not trying to. It sounds like it, no.
Trooper Wingo eventually released Mr. Donner without charging him with disorderly conduct and issued him a citation for following too closely and parking on a highway. Because of the traumatic experience they had with Trooper Wingo, the Donners decided not to fight these charges and paid the $330 fine. The couple recently decided to retain an attorney to pursue a civil rights lawsuit against Trooper Wingo, and Ms. Donner has created a GoFundMe campaign to help cover the costs of attorney fees. You can find a link in the description below. Overall, Trooper Wingo gets an F for causing a crash by recklessly operating his patrol vehicle, intentionally misrepresenting the facts of the encounter to justify his actions, and for violating Mr. Donner's First and Fourth Amendment rights by arresting him for his speech. Not only did Trooper Wingo exercise poor discretion by choosing to pull over someone who honked at him rather than an individual who was potentially committing an actual violation, but he also needlessly violated several traffic laws and caused a low-speed crash in an effort to do so. It could certainly be argued that the trooper's actions put more citizens in danger than Mr. Donner would have if he actually had been following the trooper too closely, and it would be difficult for anyone, much less a court, to find Trooper Wingo's conduct anything but objectively unreasonable. Trooper Wingo failed to take responsibility for his actions, arrested a citizen for criticizing his conduct, and was unable to control the situation in a peaceful and professional manner. And this is yet another encounter where an officer attempted to criminalize behavior that their ego could not tolerate, rather than making a legitimate effort to de-escalate the situation. It seems clear that Mr. Donner has a civil case on his hands, and it'll be interesting to see whether he is able to raise the funds to find representation. Mr. Donner gets an A for remaining relatively calm and collected throughout the encounter, verbally invoking his right to remain silent, and for maintaining a reasonable balance between challenging the conduct of the troop.
What the fuck is that? Oh, it's a castle.
troopers and complying with their commands. As discussed earlier, profanities are generally protected under the First Amendment, especially when directed at police officers, and nothing that Mr. Donner said constituted a violation of any legitimate statute. Considering that he was being accused of following Trooper Wingo too closely immediately after being rear-ended by the trooper, Mr. Donner was reacting to the situation in a relatively reasonable manner. Mr. Donner also made a point to verbally invoke his right to remain silent, and refused to waive that right despite Trooper Wingo's insistence that remaining silent was not necessary. I commend Mr. Donner for effectively exercising his right to silence and for having the courage to follow up this encounter with legal action. A link to Mr. Donner's GoFundMe will be in the description below if you are interested in helping him retain an attorney. And be sure to give Lackluster your support. You can find a link to his channel in the description as well. Let us know if there is an interaction or legal topic you would like us to discuss in the comments below. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to check out my second
It was like quicksand going through it. I was like, I'm gonna fall in. I'm only 5 feet.
So I'm like being so careful breaking up this weed.
Oh.
I don't want to break it out.
I mean, I do have more in case you.
Say no to Fent Kid sent $3 JJ go film the back or go outside. This one Sonic clone is high as fuck on some Xans or opiates.
Yeah, I smoke weed. I have medical card. Is that a problem? I'm a good time. I'm happy.
This is Mr. Pushy right here. The guy, not the girl.
You're probably go outside a little bit. They donated, you know? You gotta listen to the donators, man. You gotta show the back. Plywood being nailed to the back.
We'll probably do like, we'll probably peer through the window a little bit.
Yeah.
Kool-Aid man, it sucks too, all that fucking shit in the middle. And
My fat head, there you go.
Be right back.
Start again.
What?
No, Cook said he saw y'all in Cola.
Pensacola?
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, we were just there. We were just there like 2 weeks ago.
You guys were telling me to go there. You guys out of your fucking mind? Never in my life. God, how many viewers this kid gets?
You're pacing behind me the whole time.
Yeah, well, if you're gonna go 95, I'll go 95 behind you.
You understand what patrol speed is?
I understand. If there's not, you're not going code 3 anywhere, man. You're not above the law. So you're writing me a ticket.
Yes.
Cool. I'll bring this to court. It's got everything on your driving on it. But I suggest you don't show up. Not gonna be a good day for you.
Welcome back to the Lackluster channel. Today, we revisit a video that was submitted by a viewer named Matt to provide a final update. Matt was traveling southbound on California's Highway 99 when he observed California Highway Patrolman Lara driving at speeds exceeding 90 miles per hour. Matt was able to pace the officer while recording with his phone. The maximum speed limit is 70 miles per hour, and in many states, driving 20 miles per hour over the speed limit is considered reckless driving. However, California defines it as operating a vehicle in willful or wanton disregard for the safety of persons or property, leaving the determination up to the citing officer. Officer Lara obviously feels he is exempt from the law, though he has probably written uncountable tickets for it. After a few minutes of recording, Officer Lara pulled into the emergency shoulder, braked aggressively, and re-entered Matt's lane to initiate a traffic stop. When the officer exited his vehicle, he was in civilian clothing and had to retrieve his vest before approaching Matt's car.
Hello, how's it going?
How's it going, man?
Good, how are you doing?
License?
I do.
What? License, please?
Sure, no problem. I'm being recorded, just letting you know.
That's fine. You're pacing behind me the whole time.
Yeah, well, if you're gonna go 95, I'll go 95 behind you. I got you on video, too.
That's fine.
Gotta be an example, man.
You understand what patrol speed is?
I understand. If there's not, you're not going code 3 anywhere, man. You're not above the law.
I didn't say I was.
Okay, then why are you doing 95 weaving out of traffic? I got you on Dashcam here too.
But if I'm going 70 miles per hour, I'm gonna cause a big backup back there.
Well, then I was just staying with you, man.
Okay, give me your registration insurance.
Sure. Somewhere here. It's not do as I say, not as I do, man. Alright. Hang on just a second.
At this point, the officer has offered 2 excuses for why he can drive over 90 miles per hour in a 70 zone. California Vehicle Code Division 11, Chapter 1, Article 2, subsection 21055 states that the driver of an authorized emergency vehicle is exempt from obeying traffic signs and signals, passing on the right, yielding to the right of way, illegal turns, driving upon a highway at speeds above the limit, and much more, but only if they meet all of the following conditions. First, the vehicle must be driving in response to an emergency call, in the immediate pursuit of an actual or suspected violator of the law, or is responding to, but not returning from, a fire alarm. Second, the driver of the vehicle must sound a siren, and the vehicle must display a lighted red lamp, visible to other drivers and pedestrians. It is unclear whether Patrolman Lara was responding to an emergency call while out of uniform, but if he was, it seems rather odd that he would abandon an emergency to pursue a simple infraction. It is also odd that he was not using the visual and audible devices on his cruiser to indicate such. His second excuse was that driving the speed limit would cause traffic, but I highly doubt the courts would accept that as a feasible explanation. Matt gives Officer Lara his paperwork, but could not find a current insurance card, though his policy is up to date. Officer Lara adds the infraction to a ticket, claiming Matt was traveling at 85 miles per hour.
What's the scoop?
Did you find your insurance?
I didn't, no. So you're writing me a ticket?
Yes.
Cool. I'll bring this to court. It's got everything on your driving on it. You almost caused an accident back there by cutting that motorcycle off, and you've been passing on the right. You've been tailgating people. I got you all on camera, man. I'll see you in court.
All right.
Cool. But I suggest you don't show up. Not gonna be a good day for you. Dude, you can't do that, man. That's wrong, dude. You can't force a law here when you're not gonna follow it yourself.
I'm not gonna sit here and argue with you.
That's fine. Give me the ticket. Let's go.
Okay.
You can't do that, man. That's wrong.
Do you understand what patrol speed is? If
Bullshit,
I'm going
your
70
patrol
miles per hour.
Oh, so I can go 70 miles an hour and not cause a problem? You're not gonna pull me over?
But nobody's gonna pass me.
Nah, bro. You were passing people on the
right.
right-hand side. Don't give me that shit.
It's a lane, right? Was I on the shoulder?
See you in court, dude.
All
Don't
right,
show up because you're not gonna have a good day. Am I free to go?
Hey, hold on. I gotta give you a ticket.
The video ends there, but Matt went on to file an official complaint against Officer Lara that was overseen by Sergeant Kalk and Captain Clays of the Central Division in Fresno during a meeting with Internal Affairs. One of the officers defended Lara's speeding, but in December of 2021, the complaint was substantiated. Hundreds of comments were left on the CHP Facebook page, condemning the actions of Officer Lara, especially amidst reports that the CHP was beginning more aggressive speeding enforcement, just not on their own employees. Those comments were deleted by the CHP. In the 2017 Supreme Court case of Packingham v. North Carolina, the court ruled that social media had become a modern public square, a powerful tool for ordinary people to exercise their First Amendment rights to freedom of speech, and many have sued for deleted comments and being blocked. 2 months after the encounter, the day prior to Matt's court date, Matt called the clerk and was told that the CHP had never filed the ticket. 5 months after the encounter, the CHP finally filed it, and at Matt's first appearance, Officer Lara requested a continuance claiming he was on a call. Finally, on January 11th, 2022, Officer Lara failed to appear again, and the case was dismissed. In my conversations with Matt, he asked me to read his public statement in regards to the incident. It reads as follows. Officer Felix Lara, it seems as if you took my advice and chose not to show up to court. I am bummed that you didn't, even after you requested a continuance. I was looking forward to completely shredding your character and story apart in front of the judge and other officers present. You are a coward. You didn't even have the guts to defend your decision to write me a ticket that day, which proves that you know you were wrong. I know you were just trying to waste my time by not showing up twice, but it's okay. I've lost nothing. I hope that after all this you remember that this was the anthill you, sir, chose to die on. You are a poor example of an authority figure, and the type of officer that brings the reputation the CHP has against them. I hope you learn from this, and that other good officers chastise you for your poor choice and actions. Remember that anything and everything you do is being scrutinized and will be held against you. You took an oath to be above reproach, and you broke that oath. Where is your integrity? Stop your egotistical behavior, get over yourself, stop making your department look bad, and adhere to the oath that you took from now on. Be better. I would also like to thank CHP Internal Affairs for backing me up on my complaint. Please properly punish this officer for his poor choices. Let me know what you think of this interaction in the comments section down below. And remember to always film your interactions with law enforcement and take screenshots of your comments on Facebook. As always, thanks for watching. If you have a video you'd like to submit for review, use the link in the description or pinned comment. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell notification.
Well, we're not going to do any of that, because you know we don't do that over here. I like these videos. I don't know about you guys. It helps you learn a little bit, too, if you pay attention.
Welcome to Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who and what and the right and wrong of police interactions. This episode covers use of force, officer obstruction, and official misconduct, and is brought to us by Cameras Everywhere's channel. Be sure to check out the description below and give them the credit that they deserve. On July 26, 2021, Officer David Lance Dukes of the Orangeburg Department of Public Safety responded to a call regarding a man banging on a townhouse door, allegedly with a gun in his waistband. When he arrived on the scene, officers in South Carolina upheld.
Yeah, we watched this. We watched it.
Welcome to Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who and what and the right and wrong of police interactions. This episode covers search warrants, officer privilege, and departmental corruption, and is brought to us by Fire and Police Videos' channel. Be sure to check out the description below and give them the credit that they deserve. Let's dive right in and audit the interaction. On the evening of March 22, 2020, Espanola, New Mexico resident Philip Chacon barricaded himself into his home after the Espanola Police Department attempted to make contact with him regarding a stabbing incident which occurred earlier that day. The Espanola PD surrounded the house and began issuing orders for Mr. Chacon to surrender peacefully. Shortly after the incident began, Rio Arriba Sheriff James Lujan arrived on the scene in plain clothes and attempted to order the Espanola City police officers to leave the scene.
You're in charge?
Yeah, yes.
Pull your people back. I'll bring him in.
Bring who in?
Phil Chacon? That's who you have a warrant for?
Right.
Pull everybody out. I'll bring him in.
I don't want to pull them out.
Huh?
I don't want to pull them back.
Excuse me? I'm not asking. I'm telling you. I will bring him in. Okay? We don't need to make this bigger than what it is.
Hey, the sheriff just pulled in, and he's asking us to pull back, and he'll pull him in. But he's been drinking. I can smell it on him. We're gonna need somebody. Huh? Yeah. And we need to pull somebody over here, somebody above me, because he's already pushing his weight around with me. So. Okay. We're not pulling back. Hi. I'm waiting for. I told Jeremy. Jeremy's calling Command 1 now. But do you smell it, or am I the only one who smells it?
Yeah, please do something about it.
Right?
Mr. Chacon eventually surrendered to the officers and was taken into custody. During the standoff, Sheriff Lujan revealed to the Espanola officers that he had been communicating with Mr. Chacon while he was inside the home, and briefly attempted to convince the officers that Mr. Chacon was not actually in the house. Sheriff Lujan's strange behavior and unwelcome appearance garnered suspicion from the Espanola Police Department, and culminated in the department filing official charges against Sheriff Lujan, and securing search warrants for both the sheriff's personal cell phone and the phone issued to him by the sheriff's office. On the morning of May 14th, the Espanola PD attempted to serve those warrants at the Rio Arriba Sheriff's Office.
Hey, Undersheriff, how are you? Good, yeah. Good. Is James here, the sheriff? We just need to speak with him. Hold on.
Hello, sir.
Sure.
Come in here. You want to do it in there? Or you want
Do what? In here? What?
We just have a couple of search warrants for yourself. For your cell phones. So, one on your personal cell phone, and one on your work cell phone. So, those are your copies. Do you want?
At this point, Sheriff Lujan has officially been served the search warrants and must comply with the orders of the judge immediately. The search warrant authorizes officers to search the sheriff for the phones, and as of this moment, the phones are in the sheriff's pocket, which means that he was served the warrant while in possession of the phones. However, Sheriff Lujan attempts to circumvent the authority of the warrants by handing his phones to his colleague, Under Sheriff Martin Trujillo.
Filed today? Yes, sir. You have your phone? Call Nate. Casados is not. Is this for which case? What case is this?
So that is in reference to stemming from the original charges.
Which one? The misdemeanor?
So that one.
You got a search warrant on a misdemeanor.
So DA approved it out of, Socorro?
Somewhere, yeah. Clovis, somewhere.
Clovis, and then Pat Casado signed off on it.
Well, he has my personal phone and my work phone.
Okay.
Okay, so it's going to stay there until I get it cleared to my attorney first.
Fair enough.
The sheriff informs the officers that he will not surrender the phones until he has spoken with his attorney. While all Americans are entitled to due process under the 5th and 14th Amendments, disputing the legitimacy of a search warrant as it is being served does not fall within the scope of those protections. If a defendant wishes to challenge the validity of a search warrant, they must do so in a court of law, not on the streets. And the fact that the Espanola officers allowed the sheriff to call his attorney and wander around the office freely after serving the warrants is a testament to the privilege that officers often afford one another when performing their duties. In a country where departments are authorized to execute no-knock raids daily, seize millions of dollars of contraband, and intercept sensitive personal information all in the name of justice, it is highly irregular for officers to allow a suspect to comply with a warrant on their own terms.
Busy right now.
It doesn't have the case number on here for the original.
Right there.
That's a PD case number. It doesn't have a magistrate or a district case. This is in district court too, and this is a magistrate warrant. Okay? This case is already in district court.
This is a magistrate warrant.
You understand that this case is in district court, right? Did you get a district court judge to approve it?
District court judges don't do search warrants anymore. They just don't. They put them all down to magistrate.
Did you know that? I didn't know that.
They just don't do them.
Okay.
In the 1971 Supreme Court case of Coolidge versus Hampshire, the court held that a warrant must be issued by a neutral and detached judge capable of determining whether probable cause exists. Whether the warrant was signed by the circuit judge or a magistrate is irrelevant. To obtain a warrant, law enforcement officers must show that there is probable cause to believe a search is justified. Officers must support this showing with sworn statements, and must describe in particularity the place they will search and the items they will seize. The search warrant that the Espanola officers are attempting to serve specifically targets Sheriff Lujan's work phone and the personal phone that he was using to communicate with Mr. Chacon during the March 22nd standoff. Keep this in mind, because it will play an important role later in this episode.
What is it exactly are you looking for?
So it stipulates in there.
Let me send this to Nate. Wow. You have 3 units out there? For what?
So, yeah.
You have all your units here, so.
I have all my units here.
That's what we were told.
Who do you see here? The undersheriff, myself, the transport deputy, Leon doing reports. And so
okay.
What are you
Sounds good.
saying I'm going to do something?
Well, we don't know.
You don't know? Really, Ernest?
I don't.
Really?
Fortunately.
Sure.
Wow. Okay, well then,
Right.
you can stand outside of my office. I'm going in here. really bad, Ernest.
Undersheriff Trujillo walks away with the phones, and the Espanola officers inform the deputies that they need to be able to see the phones in case the sheriff attempts to delete anything. The sheriff and undersheriff eventually return to the front of the office, but continue to wander aimlessly in and out of the view of the officers. Shortly thereafter, Espanola Interim Police Chief Roger Jimenez arrives on the scene to speak with Sheriff Lujan.
Well, I'm not the one making the show. I had only sent these guys in here. You know, I just, again, we want the phone.
That's fine. You're probably going to get the phone, but wait till you get the
Well, as you know, Undersheriff, it's not probably. There's a court order. You know, I don't want to, I really don't. I don't want to have to put anybody in cuffs. I don't. But if that's what I have to do, then I will do it. I don't want to do that.
And you're saying who?
Him.
Oh.
Alright. I talked to him. I got you on the phone. I have the copy of the search warrant.
Somebody has it.
I gave him copies.
Where are they?
What's that? The warrants?
You asked for them or did you?
No, he gave them to me.
Okay.
Search me. You have the search warrant for my search?
Are you going to comply, yes or no? That's all I want. I want the phones. That's it.
I told you. You have your search warrant says to search me for personal phones?
He has the phones. He already told me he has the phones.
Okay. That's not what the search warrant says, does it?
Okay, so you want us to lock down the sheriff's office? Go ahead and call them back. You're going to stay out here, sir. Stay out here. For what? Because... No.
Roger.
Undersheriff?
You can go through the court system.
We are. We're going to lock down this building until he gives me those phones.
Really?
Yes, that's what the DA's office wants.
Really?
Yeah.
Where's that on paper?
You can call her. Andrea Reed. You want her number?
You can call her.
He's going out.
You're not going to stop me from leaving if I want to leave. Am I under arrest?
If we have to.
Am I under arrest?
Not
Good.
now.
Get away from me.
Not now. Go back inside. We're going to lock down the office. Please, go back in the office. Seriously.
Don't touch. Back up.
You can go in the office, but...
Back up. Don't touch. Don't reach. Back up.
Go inside. Because you're not certified, so...
Back up.
This slight physical altercation demonstrates that the deputies prioritize their loyalty to the sheriff above their sworn duty to uphold the law. The Espanola officers followed the proper protocol and served a legitimate search warrant to the sheriff. The Rio Arriba deputies are bound by the same oath to uphold the law as it is dictated by their respective justice system as every other member of law enforcement. Their failure to
look at the way this cop just looked.
by their respective justice system.
He's like, does this motherfucker just touch me? We about to get froggy on these little motherfuckers?
As every
He's like a foot taller than him, too.
other member of law enforcement. Their failure to uphold the search warrant raises serious questions about their competence as a department and reveals a glaring gap between their ability to perform their duties according to the law and the ethical standards associated with law enforcement as a whole.
So you're refusing? Is that what you're saying?
Refusing what?
You're refusing a lawful order?
From who? From the back?
From the judge.
What judge?
Judge Gonzalez.
On what case is that on?
On my case. You have the search warrant.
On your case?
Yeah, you have the search warrant.
Search warrant. The case is going to district court, right?
You continue to
It's a district court judge has this case,
You're showing a pattern of behavior, Sean. Yes.
It's a pattern of
Already
harassment
twice.
from you is what it
Already
is.
twice.
Retaliation and
Twice.
harassment is what it is.
Twice. That's okay. You have your opportunity in court. I'm here asking.
So will you on a misdemeanor.
Okay, for now. For now.
I've done nothing. Are you accusing me of something else?
Then why not give me the phones?
I told you I'm seeking legal counsel first. I have that right. Do I not have a right to seek
You have
legal
the
counsel?
legal order. You have a legal order.
And it doesn't say how long I have to give it to you, does it?
It says now.
Does
yes,
it?
Yes.
Show me.
It's a court order. You have the copies.
It says now?
Yeah, well, when do you, okay, so you get a search warrant, you just do it whenever you want? Sheriff, it would just be so much easier if you just give us these phones and
I don't
let us
have the
go.
phones, do I?
Well, no, but I saw you give them to your undersheriff who has them in his pocket. So just the knowledge of that.
Give them the phones. This is all harassment and retaliation because I told the city council that you shouldn't be the chief. That's what it is.
You think whatever you want.
I don't think, I know.
Okay.
That's exactly what it is.
You
Go ahead and give it to him. These phones are not to be gone through until you have a warrant for the content. You only have a warrant for the phones,
You're
not the
absolutely right.
content.
You're absolutely right.
And good luck, and you better not come through a magistrate. You better go through a district court judge.
Thank you, Undersheriff.
Go.
Thank you. Have a good day, sir.
That dude looks like a frog. He looks like a frog, dude. Ribbit in the face.
You better go through a district court judge.
Thank you, Undersheriff.
Go.
Thank you. Have a good day, sir.
After acquiring the phones, the Espanola officers left the scene without further incident. The officers secured a search warrant for the contents of the phone a few days later and discovered that Sheriff Lujan did not surrender the correct phone to the officers. The search warrant specifically named the phone that the sheriff had used to communicate with Mr. Chacon, but neither of the phones that the sheriff gave to the officers were the one he had used on March 22nd. Upon realizing that the sheriff failed to comply with the stipulations of the search warrants, an arrest warrant was issued, and on May 21st, the Espanola Police Department arrested Sheriff Lujan at his office. During the arrest, the sheriff managed to get a resisting charge stacked on top of the other charges he was already facing. Overall, Sheriff Lujan and the Rio Arriba Sheriff's Office get an F for failing to comply with the language of the search warrants, escalating a lawful interaction into a passive-aggressive standoff, and actively working to shield the sheriff from the authority of a court order. The blind loyalty of the deputies sheds light on the gang-like operations of certain police departments across the country, and officers who operate under the best interest of their department at the expense of properly enforcing the law are a danger to their communities. If the sheriff's actions are any indication of his guilt, then there is no doubt that he will be prosecuted for his crimes. It will be interesting to see what, if any, information is gathered from the cell phone that the sheriff went through so much trouble to hide, and there is a good possibility that the sheriff could face more charges in the future. Throughout the interaction, the sheriff mentions that the search warrants were issued in retaliation for comments that he had made about the interim police chief, but I was unable to substantiate those claims, and the sheriff's office could not be reached for comments. The Espanola Police Department gets a C- for offering the sheriff privileges that they do not grant to average citizens by allowing the sheriff and deputies to wander aimlessly through the building while executing a search warrant, and not arresting the sheriff after he made several attempts to evade complying with the court order. By extending a professional courtesy to Sheriff Lujan, the Espanola officers afforded him ample time to deceive the officers and attempt to make a getaway in the middle of the interaction. Any civilian who attempted to evade a search warrant by leaving the scene or passing off evidence to a colleague would have been arrested on the spot. And this encounter draws many parallels to an interaction I have covered in the past involving the arrest of attorney Victor Revel for defying the authority of a search warrant in central Alabama. I will post a link to that episode in the info card above. Regardless of any professional titles, all Americans are equally subject to the laws of this country. But the Espanola Police Department provided Sheriff Lujan with a degree of leniency that is not consistent with the standard protocols administered during most interactions with average citizens. Let us know if there is an interaction or legal topic you would like.
So, in the beginning of the video, he showed up at a police scene and told the cops to leave. That he was in contact with the person they had an arrest warrant for. So, those warrants were for the phones to see what he was talking with the guy about prior to showing up, whether he was going there specifically to help him to get away or whatever, and then he would be charged with, like, you know, aiding and abetting, blah, 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 blah. Oh, I've seen this.
FBI in his name.
Oh wait, no, he didn't.
Script.
No, never mind.
Welcome to Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who and what and the right and wrong of police interactions. This episode covers FBI investigations, officer authority, and public official corruption, and comes to us from the Tallahassee Democrat. Be sure to check out the description below and give them the credit they deserve. Before we dive into the interaction, I want to give a big thanks to Raycon for sponsoring this episode. I have been using the Raycon Everyday E25s for over a month now, and with 6 hours of playtime, seamless Bluetooth pairing, and booming bass, the Raycon listening experience is flawless. Raycon earbuds start at about half the price of any other premium wireless earbuds on the market, but sound just as amazing as other top audio brands. Raycons come in a variety of colors and fits, and the compact carrying case can charge earbuds 4 times on a single charge. Pick up a pair of the Raycon E25s for yourself using the link in my description and get 15% off your order today. Thanks again to Raycon for sponsoring this video. On December 3rd, 2019, real estate agent and prominent businesswoman Marilyn Bean was involved in a minor traffic accident in the small Gulf Coast town of Carabel, nestled along the Florida Panhandle. Mrs. Bean left the scene of the accident and was subsequently issued a citation by Deputy Rolf Gordon of the Franklin County Sheriff's Office. After the citation was sent to the courthouse, Mrs. Bean complained to the Sheriff's Office, who pulled the ticket for a review. The prosecution then dismissed the charge, and the ticket was never entered into the clerk of court's system. On December 20th, Deputy Gordon received a call to his personal cell phone from an individual who identified himself as an FBI agent and requested that the deputy come to a nearby parking lot for a meeting.
Okay, that's awesome.
Okay.
That'll work.
Did you run your body cam?
I am now, because I don't know how legit you are at the moment.
It's okay. Special Agent Hatt. The FBI.
Okay.
You got that on body cam?
I do, but I don't understand what the problem is. Would you meet me at the office?
I'll talk to the U.S. Attorney's Office about it. You can cut off the recording device now.
Okay. Well, I will when I leave the area, sir. Hey, TJ, this guy is telling me to turn my body camera off and telling me he's going to contact other people to get involved with this. Let me get his tag number real quick. It's going to be LKST57. LKST57. 33 Franklin, 1065 Florida 28. No, he's telling me to turn my camera off. Lima, Kilo, Sierra, Tango 57. I got 703 out here with me. Alright, well he's leaving the area, but I guess, but it's a blue Ford Fusion, Ford Taurus. So he says he does not give out business cards. Yeah, I don't believe this. No. There's something fishy with this right here.
This is FBI Special Agent Alexis Hatton, who traveled from Panama City to investigate the citation that Deputy Gordon had issued. Agent Hatton is part of an FBI team that has been investigating a number of cases of public corruption in North Florida, which have led to numerous guilty pleas from government officials, including former Tallahassee City Commissioner Scott Maddox. Interestingly enough, Deputy Gordon later admits to the sheriff that it wasn't until Agent Hatton revealed to Deputy Gordon that he was the subject of a federal investigation that the deputy became suspicious.
But he told me I need to discuss some things with you about the Carabel area. Are you working over here today?
Franklin,
I said, yes, sir.
you did advise Lawrence.
So he told me to meet him here. I came up. He said, do you mind me sitting in my car with me real quick? He showed me, he flipped open his wallet and it showed credentials. It didn't show he didn't show a badge, but showed FBI in his name. So I came in there and he goes, I need to discuss a ticket on a Marilyn Bean that you wrote, which is a ticket that I wrote, but I actually rescinded it. I said, okay. I said, do you mind if I go pull it up on my CAD so I can recall what's going on here, because I know you can't tell me about it and I want to get it right. So I went in there. At the same time I'm pulling up the report, I called TJ. I said, hey, is this... should I be getting interviewed on the side of the road, or should he be doing something else? And TJ says he needs to go through the front office and set up an interview time.
According to the deputy, Agent Hatton's FBI credentials were legitimate enough for Deputy Gordon to get into the vehicle with him and sit dangerously close in the passenger seat, but suddenly became suspicious when the agent revealed that he was conducting an investigation into the deputy.
He's got a radio and he's got credentials.
Franklin 30.
33, go ahead. Yeah, he told me to turn my body camera off because he didn't want that running. And so now he's still here. He's looking at me.
Franklin 33, at 428 Lincoln, Kilo, Sierra, Tango 57. She was played on 2015.
Absolutely not.
Four-door, still
now he's
dark blue in color.
Now he's saying I'm trying to detain him. I've never told you I was detaining you. That's on camera that you are staying here willingly, sir.
630 of 20, 54 and 29s on that vehicle.
Franklin, does that come back to any government agency? This is easy to come by.
It just advises Advanced Wiring Company.
Do you work for a wiring company?
Further.
It's a covert vehicle, sir.
Okay.
I do feel like I'm being detained. Am I being detained?
Am I being detained? You're the one who called me here, sir. How did you get my phone number?
I can't give you that information.
He's saying he can't tell me how he got my information. Hey, you are detained at this time, sir. 33 Franklin. I got one Whiskey Mike detained at this time.
It is important to note that Agent Hatton may have had a legitimate reason for requesting such an informal meeting with Deputy Gordon. Later in the interaction, Agent Hatton insinuates that he may be involved in a grander investigation into the sheriff's office that extends beyond the deputy's citation while on the phone with his supervisor.
Well, you can't call anybody in the PD because the PD is just here backing this guy up. It's Franklin County that's holding him. So you have to call the sheriff to let him know that his deputies have him stopped here and are holding me. He's going to ask why. You're not going to be able to tell him.
The FBI is the primary federal agency in court.
17's on the way. Hey, I don't think this guy's legit, man.
Take my weapon off, okay?
26 Franklin.
I'm not going to put you in cuffs.
Putting the narrative for this call.
Where's it at?
He's got detained.
Okay.
I've got my weapon on my
federal agent.
You do got, is it on, do I have permission to take it off?
No, you don't have permission to take it off.
Just hang tight, right? I'm not cuffing you. I'm not cuffing you. But you're being very uncooperative with me. You asked me to come up here. You called my personal cell phone number. You can't tell me how you got it. Your vehicle's coming back to a wiring company, not the FBI.
It's a covert vehicle.
Okay. Would
you like to see some registration?
You get mad at me because I turned my body camera on.
Would you like to see some registration?
And you know a lot of stuff about me.
Would you like to see the registration, sir?
I don't really want anything from you at this point. My supervisor's on the way.
Excellent. Do you have identification? I surely do. I showed it to him. Would you like to see it, sir?
You don't have to keep your hands up. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
Out here.
I don't want to be shot either.
I'm going to call my office.
Yes, sir.
Bye, Jim. Jacksonville, this is Special Agent Hatton.
Do you have a DL on that subject?
Do you have a driver's license on you, sir?
Driver's license.
He's refusing to give his 27 at this time, Franklin.
If he's not getting you detained, you got him detained. Just go ahead and get it from him if he's got it on him.
So you're forcing me to give you my driver's license?
That's what my captain just asked me to get it from you.
We need to find out who he is.
Yeah, there you go.
He could just be somebody
The body camera's
trained
still
at FBI.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Something more to him.
Impersonating an officer in any capacity is a crime in most states, and there have been several documented cases of fake FBI agents attempting to infiltrate local police departments. Some of these cases involved highly elaborate schemes that lasted for long periods of time. For example, in 2008, an FBI agent arrived in the town of Gerald, Missouri with a gun, badge, patrol car, and a telephone number for the officers to call to verify his identity. The agent worked with local authorities for months before a local reporter uncovered several complaints about the agent's conduct released and ultimately revealed that he was not an FBI agent. The man had taken his name and task force title from the Eddie Murphy film Beverly Hills Cop. But in the several months of working with the man, none of the officers made the correlation. So there is at least a degree of merit to Deputy Gordon's suspicions. Because the deputies have detained Agent Hatton for suspicion of impersonating an officer, they are within their authority to identify the agent so long as the original detention is ruled valid. If the detention is ruled invalid, then the officers may be entitled to qualified immunity because of the unusual nature of the encounter, but that would ultimately be for a court to decide. Eventually, multiple supervisory officers arrive on the scene, and the decision is made to handcuff Agent Hatton and place him in the back of a patrol car.
I want to be a cop so bad. Just want to arrest somebody.
Alright, just being detained. 33 Franklin, we've detained this Whiskey Mike, got him in cuffs in the back of the car now.
He's hollering.
WM.
I can't see in there.
Yes, sir.
There, brother.
Okay. All right, I'm turning it on right now.
Open the door. I can't breathe.
Sir, I can't open the door. You're being detained right now.
Do you have your body camera on still, brother?
Absolutely, it ain't going off.
Thank you, brother.
I had the defroster on.
No, you didn't. Brother, I need air. God almighty.
533.
I know you think this is funny, but it won't be funny after today.
33, go ahead. All right, sir.
Call 911. I need a medical attention right now. Unlock me. Call 911. Call 911.
We're releasing you right
no,
now,
call
sir.
911 now. Call 911. I need
33.
Franklin to 33, can you give me an exact address?
We're at the new substation for the sheriff's office, Franklin.
Jacksonville, I need 911. I've asked for help. I've been in the car. They've had me spoken in the back.
10-4, can you advise if it's next door to the new dollar store?
That's 10-4. Can you verify that my AC's on real quick, John?
It's on now.
It was on when. How could I not touch? How could I not touch it?
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah.
911. I asked for the sheriffs to call 911. They won't. Is it not going through the back seat?
Yeah. I would guess my window is open back there.
Yeah, but we need a location, sir.
Agent Hatton was taken to the hospital and was released the same day. Hours after Agent Hatton was released, FBI brass descended on Apalachicola, meeting with Deputy Gordon and the sheriff to find out what happened and why. After some talks, the sheriff's office and the FBI were able to put this incident behind them and determined that more training and agency transparency was needed on both sides. In a statement to the Tallahassee Democrat, Franklin County Sheriff A.J. Smith pointed to a silver lining of the encounter and said, quote, "We're going to try to use this to make both our agencies work together a lot better." Overall, Deputy Gordon and the Franklin County Sheriff's Office get a C-, because although their actions were debatably within their authority, the deputies chose to treat Agent Hatton as if he were impersonating an officer before verifying any information, and likely did so in retaliation to the federal investigation into their department that the agent was conducting. While it could be argued that Agent Hatton's demeanor was legitimately suspicious to Deputy Gordon, one question that the deputy never considered was, how did Agent Hatton know about a citation that the deputy had issued over 2 weeks prior if the ticket never reached the public domain at the clerk's office? Only an individual with access to state databases would have known about the citation. The deputies must have been convinced that Agent Hatton was a member of a highly organized crime syndicate, capable of accessing extremely restricted information, but who are particularly interested in minor traffic citations. As for Agent Hatton's claim that the deputies quote-unquote smoked him out in the back of the patrol car, it was 66 degrees on the day of this interaction, and most of the deputies are wearing jackets. However, studies have shown that even cars parked in shade on an average day can quickly and significantly increase a human's internal temperature. Whether or not the agent was in any real danger is unconfirmed, but he was able to make a full recovery. Special Agent Hatton gets a B-, because although he remained calm and relatively level-headed throughout the encounter, he also used questionable and unprofessional police tactics. It is difficult to speculate on the surveillance tactics of the FBI, but you would think that a well-trained agent would handle a botched rendezvous with a little more patience and professionalism. Instead of trying to defuse the situation, Agent Hatton chose to order Deputy Gordon to turn off his body cam and threaten to call the U.S. Attorney's Office, effectively severing any leads into his investigation that he may have had from the sheriff's office. It is unclear whether any of the deputies or Agent Hatton were reprimanded as a result of this interaction, but it appears as though the departments were able to settle their differences and establish a more productive relationship moving forward. There were a few elements of this encounter that I was unable to cover in this video, and I highly suggest checking out the Tallahassee Democrats coverage of this story. You can find all the links in the description. Let us know if there is an interaction or legal
I don't wanna. Wow, this channel has 328 million views. That's a lot of views.
Police body cameras are providing real proof of the kind of citizen complaints we've heard about for decades.
Yeah, but Faith, this is one we hadn't heard before. A Griffin police officer asking another man to perform
It was a real FBI agent. It was real. He was real.
On him as an insult. And that is just the beginning of the story.
Yeah, you gotta have it signed by a judge. Right.
It starts as a routine police call to help with a custody dispute.
George is f***ed up like that.
It will end with one of these officers losing his job.
What's your first name? All right. Go. You can suck my dick.
No! No! What?
You can suck my dick.
But she lives here, please.
Sit down. You had me come out here to help you.
And you said to suck your dick like
I'm out here trying to help you as best I can.
Yeah.
And then there's like, oh,
we're
never mind.
trying to get the child back, and you said suck your dick.
He told us to leave. He didn't say nothing.
No, he didn't.
He told me to suck his dick.
He was wearing a Griffin police uniform.
Yes.
He was wearing a Griffin police badge.
Yes.
And he asked you to perform oral sex on him.
Yes.
As a euphemism.
Yes. You can suck my dick.
Officer
You can
Travis
suck my
Wick
dick.
turns to leave, but then
See, that's why I could never be a cop, because, like, that's how I would be. You know? I get one of those fucking street lawyers that are like, I know my rights. I'll be like, suck my dick, you fucking retard. And then throw him in the back of the cop car, you know what I'm saying? And then make him suck my dick. What?
Gauges the citizens.
I'm just gonna
But
leave.
you said to suck your dick.
I'm just gonna leave.
Respectful is
And
that? How respectful?
I'm gonna leave.
It's on camera.
I'm gonna leave.
Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna leave, and we'll have a supervisor
please
come over, okay?
bring somebody more respectful back, because we're trying to get a child back, and you ask us to suck your dick.
No, I didn't ask you.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I asked him to.
Yeah, you did.
I asked him to.
Get out of here.
My friend Amber said something about, you told me to do this, and he even said, no, I didn't tell you to do it, I told him to do it.
And you ask us to suck your dick.
No, I didn't ask you.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
I asked him to.
While a sergeant responds to the scene, Officer Wick calls his lieutenant on the drive back to police headquarters.
And he's like, well, just never mind. I'm not going to give you my information. And I told him, I said, well, you can suck my dick. And they flipped out. I f***ed up. My camera was on, yes.
Then calms down with a smoke in his patrol
Of
car.
course he smokes Newports.
The police report shows the citizens seem to become irritated that the police couldn't help them. There is no mention in the official report of what really escalated the situation.
You can suck my dick. To lose it over something so simple, what would happen if it was a major incident?
Police Chief Mike Yates had the same concerns.
And I've got to be able to defend you and defend the department if things really go to shit. And with that pattern of behavior in this latest incident, I can't. How can I do that?
I just said it. I don't know why. I don't. I mean, that's it, Chief. It was f***ing stupid, man.
Yeah.
I apologize, Chief. I don't know why that happened. I don't know what set me off. And
is that what we're gonna tell? Is that what we're gonna tell the grand jury?
Or 2, 5, and 11. Please don't fire me, Chief. Please don't fire me. I'm a good officer, Chief.
You got great potential, or I wouldn't have fooled around with you and tried to help you last time.
Personnel records show Wick resigned from the Locust Grove police force in 2008 after he called in sick because he was drinking, then showed up to court the next day smelling like alcohol. Internal memos show Wick blew a .036 before his scheduled testimony before the judge and was told to turn in his badge and gun.
If that was a one-time thing and it just popped out of nowhere because you was having a bad day and your dog died and whatever, that's one thing. But on the tail end of you being hired after you got fired in Locust Grove.
Chad called me last night and offered me a steak dinner to drop the charges.
Ora Hosky told police a friend of Officer Wick asked him to drop the complaint.
I'm an off-duty police officer. Who you work for? City Griffin.
This is the friend. Officer Chad Moxon stopped in 2015 for riding his motorcycle through Pike County at 95 miles per hour.
He said you told him you had been drinking a little bit.
I've been drinking tonight.
Okay.
The off-duty Griffin officer admitted drinking 4 beers in 30 minutes before the ride and was arrested for drunk driving.
I know that you know it as good as I do. We'll work on it. Okay.
The DUI was reduced to reckless driving. Officer Moxon resigned from Griffin, and his police certification is currently on probation.
What is your name?
Chad Moxon. I'm actually a police officer for City of Griffin.
Oh, Chad. Chad, can you give me a description on the person that charged you?
The state also put Moxon's police credentials on probation for this 2012 incident and 911 call.
I just got shot in the side.
He was shot off-duty. Police records show it was a fist fight with a woman's boyfriend, but Moxon described it differently to 911.
He just kicked the door into the house and come in and attacked me. And then when I took off out the other door, he shot me.
Indictments for false statements were thrown out, and an exonerated Moxon stayed a Griffin officer until 2015 after that DUI arrest.
Basically, he was offering to take me out to dinner. He wanted to take me and Travis out to dinner and buy us both a steak dinner so we can try to resolve this. He asked me if I would go down to the police department today and drop the complaint.
You can suck my
Now, Faith, Ora Hosky refused to drop the complaint, and Officer Wick, after begging the chief for his job, turned in his resignation.
What about the officer's friend in the steak dinner? What does he have to say about all
Well,
this?
at first, Chad Moxon denied knowing anything about the case, then said he did offer to buy a steak dinner, but not to get Ora Hosky to drop the complaint, just so the complainant and the officer could get to know each other. Right now, Officer Moxon is with the Roberta Police Department.
Wait, so if you're a cop and you get arrested and get fired from one police department, you can just go work at another one? That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, I remember that. All right, one more. No, 2 more, and then we'll go on Omegle for the last couple hours.
Welcome to Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who and what and the right and wrong of police interactions. This episode covers freedom of speech, false arrests, and qualified immunity, and is brought to us by KDJ Pro's channel. Be sure to check out the description below and give them the credit that they deserve. On March 3rd, 2021, Missouri resident Mark Everman was riding as a passenger as his wife drove on Highway 69 north of Adair, Oklahoma, when Officer Adolfo Carlos of the Adair Police Department pulled them over for an alleged speeding violation, even though the body camera footage shows that Officer Carlos actually clocked the vehicle's speed as under the 45-mile-per-hour speed limit. After stopping the vehicle, Officer Carlos approached the driver's side window.
How you doing? Got your license on you.
So why did you pull me over?
Speeding, ma'am.
No, I slowed down to 45.
No, I got you at 58 coming in there.
No, it was 40.
Sir, is a traffic stop with you? Step out for me. Step out. Step out. I'm not going to ask you again. Step out. 8 to 1. Put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest for disorderly conduct. I'm going to have a seal here with me.
After Mr. Everman uses a single profanity to show his skepticism of the speed Officer Carlos claims the vehicle was traveling, Officer Carlos handcuffs Mr. Everman and informs him that he is under arrest for quote-unquote disorderly conduct. As discussed many times on ATA, vulgarities and profanities are protected speech under the First Amendment, and it is well established that voicing your opinion to the police is not illegal. Under Section 21-1363 of the Oklahoma statutes, quote, "If any person shall make use of any profane, violent, abusive, or insulting language toward or about another person, in the presence or hearing which language in its common acceptance is calculated to arouse to anger the person about or to whom it is spoken or addressed, or to cause a breach of the peace or an assault, every such person shall be deemed guilty of a breach of the peace." However, as the Supreme Court held in the infamous 1971 case of Cohen versus California, quote, "The state may not, consistently with the First and 14th Amendments, make the simple public display of this single four-letter expletive a criminal offense." And as the Supreme Court explained in the 1987 case of Houston versus Hill, quote, "The First Amendment protects a significant amount of verbal criticism and challenge directed at police officers, including obscenities." The court also referred to its decision in the 1949 case of Term and Yellow versus Chicago, which stated that, quote, "Speech is often provocative and challenging, but it is nevertheless protected against censorship or punishment, unless shown likely to produce a clear and present danger of a serious substantive evil that rises far above public inconvenience, annoyance, or unrest." Given the long-established First Amendment protection for using profanity and criticizing the police, it is almost guaranteed that Mr. Everman could not be constitutionally convicted of disorderly conduct for his use of a curse word.
Right this way, sir.
Oh, you're funny.
Have a seat in your car, man. You can record, have a seat in your car. You can record all you want, but have a seat in your car. The way he's acting, I don't feel comfortable leaving him in the vehicle the way he's acting. Have a seat back in the car. The minute I walk up to the first words that come out of your mouth, you...
First words that came out of my mouth, and I never said that. That's a lie.
You called me a
I
couple times.
did not.
It's all recording,
Not
okay?
when you first walked up.
So
You're right, it's recorded.
here's the thing. I don't feel comfortable leaving you in your vehicle.
I understand.
Nobody,
I understand.
listen, let me explain to you. Nobody,
I don't want to hear it.
Nobody, well, you're going to hear it because I'm telling you. Nobody in their right mind acts like that. I don't know what your deal
They do
is.
when you're telling a lie.
I don't know what your deal is.
You lied when you walked up there and
that's
said
fine.
she was doing 58.
That's fine.
When I know she wasn't,
Okay.
I said that's a lie.
Were you the one driving?
I was watching her
Were you the
speakers.
one
I
driving?
saw you way before we got there.
Were you the one
But
driving?
You know what? I'm done. I'm done talking.
Okay,
I'm
so
shutting up.
that's why you're in cuffs and sitting back here.
Whatever.
Well, you should have shut up from the beginning. You wouldn't be where you're at.
Officer Carlos essentially admits that he arrested Mr. Everman solely for his speech, stating that he wouldn't be in handcuffs if he had, quote-unquote, shut up from the beginning. The Fourth Amendment protects the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures. Because arrests are seizures of persons, if an arrest is not reasonable under the circumstances, it is a violation of the Fourth Amendment. In general, a warrantless arrest is considered reasonable only if the officer has probable cause to believe that the suspect committed a crime in the officer's presence. As Officer Carlos had no evident probable cause to place Mr. Everman under arrest for his protected speech, his arrest almost certainly constituted a Fourth Amendment violation. Section 1983 of Title 42 of the United States Code allows an individual to sue a police officer acting under color of state law for subjecting them, quote, to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured by the Constitution and laws. However, the legal concept of qualified immunity, which makes police officers, quote-unquote, immune to lawsuits for civil rights violations in most circumstances, severely limits the ability of individuals to proceed with a 1983 claim. As the Supreme Court described in the 2018 case of District of Columbia versus Westby, quote, officers are entitled to qualified immunity under Section 1983 unless they violated a federal statutory or constitutional right, and the unlawfulness of their conduct was clearly established at the time of the officer's conduct. This demanding standard protects all but the plainly incompetent or those who knowingly violate the law. Given the long line of Supreme Court cases supporting the argument that Officer Carlos violated Mr. Everman's First and Fourth Amendment rights through a wrongful arrest, if Mr. Everman pursues a 1983 claim against Officer Carlos, there is a strong chance he will not be entitled to qualified immunity.
Here's the reason why your husband went in cuffs. Let me explain to you. Let me explain to you. I don't have to answer that part. Let me explain something to you. When I walk up here and your husband his arms up and saying, and this guy's I don't know there's a gun in here. I don't trust him. There's something wrong with your husband. I don't know if he has anger Listen, let me finish. I don't know if he has anger problems or what's wrong with him. But put yourself in my shoes. If you walked up... Okay, what are you... Do you need help? Are you sure you're fine? Okay, because you're telling me you're scared to go with him. I don't trust that guy. There's something wrong with him. I don't know if he has anger problems. And you can record. You don't have to hide your phone up there. Put it in front of you. You have every right to record. I don't know what's wrong with that guy. You guys only record the part where he goes in cuffs, but you didn't record the whole part where he's over there. Why is he acting like that? Is he under the influence of something? Does he have mental problems? Anger issues? Anger issues. There you go. Hang tight.
Mr. Everman's wife tells Officer Carlos that her life is quote-unquote going to be hell after the traffic stop, and while denying that Mr. Everman was under the influence or had mental problems, answered yes when Officer Carlos asked if he had anger issues. While these statements alone would not grant Officer Carlos probable cause to arrest Mr. Everman, a court could find that Officer Carlos was within his rights to detain and investigate Mr. Everman on reasonable suspicion of domestic abuse. In the 2020 case of Kansas versus Glover, the Supreme Court stated that, quote, although a mere hunch does not create reasonable suspicion, the standard depends on the factual and practical considerations of everyday life on which reasonable and prudent men, not legal technicians, act. Courts must permit officers to make common sense judgments and inferences about human behavior. For example, in the 2021 case of Jurasich versus County of San Mateo, the Northern District of California found that an officer had reasonable suspicion to conduct a Terry stop to investigate a potential domestic violence issue, even though no allegations had been made and no violence had been witnessed. Citing angry behavior and the suspect's contention that the driver of the vehicle was cheating on him, the court held that, quote, those objective facts would lead a trained, reasonable officer to be concerned that there was some sort of domestic dispute or activity occurring that may be related to the crime of domestic violence. Under this framework, if Officer Carlos were to testify that Mr. Everman's behavior, combined with his wife's statements, led him to believe there might be abuse occurring, a court could determine that there was reasonable suspicion to investigate.
You got any ID on you? So I'm gonna document your name and stuff and send it up. I don't know why your wife's scared. Is that your wife? Okay. Everything is on body cam too, okay? She's saying she's scared to get back in the car with you after she got a ticket. I don't know if you beat your wife or what kind of... Come here, I'm not done talking to you.
Flavia.
Hey, hey. Have a seat back over here. Hey.
This man lie like this?
Have a seat back over there.
What? He just told me you said you were afraid for me to get back in the car.
Stand right there.
Come on.
You walk over there again, I'm taking you to jail. I think you beat your wife, honestly. I'm going to tell you right now. The way you act, what? It's on body cam. It's all on body cam. Why would she tell me? I don't know your wife.
She didn't say that. You're lying.
She said you have anger problems.
You need to stop.
Okay. It's all on body cam, okay? You got any ID or anything on you?
You should stop. No, I don't.
I'm gonna document this.
I don't have any.
But you got involved with the traffic stop. You wanted to sit there and get involved. You're involved now. You wanted involved. You're involved now. You got any ID on you?
Do you have anger issues? Because you have not lowered your anger this whole entire time.
Do you have any ID on you?
I said no. Why are you?
Where's your ID?
Why are you such a high level?
I'm concerned for her, honestly.
Are you?
I am.
Are you? This is some weird, twisted reasoning you have. You got a serious anger problem, dude. Really worried about you.
Oh, let's put this guy. You're free to go. I don't know what this guy's capable of.
I appreciate it, guys. You guys be safe, honestly, because you are why cops get hurt.
Come here. Hey, now come here. Hey, no, doesn't. Hey, stay where you're at, ma'am. Hey, do not leave. Hey, you're not free to leave. You just threatened me. Step out of the vehicle. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
I did not threaten.
You just told me. Get out. You just told me that you hope I don't get hurt and I'm put your hands behind your back.
To be safe.
Now you caught a felony. You want to play that game?
Mr. Everman tells the officers to be safe and states that Officer Carlos's conduct is, quote, why cops get hurt. He then immediately walks back to the vehicle and gets inside. Officer Carlos demands that Mr. Everman step out of the car and handcuffs him, claiming that he threatened him and committed a felony, as we've discussed in previous episodes of ATA. While the First Amendment does allow states to criminalize quote-unquote true threats, it is difficult to believe that any court would find that Mr. Everman's statement was a serious threat, particularly given the fact that he immediately returned to his car to leave. Even if Mr. Everman's statement did constitute an illegal threat, it is unclear what felony offense Officer Carlos believed that Mr. Everman had committed. While Section 21-1378 of the Oklahoma statute states the quote, any person who shall threaten to perform an act of violence involving or intended to involve serious bodily harm or death of another person shall be guilty of a misdemeanor. Because Mr. Everman did not threaten any act of violence, this misdemeanor offense wouldn't apply to this situation. Additionally, Section 21-649 makes knowingly committing an assault upon the person of a police officer a misdemeanor offense, and Section 21-641 defines an assault as, quote, any willful and unlawful attempt or offer with force or violence to do a corporal hurt to another. However, Mr. Everman's statement wouldn't be considered a violation of this statute because, as the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals summarized in the 2016 case of United States versus Mitchell, quote, under Oklahoma law, the offense of assault may be characterized by either an attempted battery or a threatened imminent battery, i.e. an offer, with an overt act beyond mere words. Mr. Everman's quote-unquote mere words were not illegal under either of these misdemeanor statutes and certainly did not rise to the level of a felony criminal offense. To learn more about threats in the First Amendment, check out the episode of ATA linked in the description.
He went from he has anger issues to twisted around, please. I have a weapon.
Hey, Blotter, he's got a weapon. You literally just told me I'm the reason cops get hurt, and you hope nothing happens to me out here while you're carrying a gun on you? Seriously? Have a seat in there. You ever sit and thought about the threats you made?
I did not threaten you, sir.
You just literally said,
I said,
you're the
I hope
reason,
you're safe.
I hope you're safe. You got a
but
grin.
you are acting outrageous.
And you say you're the reason cops get hurt out here.
You've taken this to 100% level for no reason.
You're getting cited for $795. All your information's on this ticket.
For what crime?
For the way you were acting. Your concealed carry, I'm probably going to keep it and send it to the state of Missouri and get it revoked from you for the threats you made while we're in the traffic stop.
Okay. As of this time, the firearm is being seized as evidence.
The officers inform Mr. Everman that his firearm is being seized as evidence and that they will have Missouri revoke his concealed carry permit for the quote-unquote threats he made. Under Section 21-1290.26 of the Oklahoma statutes, an individual who is in possession of a firearm authorized for concealed or unsealed carry by another state must disclose that fact upon coming in contact with any Oklahoma peace officer. In general, officers can seize a firearm if they have a reasonable suspicion that it has been used in the course of a crime, and this appears to be the basis for the seizure in this situation. Because Mr. Everman had the firearm on his person when he made the alleged threat, the officers argue that it is evidence, potentially, for a charge involving a threat with a deadly weapon. However, as Mr. Everman doesn't appear to have violated any laws, aside from failing to immediately disclose his weapon to the officers, it is likely a court would find that the seizure of the firearm was not warranted. The officer's threat to get Mr. Everman's concealed carry license revoked also appears to be baseless. Under Section 571.225 of the Missouri Revised Statutes, quote, any person who has knowledge that another person who was issued a Missouri concealed carry permit no longer is eligible for such permit may file a petition with the clerk of the small claims court to revoke that person's concealed carry permit. However, quote-unquote making threats is not identified as one of the reasons an individual can become ineligible. While criminal convictions can lead to disqualification, a mere arrest or charge cannot serve as the basis for revoking a permit. An individual can also lose their license if the sheriff reasonably believes that they are, quote, a danger to self or others based on previous documented pattern, but a single incident would not be sufficient to meet this standard.
Evidence of
the threats you made, and that's why you received a citation, why you went in cuffs the whole time you had
a business card, please?
After providing a citation and a court date, the officers allow Mr. Everman and his wife to leave. According to a follow-up interview Mr. Everman posted on his YouTube channel, he called a defense attorney 5 minutes after this interaction concluded and fully intends to pursue legal action. Mr. Everman also stated that he called the chief of the Adair Police Department, but his concerns were not taken seriously because of the alleged threats involved in the incident. Several YouTube channels have shared Mr. Everman's story, and within hours of the video being shared by the lackluster YouTube channel, the Adair Police Department's Facebook page and phone number were down. According to Mr. Everman, the prosecutor has dropped all charges against him and returned his property after 2.5 months. Overall, Officer Carlos gets an F for blatantly
look at this fucking retard. Of course. Oh my god, it's a fucking
violating Mr. Everman's constitutional rights, displaying a fundamental misunderstanding of the First and Fourth Amendments, and for maintaining a hostile and accusatory demeanor throughout the interaction. Officer Carlos's conduct speaks for itself to a large degree, and it goes without saying that his behavior should be investigated at the very least. Not only did the officer display a reckless disregard for Mr. Everman's civil liberties, but it appears that he also initiated the traffic stop based on a lie. Although it could be argued that Officer Carlos had the legal authority to investigate Mr. Everman for a possible domestic abuse charge, it is clear from the video that the officer was maliciously accusing Mr. Everman of anything he could in an effort to justify his detention. This stop is wrought with misconduct from beginning to end, and I firmly believe that Mr. Everman has a strong federal case on his hands. Officer Carlos's behavior is a prime example of the type of conduct that contributes to the erosion of public trust in law enforcement, and it'll be interesting to see if the city of Adair holds holds him accountable for his actions. Mr. Everman gets an A-, because although he failed to inform the officers that he was armed and could have invoked his right to remain silent more effectively, he exercised his civil rights without physical resistance, peacefully complied with the orders of the officer, and followed up this encounter with the proper legal action. Whether or not Mr. Everman's statements were offensive or unprofessional, they were protected under the First Amendment, and Mr. Everman is not held to the same standard of professional courtesy as a trained and experienced member of law enforcement. It is well established that citizens have a right to verbally challenge the legitimacy of a stop, and Mr. Everman was well within his rights to express his dissent of Officer Carlos's claims. While Mr. Everman did make some minor mistakes during the stop, he maintained an excellent balance of complying with the officer's orders and exercising his constitutional rights. As mentioned before, Mr. Everman plans to take legal action against the officers involved in this encounter. And if you're interested in contributing to his legal fees, you can find a link to his GoFundMe page in the description below.
Let's see how much money his GoFundMe's made. $11,000.
Welcome to Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who and what and the right and wrong of police interactions. This episode covers driver's licenses, citations, and qualified immunity, and is brought to us by Daily Driven Exotics' channel. Be sure to check out the description below and give them the credit that they deserve. Sometime in May of 2018, YouTuber, entrepreneur, and supercar enthusiast Damon Fryer was traveling through Beverly Hills, California when he was stopped by an officer from the Beverly Hills Police Department.
How's it going?
How are you?
Good, thanks. Can I see your driver's license, please?
Yeah, sure.
You have your registration and insurance?
Yeah.
What brings you to California, man?
Excuse me?
I said, what brings you to California?
Why would that be any of your business? I'm just hanging out.
Because you have a Canada driver's license? You don't have a... Where's your California driver's license?
I don't live here. I give you a Canadian driver's
So that's
license.
exactly what I'm trying to figure out. You're giving me smart answers, but I'm trying to get to the bottom of something.
It's not a smart answer.
It
I don't.
kinda
You're not customs. I don't need to explain to you why I'm here.
Okay, so you need a California driver's license to drive in California.
No, you don't.
Are you a tourist?
Yes.
Okay, do you have your passport with you?
Yeah.
Can I see it?
Yeah.
Do you have your international driver's license?
Excuse me?
Do you have your international driver's license?
You're a cop. You should know I don't need that. I'm a Canadian citizen. You have a treaty with us. I'm gonna exit the vehicle to get my
Oh shit! Oh shit!
passport.
What is that? You actually do need it, just so you know.
No, you don't.
Okay, we'll find out right now.
Sure.
Okay.
Why'd you pull me over?
Your modified exhaust, the stop sign. You
There's
just
no
ran.
modified exhaust.
Okay.
And the what?
Sit in the car.
The what were you about to say?
Stop sign you just ran.
I didn't run a stop sign.
Just saw you.
Which one?
Lomita, sit down.
Which one?
I just told you. You're so busy asking me questions. You're not answering you're not listening to my answers. I said the one on Lomitas.
I didn't run any stop sign. I have everything on camera.
Okay, that's fine. So do I.
Pardon?
I said so do I.
Sure.
Stay in the car, don't get out, man.
No, I won't. Wow. International driver's license. He obviously doesn't know what he's talking about.
The officer asks Mr. Fryer if he has an international driver's license and informs him that he is required to possess a driver's license issued by the state of California in order to legally drive in the state. The officer is likely referring to an international driving permit, which is commonly mistaken as an international driver's license, but does not carry the same degree of privilege as an actual license issued by a government body. An international driving permit is a translation of a domestic driver's license that allows the holder to drive a private motor vehicle in any country or jurisdiction that recognizes the document. International driving permits are governed by 3 international conventions: the 1926 Paris International Convention relative to motor traffic, the 1949 Geneva Convention on road traffic, and the 1968 Vienna Convention on road traffic. When a state is contracted to more than one convention, the newest one terminates and replaces previous ones. International driving permits are currently recognized by approximately 150 countries and jurisdictions under the authority of the Vienna and Geneva Conventions, respectively. Although the United United States is among the countries that recognizes international driving permits, they are not necessarily required in every situation, and each state has the power to dictate what form of driver's license they choose to accept. However, in 1943, the United States entered into an exclusive agreement with Canada, Mexico, and other South American countries that allowed interstate travel without the requirement for an international driving permit at the Convention on the Regulation of Inter-American Automotive Traffic. Furthermore, while California Vehicle Code 12500 states that, quote, a person may not drive a motor vehicle upon a highway unless the person then holds a valid driver's license issued under this code. The code also clearly recognizes that certain persons may be exempt from this law, and California Vehicle Code 12502 lists, quote, a non-resident over the age of 18 years having in his or her immediate possession a valid driver's license issued by a foreign jurisdiction of which he or she is a resident as a valid exemption. Mr. Fryer is well within his rights to travel into any American state without first acquiring a license issued by that state, and that has been the case for nearly a century.
How you doing?
Great, how are you?
Awesome, man. I'm allowed to film you.
I didn't say you weren't.
I don't know why you're shining the light on my camera then.
Well, I'm just making sure I can see inside the car.
And is 11 out on the foot beat?
Well, you don't need to do that by following the
This
camera.
is very defensive, sir. Why is that?
Because you pull me over and you don't know what for.
I told you what for. Look at your camera. You'll be able to see what for.
I didn't do anything though. You lied about the stop sign.
I didn't
And you
lie.
don't understand what
Just
exhaust
take
is
a
on my
look.
car.
Here you go.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. So I'm citing you for not having a California driver's license, and I'm also citing you for having a modified exhaust. So go ahead and sign right here. Send admission of guilt. Just promise you'll take care of the citation.
What's that for?
I just told you.
No, you didn't. What was it?
Modified exhaust, right? One.
Yeah.
You're not having a California driver's license.
I don't need a California driver's license.
Okay. So can you sign here, please?
And if I don't?
I have to take you to jail.
Really?
Yeah.
Here, the officer informs Mr. Fryer that if he refuses to sign the citation, then he will be taken to jail, which aligns with California law. Under subsection B of California Vehicle Code 40302, an individual may be arrested and taken before a magistrate if they, quote, refuse to give his or her written promise to appear in court, which essentially translates to refusing to sign a citation. As the officer explained, citations are not an admission of guilt, and they serve as nothing more than a promise to appear before the court regarding the alleged violation. As we have discussed many times on ATA, officers are generally within their authority to arrest citizens for nearly any violation, regardless of whether the violation is a misdemeanor or a felony offense. And citations offer citizens a convenient way to avoid being taken to jail until they can appear before a magistrate. If Mr. Fryer had refused to sign the citation, the Beverly Hills officer would have been well within his authority to arrest him and take him to jail until a magistrate became available. It should be noted that not all states have drafted laws that require citizens to sign citations, and it is often left to the officer's discretion and departmental policy to determine the appropriate course of action. The Beverly Hills officer also informs Mr. Fryer that he is being issued a citation for a modified exhaust, and Mr. Fryer claims that he does not have an aftermarket exhaust on his vehicle. Section 27150.1 of the California Vehicle Code prohibits the sale and installation of motor vehicle exhaust systems that fail to meet the regulations and standards applicable to the code, and Section 27150.2 states that exhaust systems installed on motor vehicles with a manufacturer's gross vehicle weight rating of less than 6,000 pounds may emit no more than 95 decibels of sound when tested in accordance with Society of Automotive Engineers standard. Therefore, even if Mr. Fryer's exhaust system was not modified in any way, he may still be in violation of California's vehicle code if his exhaust emits a sound louder than 95 decibels. When a citizen is issued a citation for a modified exhaust in California, they are generally required to obtain a certificate of compliance from a state testing facility pursuant to Section 44036 of the California Health and Safety Code to ensure that their vehicle is compliant with California's exhaust noise standard. Whether or not Mr. Fryer was actually in violation of California's exhaust laws is impossible to determine without the proper sound measuring equipment, but the officer would be within his authority to issue Mr. Fryer a citation for a modified exhaust based on his observations, and allow a court to determine whether the citation was in fact valid.
Is that part of the, like, not having a driver's license thing too?
California. So like I said, it's not an admission of guilt, just promising you'll take care of the citation. So with that being said, your car is subject to tow.
What?
Why? Because you're driving your own license in California.
I can do that.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I can. I have a Canadian driver's license. It's not illegal to drive here with that.
Okay, that's what I'm telling you. So my suggestion to you is I'm not going to tow your car. I'm letting you know that your car is subject to tow. Okay? So with that being said, I suggest that you probably go and park your car somewhere and not drive anywhere. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, do you have any questions about it?
Yeah, I just don't understand how you don't understand the law and how you're like enforcing something on me that's not legal.
Okay. Like I said,
yeah, it's all good.
You're innocent until proven guilty, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Like I said, the site, send an admission of guilt, just promise you'll take care of the citation.
Yeah.
With that being said, sir, if I see you again driving the car, I will tow it.
You have no permission to tow my car.
I do.
No, you don't.
Okay, so I can do it now. I'm choosing not to. Okay?
Yeah.
So I'm not going to get into this little match with you. I'm just letting you know, and
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
advising you right now because I would rather not do that.
It's because you know you can't.
I can.
I mean, you can, but at the end of the day,
absolutely
I'm right,
can.
you're wrong, but you'll still do it. I get it.
Here, the officer informs Mr. Fryer that his vehicle is subject to being towed because he does not have a California-issued driver's license, and Mr. Fryer disagrees. As we discussed earlier, Mr. Fryer's Canadian driver's license is recognized by all 50 states as valid, and the officer would not be within his authority to tow Mr. Fryer's vehicle based on this violation. All that said, officers are permitted to make reasonable mistakes while in the field under the doctrine of qualified immunity. Qualified immunity is a legal concept that protects government officials from lawsuits alleging that the official violated a citizen's rights, and was first formulated in the 1982 Supreme Court case of Harlow versus Fitzgerald. The Fitzgerald case established the notion of qualified immunity for federal government officials, and it wasn't until the 1986 case of Malley versus Briggs that the Supreme Court considered expanding the protections offered by qualified immunity to state police officers. The notion of qualified immunity is built upon the idea that officers should not be subject to being sued for making an honest mistake in the field, and whether or not an officer is entitled to qualified immunity depends largely on the reasonableness of their actions. In the 1987 case of Anderson versus Creighton, the Supreme Court held that, quote, whether an official protected by qualified immunity may be held personally liable for an allegedly unlawful official action generally turns on the objective legal reasonableness assessed in light of the legal rules that were clearly established.
I think he's doing it on purpose. So, like, okay, so the qualified immunity thing. He's telling the cop the law of what he's trying to enforce, and if the cop then acts further, you know, without like looking it up himself, I guess would be the word, then he loses his qualified immunity and is subject to being sued because the guy is literally telling him what the law is, and he's choosing to ignore it and continue to act under the prefix, the pretense, prefix, he thinks that he's doing what the right thing, and he's telling him he's not, and he's continuing to do it, even though he's not qualified immunity, gets sued.
At the time it was taken. The court concluded that so long as an officer's actions were reasonable and no clearly established jurisprudence existed to show otherwise, then they would be entitled to qualified immunity regardless of their actions. There are a litany of issues associated with qualified immunity, but one of its biggest flaws is the notion that police misconduct must violate a right that had already been clearly established by previous cases, which essentially leaves first-time victims of police misconduct with no legitimate recourse for their experiences. For example, in the
Makes a mistake, before you go into any surgeries, you sign a liability waiver that if the doctor messes up and you die in surgery, as long as it was directed to the surgery itself and not like, oh, we accidentally stabbed you in the neck moving surgical equipment, you know what I mean? Like, then yeah.
2017 Supreme Court case of Baxter versus Bracey, an appeals court.
Well, in the video, the guy was literally just explaining, what the fuck was the word? Immunity? The immunity. So if a cop operates under a law which he thinks he's operating under, meaning arresting somebody, towing their car, like, as long as the cop is operating under the law, qualified these nuts, thanks for 6 bucks.
Qualified these nuts.
Then, even if it turns out that they were wrong, which then impedes on somebody's rights because it wasn't covered under the law, they could be sued by the person in civil court. So basically, what I'm saying is that the guy that's pushing the button right now to get the guy to like tow his car and shit or whatever, by him telling him what the law is and the cop still choosing to operate under his assumption that he's right and the person in the car is wrong, he is losing his qualified immunity or whatever the word is, because he's being he's being told that he's wrong. I guess.
Ruled that it was not clearly established that it was unconstitutional to release a police dog on a surrendering suspect sitting with his arms raised, despite the fact that the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals had previously ruled that officers violated the Fourth Amendment when they released a police dog on a suspect who had surrendered by lying down. The officers essentially hinged their argument for qualified immunity on the distinction between sitting down with hands raised as a form of surrender versus laying down on the ground. These ambiguous distinctions in what is and is not considered clearly established law are a major point of controversy, and many legal scholars contend that the current interpretation of qualified immunity has devolved into an all-encompassing shield to protect obvious corruption and misconduct. Since its inception, the qualified immunity doctrine has been thoroughly criticized for failing to consider the practical and human implications associated with the concept. But nonetheless, the Supreme Court has refused to consider cases challenging the legality and constitutionality of the doctrine, although it has had many opportunities to address the subject. So while the officer was clearly wrong about his authority to tow Mr. Fryer's vehicle, there is a very high chance that he would be entitled to qualified immunity if he had decided to tow the car, because of the lack of clearly established precedent regarding the legality of driving without a state-issued license.
Okay, so
You're
that's
just
the
playing
way you feel
hardball.
about
It's all
it.
good, dude.
Okay, so like I said, if I see you again, I will tow your car, sir.
Yeah.
Okay? You have yourself a good night.
Yeah, you too, man.
Thank you.
After issuing Mr. Fryer citations for driving without a valid license and a modified exhaust, he left the scene without further incident. After conferring with his friends for a moment, Mr. Fryer got back into his vehicle and drove to the Beverly Hills Police Station to file a formal complaint.
Okay, so tell me.
I'm going to record it next.
It's already recorded.
No,
24/7.
For myself.
Okay.
Thanks.
Do whatever you want.
Yeah.
So what documentation do you have, like as far as your ID or your license, or because you got to understand, I'm trying to recreate what you're telling me happened in the field.
Yeah. Valid insurance and registration.
So you're visiting?
I am.
Okay. And you reside
in British Columbia and Victoria. Yes.
Okay.
And that's all valid current information.
Any foreign resident that has a foreign issued driver's license.
I'm not a
drive.
resident.
No, I'm just saying they can drive, right?
Yeah.
So you got a citation for something you should not have received.
Correct.
That's item one.
And then the threat to take my vehicle away from me based on that citation, which doesn't exist.
Okay, so the good news is that did not happen. You have your car.
I have my car at the moment, but I want to go for dinner in Beverly Hills, and I don't want to be harassed while I'm here for the rest of my 5-day visit.
Got it. Okay. So then what is the desired outcome? Do you want me to speak to the officer about this? What is your end goal? What is it that you'd like to have happen?
Correct. I've been through this. So I would like, I'd like to file a complaint, and I'd like the officer to be educated on the international, Canadian, U.S. driving, whatever the legal jargon is, that I can drive on this license, and I'm not to have my vehicle towed if he sees me around Beverly Hills again.
Okay.
I could very easily say I don't want to file a complaint. I just want him to talk to the officer. But I have a funny feeling in this situation that if he only talks to the officer, there will be nothing on record that I was ever here and this has ever happened. So I'm going to make sure I file a complaint. That way, if this does happen a second time, there will be a record of it.
So what kind of car do you have?
I have a 2016 Lamborghini Huracan.
Ooh, nice. I'm not a big car guy, but that sounds expensive. What else can we help you with?
That's it. I would just like to go for dinner and not get pulled over and get my car towed tonight. Is that gonna work? Or is Pena gonna enforce that?
Just drive safely. That's all I can say.
I always do, sir.
All right, nice meeting you. Take care, sir. Thank you.
After filing his complaint, Mr. Fryer left the station.
So he got an F for not knowing.
Citations.
He got an A+ for being cool. Okay, cool. No, we already watched that one a long time ago. I'll put on one we haven't watched, even though I'm not going to be able to watch it with you guys. And then I'm going to go get my food, and I'll be right back. Good cop stops, bad cop's mistake. Okay, I'll be right back. Just mute this just in case.
Welcome to Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who and what and the right and wrong of police interactions. This episode covers lawful detainments, possession of stolen property, and officer conduct, and is brought to us by the News and Observers channel. Be sure to check out the description below and give them the credit that they deserve. On January 14th, 2021, an unidentified Harnett County resident reported her dirt bike is stolen to the Fuquay-Varina Police Department in North Carolina. 16 days later, the resident contacted a seller through Facebook who she believed was in possession of her stolen bike. bike. The resident and her boyfriend arranged to meet with the seller to verify that it was the bike that had been stolen from her, and were able to positively identify the bike through its vehicle identification number. The resident then contacted the Fuquay-Varina police and informed them that she had located her bike and gave a brief description of the seller along with his name, Malcolm Ziegler. 2 officers were then dispatched to Mr. Ziegler's home to investigate a possible case of felony possession of stolen property.
Okay, what's your name? Malcolm? Yes. What's your last name? Malcolm Ziegler?
Yeah.
Okay, you got your ID on you?
No, I do not.
Okay.
But that wasn't us riding. We haven't rode at all this week.
Where do you stay? You stay here?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I haven't rode at all today. She literally just came by here.
Who's that guy? Who's that guy running down the street?
That's his friend. They stay somewhere up there.
Okay. Do me a favor, man. Go ahead and put your hands behind your back for me, okay?
Within minutes of arriving on the scene, the initial responding officer decided to place Mr. Ziegler into handcuffs without verifying any of the facts associated with the encounter. The question of whether or not Mr. Ziegler was legitimately detained is a major aspect of this encounter, and it is important to examine the court's perspective of what constitutes a lawful detainment. The Fourth Amendment was intended to protect citizens against arbitrary arrests and unreasonable searches, and the Supreme Court has routinely verified its intention through various rulings, and held that some objective justification must be shown in order to validate any seizure of a citizen. In the 2001 case of Atwater versus Lago Vista, the Supreme Court held that although the case involved, quote, gratuitous humiliations imposed by a police officer who was, at best, exercising extremely poor judgment, case-by-case analysis of the legitimacy of any given detainment should be relegated to statutory rule rather than constitutional scrutiny. The court reasoned that if every detention could be challenged on the merits of a Fourth Amendment violation, quote, lest every discretionary judgment in the field be converted into an occasion for constitutional review, and held that so long as probable cause was present, a detainment is justified, regardless of the severity of the crime. In the 1991 case of County of Riverside versus McLaughlin, the Supreme Court upheld the notion that individuals subject to detainment or arrest are entitled to a quote-unquote prompt judicial determination of probable cause, and upheld a previous ruling that limited the time allotted for a prompt determination to 48 hours from the time of the seizure. Working in tandem, the Atwater and McLaughlin rulings essentially provided officers with nearly unbridled discretion to determine whether to make an arrest or issue a citation on any given charge, even if the charge is as minuscule as a traffic violation, and hold the suspect for up to 48 hours with little to no recourse. The court also reasoned that an officer's true intention was not a prevailing factor in determining the legality of a detainment or arrest in the 1996 case of Wren versus United States, and that the legitimacy of a detainment depends almost exclusively upon whether or not probable cause existed at the time of the detainment. In an effort to properly determine when a seizure occurs, the court held that the appropriate inquiry is, quote, whether a reasonable person would feel free to decline the officer's requests or otherwise terminate the encounter in the 1991 case of Florida versus Bostick. According to the Bostick ruling, it is clear that Mr. Ziegler was not free to decline the officer's requests or terminate the encounter, and it is likely that a court would determine that he was officially detained once the officer placed him into handcuffs. However, the officer failed to validate any of the claims made by the complainant before deciding to detain and search Mr. Ziegler, and as mentioned earlier, probable cause is a necessary element in determining whether a detainment is valid. At the moment of Mr. Ziegler's detention, the officer had no way of objectively knowing whether he was in fact in possession of stolen property, and was operating purely on the hearsay and speculation provided by the complaining party. Given that the officer lacked any objective substantiating evidence at the time of Mr. Ziegler's detainment, it is entirely possible that a court would rule the detainment unlawful.
Can I get the bill of sale and show you that I bought it? Yeah, we'll get all that taken care of, man. But what I need to do is just hang tight for me right here, okay? Gosh, what did I do? Just hang tight for me right here, okay?
The officer leads Mr. Ziegler to his patrol vehicle and searches him. During the search, Mr. Ziegler informs the officer that he is a minor, and the officer decides to place Mr. Ziegler into his patrol vehicle while another officer makes contact with Mr. Ziegler's father in an attempt to locate the bill of sale. During the search, the officer broadcasts a code 1095 to dispatch, which is widely accepted to mean that an officer has a subject in custody with the intention to perform a formal arrest.
Well, I'm going to work on getting you out of those soon, okay? Just keep cooperating with me. I appreciate it. And we'll get everything squared away.
Stole before. I don't.
Okay. And sir,
I can try to find the bill of sale. I have
sir,
a lot of
and I'm not saying that you stole it. Right now, what we've got is we just got a stolen motor vehicle. We're not saying that you stole the vehicle. Okay, I'm not saying that at all. Okay.
Yes, sir.
But it still is a crime to be in possession of a stolen motor vehicle.
The officer informs Mr. Ziegler that they are not accusing him of committing the act of stealing the dirt bike, but that being in possession of stolen property is still a crime. Section 14-72 of North Carolina's general statutes covers the crimes of larceny, receiving stolen goods, and possessing stolen goods, and states that, quote, the receiving or possessing of stolen goods of the value of more than $1,000 while knowing or having reasonable grounds to believe that the goods are stolen is a Class H felony. According to the language of Section 14-72, the offender must have had prior knowledge or a reasonable indication that the property in question was stolen in order to be found guilty of the violation. And in the 1953 Supreme Court of North Carolina case of State versus Brady, the court clarified that in order to be convicted under Section 14-72, it must be proven that, quote, A, the stealing of the goods by some other than the accused, B, that the accused, knowing them to be stolen, received or aided in concealing the goods, and C, continued such possession or concealment with a dishonest purpose. However, that does not necessarily mean that an individual cannot be arrested without the officer first proving that they had such knowledge. The burden of proof rests upon the state, and it is often difficult to prove whether or not a suspect had knowledge of the item's history prior to obtaining possession of the item. As mentioned before, an officer's arrest must be based on objective facts that led them to believe that the individual may have had such knowledge, and without evidence to prove that the item was obtained through a legitimate transaction, a court would likely find such an arrest to be reasonable. In this interaction, Mr. Ziegler offers to show the officers a bill of sale to prove that the dirt bike was purchased through a legitimate transaction in good faith, which would dissolve the necessary clause of possessing the bike with criminal intent.
So he's talking with your dad right now.
I can tell you. I can show you if you can go. You can go on my phone. I can show you exactly what I bought.
Okay. Okay. Hey, how you doing, sir? Hey,
Dad, I need that bill of sale.
Reason all this is going down, that vehicle's been entered as stolen into National Crime Information Center. Do you have the bill of sale by any chance, sir?
I don't know where it is. It's either in my room or in the garage.
You gotta tell me where it is, Marcus. I saw y'all sign it, but what did you do? What is the guy's name that sold you the bike?
I think it's like Tony or something. If you go on my phone, you look at the Facebook profile.
Okay, well, tell me what the bill of sale is.
Go on the counter and see if it's on there.
What counter?
Inside the kitchen, the first one that has all where you put the mail at.
Mr. Ziegler's father and one of the officers go back to the house and begin searching through various bills of sale to locate the one associated with the transaction involving this particular bike. While Mr. Ziegler's father is searching for the correct bill of sale, two of the responding officers discuss the legitimacy of Mr. Ziegler's detainment.
Hey, is he detained or 1095?
From what I heard, 1095, and that was before I even verified the VIN.
Okay.
But
that's my first thing I asked.
That's what now I'm not 100% certain, but I believe I heard essentially 1095 before I was even able to verify the VIN.
Upon clarifying whether Mr. Ziegler had been detained or arrested, one of the officers confronted the initial officer about his decision to handcuff Mr. Ziegler.
Hey, is he detained or is he?
He's detained right now because he is.
He's 14. He's 14.
Yes.
Okay.
So I already explained to him he's detained right now. I told him that.
So why is he detained?
Because that's a stolen motor vehicle.
Okay. So.
I mean, Diggs verified the VIN number, right?
Did you? Is that before all that you verified before you?
I detained him and then we verified.
That's why I asked if he was 1095 or detained.
He's detained.
Okay. So. Obviously he's a juvenile, right?
Yeah.
You're not charging him with larceny of a.
Nope.
Okay, because obviously that didn't happen.
Yep.
Here. So worst you have is what?
Possession of a stolen motor vehicle.
Which is you gonna think you get secure custody and all that?
Probably not.
Or a petition. All right. You're 14. Me personally, you ain't going nowhere. You're here with what, Dad?
Mm-hmm.
Ain't no sense having him sit in the car with handcuffs on.
Okay.
You ain't. If he was 18, and you might be taken to jail for possession of stolen property.
Right.
Different. But you ain't gonna take him to jail, right? It's gonna be a petition.
Mm-hmm.
The confronting officer urges the other officer to consider the practical implications of his decision to detain Mr. Ziegler and points to the distinction between the protocol for adults and minors. There are vast discrepancies between how the law and legal process applies to adults and minors, and arresting a minor generally invokes a much more thorough and determinative process than arresting an adult. According to a guide assembled by Youth Justice North Carolina, which is an organization of law and policy experts focused on the juvenile justice systems in North Carolina, the juvenile juvenile court process begins when a complaint alleging that a child is a quote-unquote juvenile delinquent is filed with the juvenile court. A juvenile delinquent is any child ages 6 to 15 who is alleged to have committed a crime or infraction, and individuals who are 16 or older go directly to the adult court system, not the juvenile system. Juveniles may be taken into temporary custody only under one or more of the following conditions. 1. A law enforcement officer witnesses the juvenile commit or has probable cause to believe that a juvenile committed a serious crime. 2. A law enforcement officer or court counselor has reasonable grounds to believe the juvenile is beyond the disciplinary control of his or her guardian. Or 3. The juvenile escaped from a residential facility. The person who takes the juvenile into temporary custody must notify the juvenile's parent, and a juvenile cannot be held for more than 12 hours, or 24 hours if it is a weekend or a legal holiday or by a judge's order. Petitions for juvenile delinquency are processed by a court counselor and typically involve an intake meeting whereby the determination is made to either dismiss the complaint altogether, divert the case to restitution, community service, mediation, or a counseling program, or to file a petition which orders the juvenile and their guardian to go to court. If the parent is served with a notice and does not appear in court, the judge may issue a quote-unquote show cause order, which can result in the parent being fined or jailed. In this instance, the confronting officer questions whether a full-scale detainment is necessary, given the fact that the initial officer only intended to submit a petition for juvenile delinquency, and further asserts the notion that the initial officer did not have any objective basis for detaining Mr. Ziegler when he was placed into handcuffs. The initial officer agrees to release Mr. Ziegler, but also questions whether or not he would be justified in charging Mr. Ziegler with possessing stolen property anyway, and the confronting officer once again urges the officer to consider the facts of the encounter before making such a decision.
I'll go ahead and take him out. Question for you. So, supposedly, I know they're working on getting the bill of sale right now. I haven't asked him any questions, but he's been running his mouth. He said that he got it from some guy off in Lillington, okay? My whole thing is, I know legally he can still be charged.
Yeah. If he's got a bill of sale, me personally,
yeah,
I have grown up racing dirt bikes, buying four-wheelers. I got 3 four-wheelers at the house now.
Yeah.
I've never once had one run until I was a cop.
Yep. If basically what you're saying is if he has a bill of sale, you wouldn't end up filing the petition.
No, but I'd have him talk to Lake County and try
yeah,
to
of course.
who he got it from or not.
Hey, where all do you think that bill of sale might be at?
So you can step out. We're going to take the handcuffs off.
Yeah.
The officer removes the handcuffs, and Mr. Ziegler is allowed to enter his home where he was able to locate the bill of sale for the dirt bike. The officer explained to Mr. Ziegler and his father that as victims of a crime, they are entitled to restitution for the loss of their funds through the purchasing of an item that they were not aware was stolen. And after the owners of the dirt bike retrieved their property, the officers left the scene without filing any charges against Mr. Ziegler. Over a month later, the Fuquay-Varina Police Department released the full body camera footage from all of the officers involved in the encounter, and Mr. Ziegler's parents held a press conference regarding the incident on March 1st. In the press conference, Mr. Ziegler's parents called for police reform and training and suggested that race played a major role in this encounter and went on to assert that their son had been arrested, not detained. In a response to the controversy, Fuquay-Varina Mayor John Byrne called for the community to move forward from this encounter and declared that the officers' actions were standard procedure and not motivated by race in any way. At the time of writing this episode, it is unclear whether the Ziegler family will be pursuing legal action. Overall, the initial responding officer gets an F for detaining Mr. Ziegler before obtaining any substantiating evidence, exercising poor discretion by signaling an arrest to his fellow officers rather than a detainment, and for failing to consider the practical implications of his discretionary decision-making and authority. One of the most troubling aspects of this officer's conduct is the fact that even after he was confronted and corrected by the other officer and had evidence to prove Mr. Ziegler's innocence at his disposal, he still considered filing a petition against Mr. Ziegler and questioned the other officer's logic. One aspect of this encounter that was not yet discussed in this episode is that the initial officer was still in training, which is a testament to the notion that officers are often trained to focus on the criminal aspects of any given circumstance, even when innocent explanations are readily available and bear equal merit to the possibility of a crime being committed. If it had been left solely to the discretion of this officer, there is a good chance that Mr. Ziegler would have been inappropriately charged with possession of stolen property, regardless of whether he could prove that he legitimately purchased the dirt bike or not. And this interaction highlights the importance of consulting a superior before making decisions that could dramatically impact the life of an innocent juvenile. If the officer had simply afforded Mr. Ziegler the same degree of trust and opportunity to present evidence as he did the complaining party, then the fallout from this encounter could have been avoided entirely. The confronting officer gets an A+ for considering the real-world implications of his fellow officer's actions, challenging the officer on the merits of his conduct, and ensuring that Mr. Ziegler did not face any unnecessary or unwarranted charges. Far too often are officers complicit in the misconduct of their co-workers, and it is certainly refreshing to see an officer object to the conduct of one of their own. Not every encounter requires an arrest, and officers sometimes tend to lose sight of the ramifications of subjecting an individual to the legal process in favor of securing an arrest or quickly restoring peace. It is imperative that officers consider the potential benefits or detriments to the community that their actions will cause, and take into account the effect their conduct will render to the individual beyond their arrest. I commend Welcome to Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who and what and the right and wrong of police interactions. This episode covers the extension of traffic stops, parking violations, and mental health, and comes to us from Mac and Bravo's channel. Be sure to check out the description below and give them the credit that they deserve. Sometime in the fall of 2019, YouTuber, adventurist, and part-time delivery driver Mac Proctor, along with his dog Bravo, were parked in a non-designated parking spot in a private parking lot outside an L&L Hawaiian barbecue in Millbrae, California. According to Mr. Proctor, his vehicle was not impeding traffic, and he only left it there for 2 minutes while he picked up a carry-out order from the restaurant. After Mr. Proctor returned to his vehicle, a
Samuel Jackson
Francisco PD K-9 unit, whose nameplate is partially obscured, approached him about an alleged parking violation. What can be seen on the officer's name tag reads C. Cord, and I was able to locate a public pay log that lists an Officer Carlos Cordova, who was last promoted.
What? 100 and... What? This motherfucker... What? 112, 114, 117, 124? What? Be a K-9 officer?
In 2019. I also found this image of an Officer Carlos Cordova with the SFPD's K-9 unit from July of 2007 that looks strikingly similar to the officer involved in this encounter. I cannot say with absolute certainty that these two individuals are the same officer, or that this officer's name is Officer Cordova, but for the sake of clarity, I will refer to him as such for the remainder of this episode. The video begins just after Officer Cordova stopped Mr. Proctor and retrieved his identification and vehicle registration paperwork.
All right, Mr. Proctor. That is your last name. All right. Everything okay?
Do I need to answer any of your questions?
You don't have to answer anything, dude.
Okay.
You don't have to. Lucky you stand here all day. I get paid either way.
Can you go ahead and finish your job so I can carry on?
What's it with the anger, dude?
I'm not angry.
Cali, though? Well, I'm in New York. From what I know, Suffolk County cops get paid the most. California police is one of the highest salaries. Is it not Long Island anymore? Canada? Wow. Switzerland? California? UK? Australia? Average salary, $71,000. Not bad. Salaries by years of experience in Long Island. Look at this. San Jose Police Department. Wait, this isn't Long Island. Manhattan, 100K. Brooklyn, 73. Queens, 80. Like, these are good jobs. The Bronx, that's pretty bad. 60K for the Bronx, that's bad. That's not good. Being a cop in fucking Manhattan for 6 figures a year, sign me up, dude.
You're not angry? You always talk to everybody like that?
I'm not angry.
Oh, okay.
I just want you to go ahead and wrap things up, please.
Okay.
Mr. Proctor asks if he needs to answer any questions, and Officer Cordova informs him that he does not, stating that he can, quote, stand here all day, and interprets Mr. Proctor's unwillingness to answer questions as anger. Despite Officer Cordova's assertion that he can stand and wait for Mr. Proctor to answer his questions, police officers cannot legally extend the length of a traffic stop simply because a citizen refuses to answer questions. In the 1983 case of Florida versus Royer, the U.S. Supreme Court determined that although law enforcement officers do not violate the Fourth Amendment by approaching an individual on the street or in another public place and asking questions, quote, the person approached need not answer any question put to him. He may decline to listen to the questions at all.
Do you guys think I'd be a good cop? Right? Do you think I'd be a reasonable cop, or do you think I'd end up on one of these one day? What do you think? What do we think? What do we think of Chet? You know what I'm saying? Am I getting an A+ on Audit the Audit, or what? No?
All and may go on his way. He may not be detained even momentarily without reasonable objective grounds for doing so, and his refusal to listen or answer does not, without more, furnish those grounds. The framework for a traffic stop is a bit more complicated than
I don't think anybody should be able to become a cop under the age of like 26 or like 27, you know what I mean? Because I feel like these younger cops are always the ones that fuck up, you know?
police stop that occurs on the street. Because, as the Supreme Court noted in the 2005 case of Illinois versus Cabayas, an initially justified traffic stop can, quote, become unlawful if it is prolonged beyond the time reasonably required to complete that mission. In the 2009 case of Arizona versus Johnson, the Supreme Court explained that, quote, a traffic stop of a car communicates to a reasonable passenger that he or she is not free to terminate the encounter with the police and move about at will, and that the fact that the officer has completed the original mission of the traffic stop does not communicate to the driver or passenger that their detainment had ended and they are free to leave. For this reason, the Supreme Court held that police officers cannot ask questions about matters unrelated to the justification for the traffic stop if those questions measurably extend the duration of the stop. When it comes to Officer Cordova's claim that Mr. Proctor was angry, exercising the right to silence is not anger. And even if he was angry, he has a right to feel that way and express himself accordingly. With very limited exceptions, the First Amendment protects the right to free expression, including negative emotions such as anger. In the 1949 case of Terminiello versus Chicago, the Supreme Court concluded that, quote, a function of free speech under our system of government is to invite dispute. It may indeed best serve its high purpose when it induces a condition of unrest, creates dissatisfaction with conditions as they are, or even stirs people to anger. While it is unclear whether Mr. Proctor was angry during his encounter with Officer Cordova, all of his speech in the interaction was protected by the First Amendment, and he was perfectly within his rights to express himself.
All right, well, you know, I'll give you a break on it, but you know what I'm saying? This isn't a parking spot, okay, dude?
You're not giving me a break. You're harassing me at this point. I'd like to leave. May I leave now, please?
Well, do you understand?
Am I being detained?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
All right. So do you understand why I stopped you?
Do I need to answer any more of your questions?
You don't have to.
Okay.
Okay. But then again, I could do this all day too.
Okay.
All right. So, would you like to leave? Mr. Proctor, would you like to leave?
Do I need to answer any more of your questions?
Hello. No. I'm not the one that's acting this way, okay? I'm just asking you to do, you know, I'm trying to give you a break here, all right?
Officer Cordova informs Mr. Proctor that he is being detained because the location where he is parked is not a parking spot. However, the California Vehicle Code does not regulate most parking violations on private property, with a few exceptions found in Section 22500.1, which prohibits parking in a designated fire lane in a private parking lot, Section 22507.8, which prohibits parking in a space designated for disabled persons without a proper placard in a private parking lot, and Section 22511.1, which prohibits parking in a space reserved for zero-emission vehicles without a valid decal in a private parking lot. Additionally, a 2011 opinion issued by then California Attorney General Kamala Harris clarified that, quote, a citation or notice of parking violation may be issued only for illegal parking, that is, parking in violation of federal, state, or local law. Accordingly, a citation under the Vehicle Code may not be issued in connection with parking on private property that merely violates the property owner's rules rather than federal, state, or local law. While Section 21107.8 of the California Vehicle Code allows cities and counties to pass ordinances or resolutions declaring that some parts of the Vehicle Code apply to certain privately owned and public off-street parking facilities, parking violations are not included in the statutes that can be applied to private lots. Section 7.28.010 of the San Mateo County...
No, I knew that as well, that you can't conduct traffic stops on private property and private parking lots, unless it's, you know, fire lanes or handicap spaces.
Code of Ordinance.
I don't even think speeding is a ticketable offense in a private parking lot.
Allows the Board of Supervisors to designate parking restrictions or prohibitions as necessary on streets, portions of streets, or county-owned property. But neither the ordinances of San Mateo County nor those of the city of Millbrae cover parking violations in private parking lots. Not only was Officer Cordova outside of his physical jurisdiction as a San Francisco police officer when detaining Mr. Proctor, but it does not appear that Mr. Proctor was violating any law for which a citation could be issued.
I prefer you just write me the parking ticket and let me go.
Right, okay, oh, okay. All right, dude. I was trying to be nice to you. All righty. Would you hold on? Having all right? Yeah. So just let you know what's going on. We're having another guy coming over real quick. Traffic guy with a side book, since you want a ticket. So otherwise, I didn't want to go through all this hassle. You know what I'm saying? Is everything okay? Is there any other issues or anything going on that I should know of?
Do I need to answer your questions?
You don't have to answer anything. But I'm concerned about your well-being. Is there something wrong?
Do I need to answer any of your questions?
Well, yeah, if there's something wrong, it would be nice, yeah.
Do I need to answer any of your questions?
You don't have to talk to me. I'm just saying. I'm just concerned about your well-being. That's all I'm saying. Usually we don't get people hostile.
I've not been hostile.
Okay.
Officer Cordova tells Mr. Proctor that he is concerned about his well-being because he is acting quote-unquote hostile, and implies that Mr. Proctor may be mentally unstable. The mental health training that police officers receive varies greatly depending on the police department and the officer's position. In February 2011, the San Francisco Police Commission established a crisis intervention team work group, which included criminal justice system employees, to the San Francisco illness does list prolonged or strong feelings of irritability or anger as one of the common signs of mental illness in adults. It is highly unlikely that Officer Cordova could have arrested Mr. Proctor, even if he did believe that Mr. Proctor was suffering from mental illness. Because, although police officers are permitted to detain individuals based on mental health concerns, this authority is limited to situations where the individual is a danger to themselves or others, or is gravely disabled. According to Section 5150 of the California Welfare and Institutions Code, a peace officer can take an individual into custody for up to 72 hours for assessment, evaluation, and crisis intervention when there is probable cause that the individual is a danger to themselves or is gravely disabled as a result of a mental health disorder. After this initial 72-hour detainment period, Section 5250 of the California Welfare and Institutions Code also allows the individual to be involuntarily certified for up to 14 days of intensive treatment related to the mental health disorder or impairment by chronic alcoholism, if the evaluating professionals determine that the individual is a danger to themselves or others, or is gravely disabled as a result of the mental health disorder or impairment by chronic alcoholism, and the individual has been advised of the need for treatment but has not been willing or able to accept it voluntarily. Given the requirements of the California Welfare and Institutions Code, it would be nearly impossible for Officer Cordova to legally take Mr. Proctor into custody in this situation, because Officer Cordova did not have probable cause that Mr. Proctor had a mental health disorder or that he was a danger to himself or others, and Mr. Proctor clearly was not gravely disabled.
Well, usually we don't get people wanting a ticket, you know what I'm saying? I'm going through all this. I could be having my lunch right now. All right, dude, well, we'll be waiting, dude. Hurry up, dude. It's cutting my lunchtime. Hey, Mr. Proctor, can I just give you your stuff so you can leave?
Can you?
I can, but you're the one. I would have let you go a long time ago.
What do I need to do for you to hand me my documents so I can
I'll
leave?
give you right now. I just want to know that, you know, so you're okay, because usually I don't get people all this.
What do I need to do for you to hand me my documents so I can be on my way?
You're okay.
I don't need to answer any of your questions.
See, this guy's a piece of shit, though. This guy's a fucking piece of shit. If I was a cop, I'd be doing the same thing. I'd be wrapping this dude up for the rest of the day if I could. This dude's being a piece of shit.
You know?
I'd say I need to go to my vehicle for something, and I'd sit in my car for an hour.
I'm trying to say that...
You're trying to display your power to me right
no,
now.
I'm concerned about it. Is there a problem to be concerned about another human being?
You have no reason to be concerned about me.
So it's okay then. You're okay then.
You can hand me my documents and I can be on my way, or we can...
Okay. So if I hand you your stuff, you'll be fine and taken off, and you're not angry, right? You're not gonna. Okay, here. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna take a chance on you. All right, here, Mr. Proctor. You got everything's cool. All right. We're blocking traffic here. Your stuff. All right. Hopefully, you have a good day. Everything works out for you. All right.
Am I free to leave now?
Yes, you are.
Could you please step away from the vehicle?
Yes, I will. You have a good day.
After being released by the officer, Mr. Proctor started his vehicle and drove away from the scene without further incident. Mr. Proctor told me that he didn't file a complaint because he felt a sense of urgency to leave the encounter as quickly as possible, so he wasn't able to get the officer's name at the time.
I was in such a big hurry that I didn't even know what his name was. I never got a citation. I'm not a First Amendment auditor, so I didn't think to go, name and badge number, please. So I've even gone back and watched the video and thought, can I just get his name off of his uniform? And I can't really see it clearly. So I was in such a hurry to break communication with him and get on with my day. He was costing me money, that he was willing to go through such great lengths as to have somebody else bring a cite book to him from across town. I was like, this guy's crazy. What is he going to try and do here? Because he's not got some criminal.
Overall, Officer Cordova gets an F for enforcing parking violations on private property, unnecessarily extending the length of the stop, and for questioning Mr. Proctor's mental health merely because he chose to remain silent. Officer Cordova's tactic of stalling the progression of the stop because Mr. Proctor did not want to answer questions is exactly the type of conduct that the court intended to prohibit in the Cabayas case. And the courts have concluded multiple times that officers may not extend the length of a traffic stop beyond what is necessary to accomplish the stop's mission. Barring the existence of an exclusive agreement between the property owner and the municipality, there is a high probability that Officer Cordova was not within his authority to issue a parking citation in the strip mall parking lot. And there are also legitimate questions to be raised about whether or not the officer was operating within his jurisdiction at the time. If Officer Cordova had genuinely witnessed Mr. Proctor's vehicle obstructing traffic, then the responsible course of action would have been to inform Mr. Proctor that he was creating an obstruction and ask him to move, not initiate an investigatory detainment in a private parking lot outside of the department's jurisdictional authority. Officer Cordova's unprofessional demeanor and childish exercise of authority tarnish the credibility of his mission to free and maintaining a calm...
This guy gets an A+. This guy gets an A+. No shot, bucko.
...collected demeanor throughout the interaction. There are serious implications associated with being accused of mental instability, especially if the accusing party is in a position of authority. For most of us, it is impossible to predict how we would react to such allegations, and it is safe. Welcome to episode 4, where we dive into community and our call Columbus Division of
Ground! Oh, we saw this.
While the TLO guard.
That's what I mean. Saw that.
And they said it came back to this address, and it said
A court would likely
seen this as
not.
well.
We spoke with you. We confirmed that everyone in the house.
Yeah, we've seen this.
Welcome to Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who and what and the right and wrong of police interactions. This episode covers the use of force, trespassing, and officer conduct. A community advocate who has founded several in-house March property where a police department was blocking the lot entrance with his patrol vehicle. Dr. Parmar honked his horn at Officer Henderson, and the officer exited his patrol car to confront Dr. Parmar.
Oh, we've seen this. Yeah, we've seen this. Alright, we'll watch some cart narcs next, alright?
Welcome to Audit the Audit, where we sort out the who and what and the right and wrong of police interactions. This episode covers the Fourth Amendment, private property, and officer trespassing, and is brought to us by Nikki Norris's channel. Be sure to check out the description below and give them the credit that they deserve. Before we dive into the interaction, I want to give a big thanks to the sponsor of this episode, Skillshare. Skillshare is an online learning community with thousands of inspiring classes designed to both cultivate your creativity and develop your skill set. Not only does Skillshare offer its members access to a catalog of knowledgeable professionals, but it also allows members to connect by search-based changes in any situation. A Skillshare membership is already super affordable. Skillshare Premium. You have absolutely flat residence in Kalispell, Montana, to inquire about an individual named Eli Tully, who had been arrested on October 10th, 2020, and was being held in the Flathead County Detention Center on charges of assault on a minor. Seeing the officer's approach, property owner Jacob Norris exited the residence and met the deputy outside.
Hello. How are you? Not too bad. How about you?
Good.
Can I ask what you're doing here?
Yep. Give me 1 second. Dispatch that copy. Yeah,
This is
Mark.
just for, I don't deal with you guys, so.
Well, that's okay. I'm recording too.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm Mark with the Sheriff's Office. I'm looking for an Eli Tully by chance. Do you recognize that name?
He's in jail.
He's in jail?
Yeah.
Okay. So the reason I'm contacting, there's a white Ford Expedition down there at the school.
Oh, okay.
So it's parked down there. It looks like it's been there for a bit.
Yeah, he's in jail.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know who the car belongs to?
That's Eli's. How'd you get in?
Through the gate.
Well, it was locked?
There was a chain on it, yeah.
Okay, it was just, all right.
Deputy Mark confirms that he entered the property through a gate that was secured with a chain, which might have violated the Fourth Amendment ban on unreasonable searches. It is well established that curtilage, which is the area immediately surrounding a dwelling, is entitled to Fourth Amendment protection from unreasonable government intrusion. However, in the 1984 case of Oliver versus United States, the U.S. Supreme Court determined that the same protection does not extend to, quote, open fields, and that warrantless government intrusion upon open fields is not considered an unreasonable search. In the Oliver case, the law enforcement officers, quote, drove past petitioner's house to a locked gate with a no trespassing sign, but with a footpath around one side. The agents then walked around the gate and along the road and found a field of marijuana over a mile from petitioner's house. The court concluded that
marijuana.
Quote, because fences or no trespassing signs do not effectively bar the public from viewing open fields, the asserted expectation of privacy in open fields is not one that society recognizes as reasonable. Building on its decision in the Oliver case, the Supreme Court defined 4 factors to determine whether the property police officers enter is considered curtilage or an open field in the 1987 case of United States versus Dunn. The court held that, quote, extent of curtilage questions should be resolved with particular reference to the following 4 factors: the proximity of the area to the home, whether the area is within an enclosure surrounding the home, the nature and uses to which the area is put, and the steps taken by the resident to protect the area from observation by passers-by. In the Dunn case, the property in question surrounded a barn that was approximately 50 yards from a house and 60 yards from a wooden fence that was secured with a locked gate. The officers crossed the perimeter fence without a warrant, as well as several of the barbed wire fences and the wooden fence in front of the barn. The court determined that due to the barn's, quote, substantial distance from the house, among other factors, it was not part of the home's curtilage, and therefore the officer's actions were not unreasonable. Given the highly fact-specific analysis that is necessary to determine whether the police may enter a locked gate, it is nearly impossible to predict whether a court would find that Deputy Mark's actions violated the Fourth Amendment. A judge would evaluate information about the location of the gate, the type of gate, and the type of lock, as well as any other relevant information to decide whether the entry was reasonable.
Is there an issue?
No. I just wondering.
Okay. So there was a note left on the console there.
Yeah.
That said somebody had effed up and the keys were in the by the gas cap and a phone in the console. I'm just making sure everybody's okay.
At this time, I don't want to answer any more of your questions.
What a dickhead.
Just
answer the question. Yeah, everything's all right. He's just in jail.
to be, you know, all legal and stuff. I don't know what this is about, so.
So I'm just trying to conduct.
You can contact the Flathead County Jail, and I'm sure he's in there.
Okay, so whose car is it?
Card?
Car. Whose car is it?
That's Eli's car.
It's not registered to him.
I don't know.
Okay, and who's Eli to you?
I don't answer any questions.
I don't understand what the deal is.
Yeah, that'd be me. If I was a cop, I'd be the same way. I'm like, buddy, you okay?
I don't answer any questions without my lawyer present.
You're not under investigation for
Well,
anything.
that's good. I'm just covering all my bases, dot my I's, cross my T's, you know what I'm saying?
Yep, I do. So here's the thing, man. So I'm just trying to investigate and make sure that whoever that car belongs to is okay and not in need of help.
Okay, you can investigate it other than my property.
Do what?
You can leave now. Please.
Mr. Norris asks Deputy Mark to leave his property, which is well within his rights to do. Under the knock and talk doctrine, police officers are entitled to knock on an individual's door without a warrant to ask questions, just like any other citizen could. In the 2013 case of Florida versus Jardines, the U.S. Supreme Court explained that the, quote, implicit license to knock on an individual's front door typically permits the visitor to approach the home by the front path, knock promptly, wait briefly to be received, and then, absent invitation to linger longer, leave. While the case did not explicitly state that individuals can ask police officers to leave their property, the context is clear that, just as you could ask a private citizen to leave, you could also request a police officer without a warrant to do so. The Supreme Court also looked at this issue in the 2011 case of Kentucky versus King. In this case, the court held that, quote, when law enforcement officers who are not armed with a warrant knock on a door, they do no more than any private citizen might do. And whether the person who knocks on the door and requests the opportunity to speak is a police officer or a private citizen, the occupant has no obligation to open the door or to speak. And even if an occupant chooses to open the door and speak with the officers, the occupant need not allow the officers to enter the premises and may refuse to answer any questions at any time. While the decision once again stops short of explicitly stating that individuals have the right to ask police officers to leave their property, it does clearly state that officers who knock on doors without warrants are acting on the permission to knock that is granted to all citizens, and that individuals are not required to open the door, speak to the officer, or allow them to enter. Given this information, it is only logical that an individual such as Mr. Norris could ask a police officer who had entered his property without a warrant to leave.
If you would like to just...
I don't understand what your problem is.
No, I don't have a problem. I just don't like people coming into my property when it's a locked gate.
I didn't know
right
if you
now
had
you're,
horses here.
You're trespassing.
Okay. So I'm here conducting an investigation.
Okay, you can investigate, but not here.
Okay, and this is your property?
I don't answer questions.
All right, man.
Have a good day.
Is your name Jake?
I don't answer questions.
Jesus, man. Unbelievable.
Thank you.
Yep.
Weird guy, honestly. Weird guy. Not gonna lie.
I'd like you to leave my neighbors alone, please.
Okay.
Hey, Skip, don't answer any of his questions.
So, yeah, there's a car that's parked down there that has a piece of mail in it. Okay. That comes back to an Eli totally at this aspect.
Yeah, that's
so,
not me, so.
What's that?
That's not me.
No, I understand that. I'm just making sure everybody's okay, but he obviously doesn't want to help me out in any way. So, do you know who the car belongs to?
God, you guys are putting me on the spot.
I don't. You're trespassing right now. I'd like you to leave my property,
I'm not
please.
trespassing.
You came through a locked gate, and this is private property. It's marked all over the place that you cut.
Thank you.
Private property.
Okay, call and file a report. Sorry. You don't want to answer any questions either?
What's your name and badge
what
number?
What I'm trying to figure out is just whoever
The
has
guy
the
doesn't
car
live
is
here
okay.
anymore.
Okay,
Let's
and he's
put it
currently
that
in
way.
jail?
As far as I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's his car?
We don't answer any questions.
Okay.
Have a nice day, officer.
I'll leave when I'm done.
Although Mr. Norris makes multiple requests for Deputy Mark to leave his property, Deputy Mark refuses to leave until he is quote-unquote done. Section 45-6-203 of the Montana Code states that, quote, a person commits the offense of criminal trespass to property if the person knowingly enters or remains unlawfully in or upon the premises of another. As used in this statute, Section 45-2-101 of the Montana Code defines premises as, quote, any type of structure or building and real property. And Section 45-6-201 states that, quote, a person enters or remains unlawfully in or upon any vehicle, occupied structure, or premises when the person is not licensed, invited, or otherwise privileged to do so. Section 45-6-201 goes on to clarify that, quote, privilege to enter or remain upon land is extended either by the explicit permission of the landowner or other authorized person, or by the failure of the landowner or other authorized person to post notice denying entry onto private land. Once granted, the privilege may be revoked at any time by personal communication of notice by the landowner or other authorized person to the entering person. While it is not clear from the language of the statute what types of land requires notice denying entry to be posted, the Supreme Court of Montana determined in the 2020 case of City of Bozeman versus Lehrer that, quote, all indications are that the posting requirements for land and private land in the legislation were intended to obligate a landowner to clearly communicate a closure of raw or unoccupied land that recreationalists may seek to access, in contrast to other premises that had previously been defined in the criminal code, and which is still so defined. There is no basis to conclude that the legislature intended to impose a requirement upon property owners in residential neighborhoods to post notice in order to deny or revoke a privilege to enter their property.
Here's the thing. The cop... I'm trying to think. So actually, no. I think the guy's... he hasn't explained it yet, or he's missing out on the fact that if the car, right, is parked somewhere illegally, and the registration comes back to the owner living at an address, if he's there looking for the owner of the vehicle, then technically he has a probable cause reason to be there. But I don't know. Private property? I don't know.
Given this interpretation, it seems likely that a court would conclude that entering Mr. Norris's locked gate would be trespassing, although it is difficult to predict with any level of certainty without more information about the nature and location of the gate and the lock. However, even if a court decided that entering...
He has probable cause to go to the address to look for the person that the car is registered to if the address that the car is registered to is that address. Which looks like there's more than one person that lives on that address, by the way. It looks like an area where there's like people that live there. Whatever, who cares? But probable cause to go there, sure. But I don't know. I mean, once you get X to leave, I think you have to leave, though. I think is what this whole thing is.
Entering the gate was not trespassing because the privilege to remain on the property...
Yes and no. I mean, it's kind of like, hey, you know, just simply Keith live here. You know, my dad just goes, oh, no, he doesn't live here anymore. He lives with his grandma. And then like, they leave, right? Because they don't have a warrant. Then they come back with the warrant, and then I do live here. You know what I mean? Or something?
It can be revoked at any time. Failing to leave after being asked to do so would almost certainly constitute trespassing.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your time, sir. Okay. And what's this guy's name?
None of your business.
Yeah, it's up to him.
Gotcha. Sorry. Okay, well, if I was living here, I'd probably find a new place to stay because this is ridiculous. So, have a good day.
You too.
Okay, this is harassment now. I'd like you to go.
Yep, it's harassment.
Hi, Jeff Gray. Welcome to the stream, buddy. We have a one-time entry fee of $1,000 for all new viewers.
What's your name and badge number?
Pay it when you want.
You don't want to give it to me.
Yep. I don't give information out. Good.
Trespassing through a locked gate.
still have to give the badge number though? Nope. Depends on where you live. Depends on where you're from.
After refusing to provide his name and badge number to Mr. Norris, Deputy Mark drove off the property, stopping in the driveway at least once on his way out. As of the date of this episode, Mr. Tolley is still detained in the Flatland County Detention Center. It is unclear whether Mr. Norris filed a complaint about the incident or if he is pursuing legal action against Deputy Mark. Overall, Deputy Mark gets an F for entering private property without a warrant or exigent circumstances, refusing to leave the property after being told to do so by the property owner, and for becoming angry at Mr. Norris for invoking his right to remain silent. If Deputy Mark had done his due diligence as an officer, he would have known that the individual he was looking for was in a nearby jail, and this entire interaction could have been avoided. The deputy's investigation of an abandoned vehicle simply does not justify his decision to enter a locked gate to question citizens, and his refusal to leave demonstrated his disregard for Mr. Norris's rights. Another serious concern with this encounter is the deputy's angry reaction to Mr. Norris invoking his right to remain silent. Too often do members of law enforcement interpret a citizen's decision to remain silent as some sort of personal attack against the officer, but the Fifth Amendment is an arbitrary tool that is designed for situations exactly like this one. If Mr. Norris had provided the deputy with any information at all, he could become an element of a criminal case against his friend, and the right to remain silent was designed to shield individuals from incriminating themselves. While it may be true that Deputy Mark was carrying out a legitimate investigation, any information that he acquired through an illegal act would likely be useless in a courtroom, and remaining on Mr. Norris's property after being asked to leave served as nothing more than a demonstration of power. Mr. Norris gets an A+, because although it is unclear whether he filed a formal complaint against Deputy Mark, he remained calm and collected throughout the entirety of this encounter, invoked his rights peacefully and respectfully, and challenged the legitimacy of the deputy's conduct.
I don't know about that one.
Before we get into the episode, I was helping to wrong of police interactions. This episode covers DUI checkpoints, vehicle inspections, and firearms, and comes to us from Knowledge is Power's channel. Be sure to check out the description below and give them the credit that they deserve. Let's dive right in and audit the audit. On the night of February 20th, 2014, Auditor Ashton Wolin intentionally drove through a DUI checkpoint at the intersection of Dupree Road and King Arthur Drive in Woodstock, Georgia, where he was stopped by two unnamed Georgia State Patrol troopers.
Howdy.
How's it going?
Going good. About yourself?
Oh, you went down there, bud.
I'm comfortable right there.
Do what?
I'm comfortable with it right there.
You comfortable with it right there?
Yes, sir.
Let me see your driver's license. Open the door, dude. If you want these back, you can roll that window down for me.
What'd you say, sir? Sorry. What did you say?
Because he can't hardly hear you, that's why. If you roll the window down, we're just out looking for drunks, man. We're not here to hurt you or whatever.
That's fine.
Okay. Pull over on that side there just a minute. I'm going to check the vehicle, make sure.
For what reason do you have to detain me to pull me over into secondary, sir?
Pull over on the side so we can do a vehicle inspection right over
For
there.
what reason? Have you suspected me of committing a crime?
Do what, buddy?
Have you suspected me of committing a crime?
The legalities surrounding DUI checkpoints vary wildly from state to state and are subject to both state and federal regulations, with some states, such as Idaho, Iowa, Michigan, Minnesota, and others, banning them altogether. In the 1990 case of Michigan Department of State Police v. Sitz, the Supreme Court held that DUI checkpoints were not in violation of the Fourth Amendment so long as they serve a specific governmental interest, are only minimally intrusive, and follow specific guidelines. Each police department is responsible for drafting their own policies regarding checkpoints, but must adhere to the minimum standards set forth by both federal and state law. A question often asked regarding checkpoints is whether or not it is legal to turn away from a checkpoint and avoid going through it. There are no laws which prohibit citizens from avoiding a roadblock, and the act of turning away from a roadblock cannot serve as reasonable suspicion for a traffic stop so long as no traffic infractions occurred. The 1993 case of Jorgensen v. State and the 2004 case of State v. Hester addressed this issue in the state of Georgia and held that a crime must be suspected in order to stop a motorist, and that the act of turning away from a roadblock is not a crime.
Well, is there anything wrong with the car that we need to know about?
Not that I know of, sir.
Oh, okay, all right. Hold on, I'm gonna check your tires. Everything you look real close for.
They're looking what?
Almost illegal. They're almost too slick.
Almost illegal. All right. Where would you like me to pull?
Do what?
Where would you like me to pull over?
Over behind that car.
Behind that one?
Yep. Close, man.
So I'm being pulled into secondary because my tires might be illegal. That's interesting.
Georgia Vehicle Code 40-8-74 states that vehicles traveling on the roadway should have rubber on its entire traction surface at least 1 inch thick above the edge of the flange on the entire periphery, and at least 1/16 inch tread in all major grooves on the vehicle, and 1/8 inch tread in all major grooves on the front tires. The trooper's statement that the tires seem almost illegal could be valid if the tread on the tires is significantly low. That being said, an eye test alone would not serve as sufficient evidence that a vehicle's tires tread is illegally low. In order for an officer to cite a citizen under Code 40-8-74, the officer would need to measure the tire's tread. Whether or not the tire tread is a valid reason for furthering the detention of Mr. Wolin is covered later in this episode.
Everything correct on your license? You still live at the same address?
I do, sir.
Right, sit tight for me, okay?
Put in my car and park. Yes, sir. What does that mean?
What the fuck? What the hell? Look at this dude. Of course he's a piece of shit to cops for no reason.
Yes, sir.
He wants to show you your tire out here, man. It's slick.
I'd prefer to not get out of my vehicle.
I think you need one, dude. Think about your boy too. He wants to show you, dude, where it's slick out here. It's for your safety. That way you can see about getting you another tire. That's it. Let me ask you something. Are you scared?
To get out of my vehicle? Yes, sir.
You are?
Yes, sir.
Why are you scared of the law?
I'm not scared of the law.
Where are you hiding from?
I'm not hiding from anything, sir.
Okay, well, why are you scared to get out?
Because I feel safer.
You scared of the dark?
Maybe.
Huh?
I might be.
I believe you are. Grown man scared of the dark, that sounds kind of funny to me.
Sounds funny.
Here, Mr. Wolin intelligently responds to the trooper's unprofessional attempt to instigate a reaction by surrendering the conversational dominance to the trooper. Remaining calm and not allowing an officer's conduct to dictate your own emotions can serve to de-escalate the encounter and strengthen your case in a courtroom. It is difficult to see, but Mr. Wolin has a firearm in the holster on his hip that he does not inform the officers of at any point during the interaction. While it is a common misconception that citizens are required to disclose their possession of a firearm, it is never a good idea to conceal a firearm from a police officer, especially during a traffic stop where you may be reaching into your center console or glove box to retrieve documentation. If at any point an officer perceives a potential threat, regardless of the true intentions of the suspect, it will only escalate the encounter and could result in the use of deadly force. Considering the skewed nature of the justice system, the use of deadly force may be ultimately considered justified. The case of Philando Castile, who was killed by an officer after peacefully disclosing the fact that he had a legal firearm, is a prime example of the grimmest of outcomes regarding firearms and traffic stops. The officer who shot Mr. Castile was arrested, but eventually acquitted of all charges. No exercise of rights is worth risking your life for, and Mr. Wolin's decision to open carry a firearm into a roadblock was reckless and foolish.
How about hit your blinkers for me? Turn your right blinker on. Turn your right blinker on.
I have no need to turn my blinkers on right now. I have no need to turn my blinkers on right now.
He's doing a vehicle inspection. He wants to check your vehicle. Turn your right blinker on. Thank you. Now turn your left blinker on. Hit your brakes. Tap your brakes. Put your car in reverse to make sure your backup lights are working. Alright, put it back parked. He'll come around to the front. Check the front blinkers now. Alright, hit your left. Hit your right light. Hit tight for me.
Yes, sir.
The Georgia Department of Public Safety's policy on the use of roadblocks states that roadblocks must be implemented for a legitimate primary purpose, which is to monitor and check driver's licenses, driver condition, vehicle registration, vehicle equipment, and other requirements of the Georgia Motor Vehicle and Traffic Code, or to locate a suspected criminal likely to be in the area, and that the purpose cannot be general crime detection. While the troopers initially stated that the purpose of the checkpoint was targeted at drunk drivers, the troopers are still within their authority to inspect any vehicle traveling through the checkpoint for equipment malfunctions and general safety hazards. However, the GTPS's policy also requires roadblocks to be clearly identified as a checkpoint, and according to Mr. Wolin, that was not the case. Another interesting fact is that the troopers never asked Mr. Wolin if he had been drinking or attempted to ascertain his level of sobriety at any point during the interaction.
If I see this vehicle out on the road again,
yes, sir.
I'm gonna stop it just because that tire on the right front.
Tire on the right front?
It's very close.
In what way? So I can change it?
Needs a tire replaced.
Tire replaced?
Yeah, you don't
Tread's
know
too
Trooper
thin?
Mike Freeman, do you?
Who?
Trooper Mike Freeman.
Not that I know of.
You don't know him? Remember him writing you for 84 and a 65?
Yes, sir.
On 575? See why he's scared to get out now. Get that
No,
tire
he was very
fixed for me.
professional. I actually had a good encounter. Alright, so I guess I'm free to go. I should have asked for name and badge number, but
No, you shouldn't have, you fucking dingus.
they did the hand the license as he walked away kind of thing, so I was not able to do so.
After all of the threats of citation and intimidation, Mr. Wolin was allowed to leave the scene without further incident and without being ticketed. This was Mr. Wolin's first audit, and although he claimed that he would be conducting audits on a regular basis, after posting only 10 videos, he has since abandoned his YouTube channel. The whereabouts of Mr. Wolin are unclear, and this interaction took place at a time where constitutional activism and recording police interactions was still a relatively new concept. Following this interaction, Mr. Wolin appeared on a radio show to discuss his encounter. Most of the call-in listeners on the show agreed with Mr. Wolin's actions, with some outliers disagreeing with his tactics. Overall, the troopers of the Georgia State Patrol get a C- because although they were within their authority to conduct both the checkpoint and the vehicle inspection, the officers acted spitefully and unprofessional. It is clear that the impromptu vehicle inspection initiated by the troopers was a product of Mr. Wolin's reluctance to fully roll down
Tony Fauci's also been caught, by the way, because it couldn't get uglier, you would think, spending millions of taxpayer dollars on horrifying experiments on animals. No one benefits from this. The animals don't deserve it. This time he's been caught trying to create transgender monkeys. Again, if you wrote a screenplay with that in it, about this whole moment about Fauci, the fact the key to beating Corona might be Viagra, your screenplay would be laughed out of the movie studio. In any case, PETA has been on this. PETA's discovered that the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases spent more than $200 grand on a proposed experiment that would, quote, subject male rhesus monkeys to feminizing hormone therapy to see whether that makes them more susceptible to HIV to help transgender women.
Read what that says before I let him finish his point. Subjected male monkeys to feminizing hormone therapy to see if they would be more susceptible to HIV to help transgender women. So basically what they're saying is if you have a heightened amount of estrogen in your body, does that make you more susceptible to HIV? Why would it?
Now, we wouldn't know about any of this if it weren't for PETA. Whatever you think of PETA, this is a service to the country. Kathy Guillermo was a senior VP there, and she joins us tonight. Kathy, thanks so much for coming on. Did you make this up?
It sounds like it, doesn't it? I mean, it's an experiment that an 8th grade science student could figure out is totally meaningless. But no, unfortunately, we did not. It's right on the website of what NIH funds. They take male monkeys, they put them in metal boxes, that's where they're forced to live. They subject them to hormone, so-called hormone treatment, and from that they're supposed to learn something about HIV transmission. Now, never mind that monkeys don't actually contract HIV, they don't actually develop AIDS. This is a study that could be done with human volunteers, and we might actually find something out that would help human beings.
So there's a lot of money. I mean, I think I know PETA does not support this, but I think if you were to poll people, they would say, look, if you can prove that something's going to save human lives or, get to a massive advance in scientific knowledge, maybe. But so many of these animal experiments seem completely pointless. They're inflicting massive cruelty on animals who are helpless, and they seem driven by research dollars. Is that an unfair suspicion?
That
if monkeys don't develop HIV or AIDS, how the hell are you going to find out? Huh?
That's just absolutely correct. 20 billion research dollars, and in fact...
What the fuck is a trans monkey? I don't know.
We wrote to Fauci last month, and we pointed out that HIV experiments on monkeys have killed tens of thousands of monkeys. They've cost us billions of dollars, and we have no vaccine to prevent HIV. Now, you would think that 4 decades of utter failure would inspire NIH to try something different, but they haven't so far. And that's why I think it's really important that people get in touch with their members of Congress and let them know we need leadership there that's going to make a change, that's going to embrace what we're talking about, our research modernization deal, and stop funding cruel experiments that don't work.
If you treat animals, particularly evolved animals like monkeys, like they can't experience pain or their suffering has no meaning, I mean, if that's really your attitude, and clearly it is the attitude of a lot of people in the scientific community, and Tony Fauci included, what does that say about you, honestly?
Oh, I think it says you're not a very good human being, first of all.
I think that's true.
And you're not paying attention to the science. We can't even keep these monkeys disease-free in the federally funded National Primate Research Centers. We've uncovered evidence they have tuberculosis, valley fever, even cholera. They shouldn't even be used for experiments. And of course, what the experiments do to them, they turn them into psychological messes. They circle their cages, they bite their own arms, they pull out their own fur. It's a real tragedy.
Yeah, it's so awful that I almost don't want to know more about
How
it.
is this to the right, though? This is talking about cruelty to animals. If anything, PETA is a liberal based type of organization. If I had to put, if I had to say anything about it, which I do, or which I can.
Told us tonight, Kathy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Less than 24 hours after Whoopi Goldberg apologized for her comments about the Holocaust, she is off the air, suspended for 2 weeks to reflect on the impact of her words, as her bosses at ABC put it. And her co-hosts at The View are said to be furious about.
What do you mean cruelty? There's a difference. There's a difference in humanely killing cows and pigs and fucking chickens to eat than doing experiments on animals that are dying painful, gruesome deaths to experiments for that are mindless experiments that have no I mean maybe I don't know enough to say that they're not getting research out of it. They probably are. Okay, that didn't work, that doesn't work, oh shit, that doesn't work. That kind of worked, that doesn't work. But there's a difference between experimenting on animals and killing them and eating them. What do you mean they're not abused? What if they get an injection of something and it kills them? What? High vid? But how do you know that they're not suffering if they inject them with an experimental vaccine or something and it kills them, or they have an allergic reaction to it and they suffer from, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You don't know. Say, you know, you don't know. Doesn't work like that. I would call it abuse if they make a monkey transgender. No, I think the transgender thing, it just has to do with heightened levels of estrogen. I don't think it necessarily means that they're like mutilating the monkeys and cutting their dicks off. You know? Yeah, the question that they're researching is if you have heightened hormones, are you more susceptible to AIDS? Yeah. Wait, what?
About that. Here's Jim.
Don't feed into Sarah Robinson. That's pretty sure that's Barstool.
Murray.
Whoopi Goldberg is the hot topic everywhere except on The View's own Hot Topics.
You all saw the news. Whoopi will be back here in 2 weeks. Okay?
That was the only reference to Whoopi's 2-week suspension over her controversial comments about the Holocaust. The punishment was announced by the president of ABC News last night. While Whoopi has apologized, I've asked her to take time to reflect and learn about the impact of her comments. The uproar erupted following Whoopi's mischaracterization of the Holocaust on Monday's show.
The Holocaust isn't about race.
No.
I love it.
No, it's not about race. It's not about race.
Whoopi is said to be livid and humiliated and is considering quitting the show because she has already apologized.
I get it. Folks are angry. I accept that, and I did it to myself.
Her ego has been hurt, and she's telling people she's going to quit, a source tells the New York Post.
There's at least one report that said that she, as well as the other hosts, were furious over her suspension.
Conservative critics at Fox News took a moment to mock Whoopi's suspension.
Wait a second. Did you say Whoopi Goldberg is suspended for 2 weeks?
You're awful. You're just awful.
I can't go on.
And another TV bombshell today, the powerful president of CNN, Jeff Zucker, has resigned over his romantic relationship with another top CNN executive. In a memo to the CNN staff, Zucker says, "I was required to disclose it when it began, but I didn't. I was wrong."
We have news now to report involving our network.
CNN media correspondent Brian Stelter said everyone at CNN is stunned.
I don't think anybody saw this coming this morning, an announcement like this.
Although Zucker didn't release the woman's name, she...
7 hours ago.
Oh boy, Narketeers. Classic, and judging by this Lazy Bones car. That's not where the cars go. It's blocking a full spot. Sorry? Said you blocked the spot with your cart, sir.
The cart?
Yeah, your cart, you just left it here blocking the spot.
Ron Jeremy? Thought he was in jail.
Oh, I'm Agent Sebastian with the Cart Narcs. We're a glorious organization of narcs that help people not be lazy bones.
Who the fuck are you?
The old they pay people argument. Well, they pay people to do all sorts of things. Did you go inside?
Did they pay you to harass you?
No, I'm making a polite request. I'm not harassing.
Yeah, it sounds like harassment.
Well, that's because you're lying, sir. I'm gonna give you a bump. Well, you're calling it harassment when it's a polite conversation. That's a lie.
It's not a polite conversation. It's an unwanted conversation.
Well, it's an unwanted cart as well.
Unwanted conversation.
It's
private property, dude.
Exactly.
I wonder if Bond's corporate would approve of your...
Sir, why are you deflecting? Why'd you leave the cart out? Were you being lazy or what?
Yeah.
Well, you want to turn your life around and be a better person?
No.
Why not?
I'll go fuck you.
But then you'll just spiral into a...
Exactly, though, yeah.
Into a... Well, I'm giving you a...
My car, too.
Hood magnet of shame.
Are you fucking serious? Are you serious, dude?
But yeah, I'm serious.
Fuck out, brother.
No, you're not.
Fucking dude. Yeah, well,
Look at yourself, sir.
Yeah, fucking will, dog. You touched my car again, dude. I told you touched me. I touched you, motherfucker.
No, sir.
You touched my car. I touched you, motherfucker.
I didn't touch your car. The magnet did. Now, I will take the magnet off if you take your cart back where you know it belongs. Be a good person. And sir, how are you going to fit that giant magnet in my ass?
Fucking ass.
Sir, how are you going to do that?
Yeah, right.
Are you used to putting things in guys' asses? Because I'm not.
I'll become fashionable too.
Fashionable?
Yeah, exactly.
What's your technique? Did you call me the F word, sir?
Get the fuck away from my goddamn car, dude. I'm gonna fuck you up, player. You understand me? I'm knocking you the fuck out.
Player.
You understand that shit?
Why are you being angry?
Fuck out.
No, you won't.
Come on, bitch. Come on.
You're not gonna do that. Look, sir, I don't want to be body shaming of yourself, sir, but when did you learn these negotiation techniques? Polite conversations. Use your word. Don't use your violence.
You keep approaching me again, man. I told you already, motherfucker. I'm gonna shoot you in a minute.
No, sir, that's against the law.
Yeah, is it really?
It's against the law to have a concealed carry in Los Angeles as well, probably.
Get my car, motherfucker. Fucking seal, bitch.
I doubt you have a gun also, sir. Not really, because I don't want you to, you know, endanger people. But I'd like for you to do the nice thing and just take your car back. You want to do that, please?
Yeah, I'm gonna fuck you up here in a minute, dude.
You've said it like 8 times and it hasn't happened.
Fuck you up, dude. Come on, then. Come take one.
I'm not going to fight you over a cart, sir.
Come on.
You're acting like a schoolyard bully.
Yeah, fuck you, little ass. Yeah, that's where I am.
Use your conversation, use your words, use your logic. I'm sorry? You'll run me the F over. That's not nice either. Why do you want to go to jail?
That's a nice little BMW.
Let's see if we can get him on the pass. He's a tough guy. Where's he going? Got him. I did not get him, actually. But here he is. That's a just loser attitude in life. Where's he going? Out the side exit here? I think the first time I've ever been called playa. Again, threatening with a gun. Ah, missed again. I will go pick that up. That was a long distance toss. Low probability. Oh, wait a minute. Wait 1 second. As much as I do want to follow him at this point, Narketeers, he's proven, let me go grab this real quick. He's proven that he's willing to endanger the public by driving recklessly. And now that he's in public, I will not. How you going? And this lady was like, give me that. What's this guy's deal? I'm not going to pursue that further, because at this point, he could obviously injure somebody, and so on and so forth. So, another thing I've noticed with these lazy bones, especially the really angry ones, is they always claim to have a gun. I don't think they ever do, because he said he's going to show it to me and do whatever. So I'm gonna. I can't hear you, sir. I said F, mother F, something. I can't hear ya. Again, he's shown that he's irrational, hostile, and belligerent. So now that he's out in the public area, we're going to let him go on his way. But he basically admitted that as many angry bones often display, that he is just a dirtbag, just a schoolyard bully.
What are you doing?
So he left his cart, right?
Uh-huh.
And so I said, hey, would you put your cart back? And he said, oh yeah, you heard him. F you, F this. He did this like gorilla walk thing. And then he said, it's harass, you know, he said he had a gun. He said he was going to run me over. All these things that, you know, depending on the district attorney, could be considered, you know, violent threats or assault. But because he said he didn't want to take his cart back. You know what? It's okay. It's what I do. I deal with it all the time. I'm a highly trained and very sexy professional agent. But thank you for being nice and watching out for me. And you always take your carts back, right?
Huh?
You always take your carts back to the cart return, right?
Yeah.
Ah, exactly. I knew it. Because you don't want to leave things out. Anyway, Car Narcs out. Looks like this guy's getting ready to roll into his SUV. We have a cart return right here, as you can see, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, he may have left his cart sitting fully blocking the spot next to it. And he did, for shame. That's not even a partial block. Whittly weep skeep weep. He's got one right there. One, oh. Whoop skeep weep, whittly weep, whoop skeep. All right, getting the hood magnet. Let's see if I get, slipped off. That's why we keep backups. Got it, yes. Come on, sir. Sorry?
Take that shit off my car.
Take your cart back to the cart corral.
What, are you policing?
I'm the cart narcs. That's what I do. Yes. So what that says is I don't return my shopping cart like a jerk, which I can remove for you. Absolutely. Wow, littering? That's not nice. That's how we keep backup, sir. Where'd that go, man? He tossed that sucker quite far, I may say. Ah, too lazy to get back out. Now he gave me a kiss and a little blow off. Very sassy, that gentleman. Where did that other one go? Hold on one moment. We'll have to come back for that. Let's see if he does the driveway and get out. Oh my God, he put it in reverse and stepped out of the car. Sir, all this littering is not nice. I got more for you. Now,
Okay. Keep your shit off my car. You're putting a magnet on my paint and it can damage it. And you're scratching my paint.
now, do you realize the iron? Would you stop talking over me? Do you realize the irony that your cart? It's always these lazy bones. They try to shout you down. Get that other magnet for him. Is that like the call of the lazy bones? What do you do with the other magnet? Oh, it's on the ground. Making noise isn't helping anybody, sir. That's noise pollution, just like your cart pollution and your ground pollution. Again, the irony, as you narcoteers have pointed out time after time, is that, oh, that can scratch my paint, which no, the chances of that are minuscule. Compared to a cart, which we have had, unfortunately, dozens and dozens and dozens of reports of thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars of damage. All right. Shh. Stealth mode, narcoteers. How's it going? Oh, that's a toss right there. Got another one for you. Yes. See, we're kind of persistent. That's why we're the cart narcs. Go grab that one. Sir, take your cart back.
Fuck you and remove it.
Take your cart back and I'll love you forever.
Listen, motherfucker. Get the shit off my car.
Why don't you, we're not talking about the cart. You're just calling me names.
Okay, listen.
What?
Whatever your name is, get that off of my vehicle.
I'm Agent Sebastian. Would you please take your cart back and I'll be happy to remove it for you.
No.
Why not?
Because it's not a fucking, no.
What's an aesthetician, by the way? E-S-T-H-E-T-I-C-I-A-N. What does that even mean? And what's it called? My daughter just called me. And she's like, Dad, she got mad at me because she asked me to, no, I'm not muted anymore. Basically, she asked me to give her $35 to buy another kid a birthday present for a birthday party she's going to next week. And I was like, $35? What do you think I am? And I was like, hell no. And I ain't giving her no goddamn $35, no dollars.
Take it off.
Carts can damage cars.
Take it off.
Sir, you're not addressing the singular point.
I don't give a fuck about your point. That's my point.
But that means you...
Oh, this guy is fucking straighter than 3 circles mixed into one, dude.
Don't give an F about other people.
Take it off.
Take your cart back. See, we both have now the same amount of leverage.
You need to take it off of my car.
You need to take your cart back.
Get your item off of my vehicle.
Get your cart into the cart corral.
Get your item off of my vehicle.
Sir, do you understand that we're just going back and forth here and you're not...
I don't give a fuck about you. Get your shit off my car.
You can clearly do it because you've taken it off 3 or 4 times now. Sir, would you please be a good Samaritan, a good citizen, and take your cart back? That's what they'd like for you to do. That's why they have the cart returns, so that you don't block spots and block the path of these cars. Would you mind at least moving out of the way of their cars?
You take it off my car.
I will.
Just so you guys know, 48 hours is in 30 minutes, but I will go past. Your
cart back.
I'm not moving.
Well, that's obstructing traffic for no reason. All right, well, if you want to chill out here, I can't recommend it, sir.
Take it off my car.
I'm gonna go get the other one you threw, okay? Be right back. I don't want to get you littering. Where'd he go? He really chucked that last one. Could have landed on top of any of these cars. Goodness gracious. Weird. Oh, here it is. It's black on black. And I am cleaning and wiping these off, by the way, narcoteers. Now, thought he wasn't gonna move. He told me that a couple seconds ago. He is one sassy lazy bones. Let's see. We're gonna do another stop and chuck. Indeed we are. Cart narc speed engaged.
Well, yeah, I would play World of Warcraft.
How's it going?
I'm telling you the last fucking time, keep it off my car.
All right.
I'm about to call the police on you.
What are you gonna say?
that you're fucking violating my car. What the fuck do you want me to say? Stay the fuck away from me.
Explain what violating your car means.
Stay the fuck away from me.
I will, as soon as you.
Get the fuck away from my car. Go.
Go back and take go take your car back. Go. You're yelling over me, sir. That means you've lost the argument.
Because you're fucking irritating me. Go.
You know what irritates me?
Get the fuck away from me, piece of shit.
Loose carts is what irritates me. Notice how I'm polite and calm and you're being angry bones?
Yeah, and you're really escalating it and you're going to get yourself
I hurt how?
Get away from me.
I'm not going to get hurt. I'm a nice guy.
Get away from me.
All right, I will, as soon as you take your cart back.
Get the fuck away from me.
Get your cart back, please.
Get the fuck away from me.
Where did you learn these negotiation tactics, sir?
Go.
Is that the Hitler salute? I hope not.
Okay, you really got to go before I'm going to stop you. Get the fuck away.
You don't have to lose it. You can just be nice and take your cart back. Here, I got to... There you go. Now. Oh, you're taking your cart back now? That would be lovely. I would make my day.
Keep your motherfucking shit off my car. Get the fuck away.
He said, "Acha."
I mean, go fuck with somebody else.
No, I will not F with anybody. I'll ask you politely to take your cart back. I've got that magnet for you. Where? Oh, here it is. Yeah, that guy seems to be doing all right. Found it. All right, now. Do you understand the whole principle here?
I asked you nicely to get the fuck away from me.
What did I do nicely?
I asked you more than once nicely to get the fuck away from me.
I think when you add the F word, that's not nice.
Away from me.
How many times have I asked you nicely to take your cart back, though? Do you see it's the exact same principle? And I think I'm out nicing you, sir. When we're talking about nice...
What is good with this dude's stomach? How are his legs so skinny, but his stomach so round? How does that happen?
You need to go.
Not that it's a competition.
You need to go.
Sir, you need to take your cart back.
My values, my property.
Your values?
You need to stop putting your shit on
my values are taking carts back.
Good, then go fucking take it back, bitch.
But see, that's the whole problem, sir. Is you're not going to have me with you at every turn to take your carts back. And
why do his legs go inward? Like, why do his legs bend to the inside when he walks? What happened?
Wipe your butt for you and do all the things that you should be...
Look at his stomach!
Doing for yourself.
Listen, get away from me.
I'm fat, but how the hell does that happen?
I will.
I'm asking you more than once. I've asked you more than twice.
How many?
Doesn't that mean that he's more susceptible to like diabetes when your stomach carries all your fat like that or something? Isn't there aren't you more susceptible to certain like medical things when your body holds its fat differently, or no?
How many times have I asked you to take your cart back, though?
I'm about to call the police on you.
You're not addressing the principal cause.
What are they going to do? Arrest me for not taking it back?
No. They're not going to arrest me for asking you to.
They're going to fucking arrest you for putting shit on my car.
What are the damages? I mean, your car's a fine vehicle. It's a nice Land Rover, but these are non-marking magnets, that's for sure.
Get the fuck away from my vehicle.
Would you please do me a favor? While we're asking for F words, I'm not going to use the F word like you.
Get away from my vehicle right now.
What's wrong with your vehicle?
You're really...
I'm pretty sure this is in Texas, by the way. Let me see. It doesn't say. I can tell by the structure.
My last nerve, and you're pushing it to the fucking
I don't
edge.
want to do that.
Get the fuck away from me.
Imagine how better your nerves would feel if you just took your cart back.
That's the type of apartment building that Ice Poseidon lives in, is what it kind of looks like, you know? Like that like in Austin, like in Austin, in the city. That's like how their apartment buildings look.
You'd be like so calm and relaxed.
No, that was the other video. Did he say this video's in LA?
What's going on? Let's see what he's reaching for here. Oh, he's got a cigarette, okay. Thought you were reaching for something besides...
Well, maybe I will.
Those are croissants. They're just delicious, not deadly. Now, will you take your cart back, sir? Or you could just take your cart back, and this would all be over. But sir, do you do this when your mom asked you to clean up your room? Did you say, get the F away from me? Or did you do what you were asked of nicely? Did you lock your door? I think you did lock your door by accident. Again, you could be a calm and zen person, so serene if you took your cart back. The world would be in great shape. You'd feel better about yourself for picking up after yourself. I'm sorry?
I'm gonna call the police.
What are you gonna say?
That you won't stop harassing me. You're putting shit on my vehicle. I've asked you to leave me alone multiple motherfucking times, and you still...
I got one quick question.
Go away.
Why not just drive away?
Go away.
Why not just drive off?
Because you're putting shit on my fucking car, you motherfucker.
So?
Jesus Christ, what the fuck don't you get, stupid?
Uh-oh, what's going on? Are you gonna hit me with a croissant? Sir, please.
Get the fuck away.
I'm just gonna stand right here. How about that?
Get the fuck away from me.
There's no one in front of you. Like, I think it's your pride, sir. That's what's keeping you here. Let's see if he falls for the fake out. He's watching me. Da-da-da. See, narketeers, even I never say, why don't you just drive away? That's what you guys say in the comments. But this guy, literally, 1, 2, 3, 4 times, 5 times, how many times? Could have driven off. Could have driven off. Let's see if we get the. Ah! Didn't track. Guys. Well, that was pretty explosive, narketeers. And entirely unnecessary. Entirely. But it just goes to show you, I think, and our international commenters talk about this a lot, about how Americans, we have this weird obsession with our cars. Like, who cares if there's a magnet on your car for 2 minutes? Or 2 hours? Or 2 days? Honestly, there's no reason to care about that. However, as Agent Sebastian so definitely pointed out there, it's the pride of it, the principle. You know you're wrong, and you can do the right thing and take it back. Thank you for your service, ma'am. Or you can flip out and F up in the...
Thank you for your service, ma'am.
Did you see that, narketeers? Agent Vinny Cotterini here.
Farmingdale?
What is it with these people here on Long Island?
Oh, we already
the
seen
middle
this
finger.
Yeah, we already seen this.
So you want to...
We already seen that.
Alright, narketeers.
Don't score.
Why would you do that, sir? That's not nice.
It's my job.
We've seen it.
I know, current narketeers, right in the middle of the handicap access area. Whip, skip, whittly, whip, woo. That's not where the cart goes, sir. That's the middle of the handicap access area. How's it going with the cart narcs? Where are you going? Cart return's right over there, or the front of the store.
What's the name? I'll look it up. Cause I can't
Sir?
click out of the.
You want to take your cart back?
Out of the.
You want to take your cart back to the return at the front of the store? That's blocking the handicap area. You will? Okay, awesome. Thank you. But why are you getting in your car then? Well, I don't believe you, sir. I'm going to give him the bumper magnet here. Very unfortunate, because for those of you who are new to the narketeering fan club, when the cart's in the middle of the area there and someone has like a chair or a ramp and needs to get out, it's going to be blocking their area. Where's he going? And he's just leaving with the magnet. His shirt said, I think, free your mind and your ass will follow, something like that. Not following. Anyway. Hi, cart narc's here. Oh, he's coming to get it. Very nice. Excellent. Appreciate that, sir. Thanks a lot. Oh, she's going to use it? Okay, never mind. Thanks, sir. Appreciate it. Awesome. Oh, yeah, that's a cart narc bumper magnet. It has our hotline number on it. You can give us a call. We'll talk about how to think about other people more in the future and be more responsible. But since she's taking care of it for you, you can. I'll take it back if you want me to.
Next time in the future.
Yes, sir.
Don't put nothing on my car without my permission.
But, sir, you left the cart out without anybody's permission.
Did you hear what I just said?
Well, yeah. Did you hear what I said, though?
Do you own that cart?
The cart? No. I'm the cart narcs. We narc out people that don't take the carts back. That's our job.
You know, they have people in here that takes carts back.
Right, but but they're not following you every step you take. It's just going to be sitting there until they show up. And what if somebody with a handicap
they get
needs...
paid for that. That's
right.
why they have a job.
I understand that, sir.
And that's not a handicapped space.
But why is it marked off, sir? So people with chairs and stuff can get out. They need that space.
That's handicapped.
Right, but why is that space marked off next to it?
You know, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yes, sir.
If this is your job...
It is.
It's ridiculous. Do you work for Jules?
No, sir. We tour the whole country, sir, and make sure that we...
When's the 48-hour mark? 19 minutes. But I'll probably go past it for about like a half hour to an hour. I don't know. And then, because I am going to go play World of Warcraft. I could just play World of Warcraft on stream for the next 5 hours, but I just feel like you guys don't want to watch that, so I'm not going to do it. I would like to be able to scratch my balls. You know, fucking chilling, scratching my fangula over here, you know what I'm saying? or my Megillah. You know what I'm saying?
Spread justice
Just
and
relax.
our righteous cause everywhere. But anyway, back to the handicap spots. So they line that area off so that it's free and clear, so people who have, you know, chairs or ramps can use that area. But if there's a cart sitting there, then obviously that makes it much harder on them.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm the cart narc, Agent Sebastian here. And I'm trying to explain this. Well, you can give me your name if you like to. No, not, sir. It's up to you. The premise behind why we don't put our carts in the handicap area like this gentleman did. So I'm glad you learned your lesson. Hopefully you won't do it again. But that's what we're here for, is to politely ask folks to just do the right thing and pick up after themselves.
So you take it upon yourself to put something on my car.
Oh yeah, what we have is we have these bumper magnets. Say I don't return my shopping cart like a jerk, and it has our hotline number on it. It's non-marking, that's why it's just a magnet.
So don't you realize that you're disrespecting me and you're violating my right to come in this parking lot, which you don't work here.
Right.
And you're putting stuff on my car that you shouldn't. So that's basically you're vandalizing my car.
Well, what's the damage though? It's non-marking.
No, I mean, anytime you put something on there that's don't supposed to be on there.
Right.
You understand? So that's a violation, period.
A violation of what? What?
Of my rights.
Where in the Constitution?
This is my vehicle.
Where in the Constitution does it say that, sir?
That's my vehicle.
Oh, I understand that,
What
but
if I put something on you?
like what?
Like anything, like a sticker right on your forehead.
Well, that wouldn't be very nice.
You know, I mean, that's not nice.
But now,
either.
let me ask you, what did I do to deserve that sticker?
You put one on my car.
Right, but what did you do to deserve that?
I don't deserve nothing.
Well, you left
Matter
your car.
of fact, does the manager know you out here?
No, we're covert agents. We don't want to.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Thank you for your service, by the way.
Something is wrong with this guy. He keeps putting stuff on people's carts. This is your job to take the carts, right?
Right.
This is this man's job.
Sure.
Here. So he's going around sticking stuff on people's carts.
It's a magnet.
About we should take our carts back.
To the
Don't
cart
they
corral.
hire you to do this? Don't you get paid to do this?
Sure, but yeah,
You don't even work here.
right.
Can you go get security and manager?
I'll talk to everybody. I don't mind.
Would you do that real quick?
Sir,
Because he's sticking stuff on people's
he gets
cars.
paid.
He can get hurt like that.
No, I can't. I'm very highly trained. I can dodge and stuff.
Okay.
But sir, he's paid to get it from the cart return. You don't want people leaving it all willy-nilly like you did. So and now if you just said, hey, you know what, I'm sorry, you're right, I'll do better in the future, this could have been over 5 minutes ago.
It is going to be over.
What do you mean?
It's going to be over.
Okay, good. You mean you're gonna learn your lesson and move on?
Yeah.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that.
You got to hear that? Okay.
See, that's what we're here for.
So we both need to learn a lesson. Right?
What's my lesson?
Your lesson is that you don't come around, I don't care, especially if you don't work here. I could see if you work here, but you don't work here.
Well, we're secret agents.
Secret agent?
It means we can pop up anywhere at any time.
So who do you work for?
I work for the cart narcs. We're a public service. You know, like the people like that are keeping the highways clean or whatever. Like this mile adopted by some organization.
I've never heard of no shit like this.
Well, that's what we're here to do, is to spread awareness about carts and cart-related accidents.
No. Okay.
He looks like he could be security. I like that shirt, dude. Captain America. Very nice.
Thanks.
All right. Well, we both learned our lesson, so I'm gonna take off. Appreciate it, sir. Again,
So you're not gonna stick around?
What's there left to talk about?
So this manager can tell you not to come out here and do this?
Well, they can if they want, but I'd rather move along to the next area.
What are you doing? I mean, sticking stuff. Are you the
I'll see you later. Bye. Cart narcs out. Well, you admit that I'm in the right, though.
No.
Why are you backing me down?
I want you to leave my car alone.
I will if you take your cart back. All right, Narketeers, this fella just witnessed. Oh my God, no. Oh no. Now then, you know that. You know better than this, right, sir?
Huh?
You've been on this planet long enough to know that's not where the cart goes.
Well, where does the cart go? With you? You want to return that for me?
No, I'm the cart narc. Narc out people that don't turn their cart back.
What?
See those signs?
Cart narc? What does that mean?
Well, we narc out or tell on people who don't take their carts back. See that slot?
Yeah, you know what?
What?
I don't get paid to load my stuff up. I don't want to deal with you.
Let me we hear that excuse a lot. Let me give you an analogy. See if
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So you don't get paid to clean up your hotel room, right? They pay the maids for that, right? Do you dump semen and feces all over the bed sheets?
Are you a real cop or are you private?
No, sir. We are a secret organization of highly trained narcs.
Have a good day.
Well, I can't with this nut cart right here. It makes my life very sad. It makes my heart grow 2 sizes too small.
My heart's pumping piss water for you, dude.
Pee water? All right, well, you're getting the bumper magnet. Yeah, that's our bumper magnet. It's got our number on it. You can give us a call, talk to us about how to be a more thoughtful person. Don't be such a lazy bones. Oh, he threw it on the ground. That's littering. I got another one for you. Don't worry. Sir.
Don't touch my car.
Why not?
Because I told you not to.
Now,
it's not your property.
don't you see the irony of your cart being able to like, run into other people's cars, though?
Don't touch my car.
Do you not know what irony is?
Don't touch my car.
Or what?
Don't touch... You know what? I got a camera, too.
Well, you give me this... Everyone has cameras these days. All right, here comes the cart next. Right here. How's it going? Did you reconsider this time, sir? You gonna take that home and call us? What's going on here?
This is for you.
No, it's for you. Oh, thank you. Good toss, by the way. You're the lazy bones, so that you need this. It says, don't return my shopping cart like a jerk. So just give us a ring. What's going on?
Don't touch my car.
Sir, did you get my analogy about the carts and the cars?
I don't care about your analogy. Don't touch my car.
I don't think you're learning your lesson, sir.
Don't touch my car. You're not my teacher.
Well, I think you need me to be your teacher, actually, because you're behaving quite poorly, sir. It's a nice car. I'll give you that for sure. But let me just get you a magnet here.
You keep doing this, huh?
Well, it's my job. I'm the cart narc.
You have nothing better to do?
Sir, are you... Well, I hear
you
this...
have nothing better to do?
Let me address that point as well.
Leave my car alone.
Do you have anything better to do than be a lazy bones?
Don't touch my car.
Are you on the way to, like...
Don't touch my car.
Are you on the way to, like, go be a volunteer doctor at the child's hospital?
Don't touch my car. Leave my car alone.
Will you put your... I will if you take your cart back.
I'm not here to negotiate with you. Leave me the hell alone.
I'm here to negotiate with you to be a better person, though. See, like...
Don't touch my car.
If a criminal commits a crime, they say, well...
I'm not a criminal and I didn't create... You're the one who's touching my car. Leave my car the hell alone.
Sir, you're a criminal in regards to being a nice person right now and being a responsible adult. Here, let me get you... I can put it anywhere if you like. Maybe the bumper is better than the hood.
Leave my car alone.
Sir, now...
Leave my car alone.
Carts can damage cars.
Leave my car... So go put it back. It's not damaging anything. Leave my car
alone. Well, it would
alone.
have right there in the middle of that spot where you left it first,
it's not there anymore. Leave my car alone.
But now it's blocking the handicapped access aisle.
Leave my car alone.
What if some poor crippled person needed to use this area?
Leave my car alone.
Sir, why are you being such an angry bones? You went from lazy bones to angry bones.
Go bother somebody else.
Well, I will if they leave their card out, absolutely.
Leave my car alone.
Sir, do you understand my point?
Leave my car alone.
Will you admit that I'm in the right, though?
No.
Why are you backing me down?
I want you to leave my car alone.
I will if you take your cart back. Will you do that for me, sir? Will you be my snuggle bug and take your cart back? Like the good person I know you are inside your heart? I know you can be better, sir. All right, I'm going to give you a little magnet here. Put that right there. I don't know why these lazy bones get so angry after, especially, I give him all these great analogies about why what he's doing is terrible and how the cart narcs are the righteous and true path in life. He's sitting here, running around, chasing me down. Uh-oh, there he is. Thanks very much, sir. Appreciate it. How's it going? Got another one for you right here. Cart narcs out. Yes, sir, we keep extras on hand for just such an occasion. That's littering again, sir. Don't be a litter bug as well as a lazy bug. Well, cart narc is just going to throw it in the street. Let's see if we can catch it. Cart narc speed trading.
I put mine away.
How's it going? Cart narc's at your service, sir. Ah, he got away. Well, Narketeers, I don't think you got the message, but don't let your dad or your granddad be like that if you're out with them. Cart narcs out.
You stupid idiot!
Now she's calling me names, which is very not polite. I don't know why she's doing
you
this.
You don't need to fuck with me, though.
Well, full spot blockage right in front of the cart narcs. That's just flagrant disregard for the rules. Weep, skip, weep, weep, weep. That's not where the carts go. That's the middle of the spot. Cart corral's 2 spots that way. Man, you're just leaving your car right there. don't you take it to the cart return right over there? Hello? That's just flagrantly in the spot. Appears she's not going to be remorseful. She's starting her vehicle. Go ahead and start the application of our Cart Narcs bumper magnet to the front of her car. That one says I don't return my shopping cart like a... Oh, I'm giving you a Cart Narcs bumper magnet because you left your cart in the middle of the spot all loosey-goosey and willy-nilly.
Okay, I can't start my car because it's hot right now?
Oh.
I gotta sanitize my hands and everything? I can't do that?
I don't believe you were going to take your cart back, ma'am.
Excuse me?
Because you would have... Why would you start your car before you took your card back?
I still can't. My sister's still back there, so what's supposed to be the problem?
No, I'm saying, why would you start your car before you took your card back? Why don't you just take your cart back first, then get...
Because it's hot. And
So-
my car is hot.
But you stood outside and loaded your groceries for like 3, 4, 5 minutes.
Hey, hold up. So, who are you here?
My name is Agent Sebastian. I'm a highly trained special agent with the Cart Narcs. What we do is we narc people out who leave their carts out like this, like big old lazy bones. And then that's our bumper magnet of shame. It's got our hotline number on it. If you want to give us a call on that number, we can give you counseling, how to think more about other people and have more respect for, you know, your surrounding areas and things like that. What are you doing? Oh, yeah, with the Cart Narcs. This lady left her cart out right here in this spot, right?
So this is a Cart Narc.
Yeah.
I started my car and he's over here filming.
Right, I'm Agent Sebastian. She left her cart out like
I don't know
this.
if it's appropriate or not.
Well, it's not appropriate to leave your cart out. That's exactly right, ma'am. And
Yeah, but it's not appropriate for you to judge me because I came in my car, I started my car, I'm using sanitizer, you have a mask on.
hold on.
Stay
So let me
6 feet away from me.
just tell me what you were going to do.
I'm gonna start my fucking car.
Oh, I didn't use that
turn
word.
on my fucking AC, but you're over here fucking harassing me.
So you were going to start your car.
Why are you harassing
Hold on,
me
let me ask.
Why are you harassing me?
Let me finish
for?
that story though.
Let me record him.
Okay, go ahead. So you're going to start your car, start your air conditioning, and then take your cart back? Is that what you were going to say? That's what you're trying to say you were going to do?
Yes, sir.
Why would you leave your car running instead of just taking your cart back right over there, right after you got done unloading your groceries, though? This is very illogical. I've never seen anybody do anything like that. I'm sorry? Oh, who are you talking
Let
to?
me call you back right now.
I'll talk to him if they want me to. Somebody I can help with?
Yeah, because you're harassing me.
No, I'm not. Ma'am, I'm explaining to you how to be a personally responsible.
You're harassing me.
No, you're harassing other people by leaving.
harassing me.
You can't just say that and make it true. You can't just say that and make it true.
You're harassing me. That's what you're doing.
She left her cart out here like a big old lazy bones and she won't take it back.
harassing me. That's
No,
what
I'm
you're
not.
doing.
I'm asking her politely to take her cart back and she won't do
I
it.
start my car, turn on my AC, turn on my sanitizer. He's harassing me.
That's not what harass means,
so
ma'am.
Who are you? Why are you
No, I'm not.
harassing me?
I'm asking
Why are
politely.
you harassing me? You're harassing
You can't
me.
just say that over and over and make it true.
You can't judge me.
Yes, I can.
Because I came to my car.
I saw you leave your cart out though.
Well, I was still in my car. Did I leave the premises?
Ma'am,
Did I leave the
the
premises?
chances of you starting your car
Did I
to...
leave the premises?
Then how am I going to talk
But
to you
if
if you leave your...
kids in the car, no, I'm gonna turn the AC first.
Are your kids in the car?
You're harassing me.
You have children in the car?
So you want to do it? Go
No, ma'am,
push it for me.
did you have children in the car?
Go push it for me.
You didn't then, did you? Because I was watching the whole time.
No,
We
go push it for
we
me.
do great surveillance.
Now go push it for me.
No, ma'am, I'm not your bitch. I'm the cart narc. What we do is we narc people
now
out.
go push it
Let
for
me explain real quick, ma'am. I'm asking very politely, in a non-harassing manner, for her to return her cart instead of blocking the spot with it. And what she's doing is now she's claiming, oh, and she's littering too. That's not nice. I'll take it up for
But
you.
you can't push it in my car though. Now you're harassing me.
That's not what harassment means, ma'am.
You're over here trying to harass me.
You don't know what words mean, obviously. Here, let me explain. I'm having a polite conversation.
This is my sister.
How are you, ma'am?
Wash my fucking car, but no, you want to.
I wouldn't use so
harass
much.
me.
You're using curse words. I am not. I'm
I don't
speaking
care.
politely.
I don't care.
And let me explain. So she left her cart out like a big old lazy bones.
So I suppose he's the cart narc.
I am the cart narc. I got all the identification.
take this.
Man, you can't just say harass over and over and make it suddenly magically be true.
Okay, it's not illegal. So
Time out. Can I explain it? It's not illegal, but it's common courtesy.
No, you're
Yes, it is.
people. You're
That's not how harassing means, ma'am. You
You're
can't just say
harassing
that and make it a
You're
thing.
harassing people.
Well, you're just repeating it over and over.
Because you're harassing people. You're over
Do you know what harassment means? Okay, by your definition, what's harassment? Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for stepping in. She's being very irresponsible and irrational. So she left her cart out right here, and she claimed she was going to start her car, then get back out of her car, and
Maybe she's not back yet. She's putting the cart away.
but she never was going to do that, man. That's a total lie and fabrication.
That's a real job. That's what you fucking need to do.
This is a great job. It's a public service.
How do you know she's not going to return it?
Because
she's loading stuff.
She was done loading and closed her rear, and she. This is not about race, ma'am.
You're harassing people.
You can't just. Okay, what does harassment mean?
Why you tell me if I'm still here? Did I leave the premises? Did you fucking see me leave the premises?
Ma'am, what's your definition of harassment?
You're over here putting a sticker on my fucking car?
It's a magnet, man, not a sticker.
Okay, you put that shit on my fucking car.
It's a polite reminder.
Shut the fuck up.
That's
Now get the
ma'am,
fuck
you
on.
haven't described harassment yet.
Get the fuck up and get the fuck on.
You're not having a conversation. You're just telling me to shut up. You're not having a conversation.
If you push it on my fucking car and you get the fuck, let's on.
I agree. She took her cart back, which is the ultimate goal. She's very angry.
Oh my gosh. all the whole COVID-19. You gotta sterilize yourself. You stupid idiot.
Now she's calling me names, which is very not polite. I don't know why she's doing
You
this.
don't need to fuck with me though.
I'm not effing with you. I'm having a polite conversation and making a
He's wearing bright orange shoes, by the way. Can you guys see it in the car's reflection? That's kind of funny.
polite request.
Go to your car.
Thank you very much for being a nice person about this. I appreciate that.
Go to your car.
Maybe you can have a talk with her about being a nicer person, being more polite in the future.
Yeah, get a real job.
This is a real job. It's like
a real job.
being a cart narc is a calling. It's not a job. You can't just repeat things.
No badge, not nothing. Get the fucking real job. Stop harassing people. Super white man.
Man, you got to define what you think harassment is. And she called me white, which is really just a statement of fact as opposed to a judgment call, but something tells me that's not what she meant by that. Tough situation there. A little explosive, cart narcs, but at the end of the day, she learned her lesson, I think. Cart narcs out. Bye!
All right, one more.
Cart narcs being engaged. We see it again and again and again. Narcoteers, they park out at the very end of the lot. By the way, in this case, not far from a cart corral. But they say, you know what? Even though I walked all the way out here, I'm done walking for the day. Oh. That's not where the carts go. That's fully blocking a spot. Now, wrinkle here, cart narcoteers, is because the cart is near the, see that line in the ground there? That wheel may have locked up on it. Didn't see that or didn't notice it, but we'll see if that could be an excuse that he pulls out, in which case it's not really worth it, but we kind of give him half a pass in that case. So if he pulls that one out, hey, how's it going?
Violence is located at?
That's not where the carts go. That's not where the carts go. Oh, you're smiling because you know I'm right. Still rolling? Oh, it still rolls just fine, just checking. So I can point you out the nearest cart corral is right over there. I can wait and guard things for you here if you need, if you want to. Otherwise, I can just keep going on control. It's up to you, whichever you prefer. Agent Sebastian, by the way, with the cart narcs. FYI. While you're waiting on that, I'm gonna keep an eye on these two potential, hopefully potential returners. We'll see. Oh, you're looking up. Oh, you're interesting. Oh, he's doing something with a savings card or a debit card. He's calling somebody. How's it going?
Should I do this on a live stream one day? You think? Maybe?
That lady, where did the lady go? She's in between the cars there. Let's see. Don, somebody talking to something. I guess he could have pulled the excuse out. Hey, I had to get on the phone to do something. Yeah, we got a good one there. Looking good, looking good. Let's take a look, see what this other lady's doing. There she is, okay. Also successful. Very, very nice job on that return there, young lady. All right, back to our current perpetrator. Taking his time with his phone call. Chatting a little bit. Pardon me, cart narcoteers, if we fast forward this position, or this portion of it, as he hasn't driven off or anything yet, so we will. Also, it appears to be some sort of hobo situation. They are asking passersby for money and or food. Classic story, hobo and his dog sitting in the parking lot of the grocery store. The reason I say I think it's like a debit or card situation, a balance situation, because he's only been listening and putting in numbers. He hasn't done see him speaking to anybody now. Uh-oh, what's going on over here at this? Oh, come on, really? I'll be back in a minute. Lane. Could just be, nope, there's the engine. It's so gosh darn lazy when they're 3 spots over. What's going on, folks? What is this? What's going on here? Come on. This goes back over there. Right back to the corral. Or you probably passed him. Yeah, it's a little further, but got one that's so close, and you just do this. Oh, he wasn't talking to me. That was our hobo friend saying, hey man, to somebody else. But, oh, okay, wait a minute. She's leaving. We're doing the hood application, and cart knock speed engaged. Intercepting path. Oh. And bumper magnet application, yes. All right, let's check out our first. Wow, this is a lot of action going on here. Did she leave? She drive off? Where'd she go? I think she stayed in her spot. Okay. Back over to our first people. Oh, the hood magnet is still on. They're just driving off. That hood damage is an indicator of their lazy bonesiness. I don't know who was responsible for that particular accident, but you have to imagine it comes to lazy bones. Where did our red SUV go? I keep thinking he's talking to me. My bad. Did we stop? Dang it. Our surveillance is usually top notch. I'll have to go back and check the video. He must have driven past, or is he up at the... No, he's not. Oh, look at that lady. She brought hers back too. Not hard, right? Good job. These lazy bones, I swear. One more time. Oh, he went out that way. Dang it. So frustrating. Cart narcs out.
That wasn't nothing. All right, last one.
All right, let's see what this lazy bones does. Well, shouldn't call him lazy bones yet. He's still got a chance to redeem himself, but he ain't gonna do it. Oh no! What are you doing? Did you wake up on the lazy? What's that?
You talking to me?
Yeah, did you wake up on the lazy side of the bed this morning?
I worked all day in this heat.
Oh, so do I. But you know the cart return's right there.
Where is that?
See where that guy is right there getting his cart?
Yeah,
that lady, way over there. But you walk farther than that for the groceries to begin with.
Don't you work here?
No, I work for the cart narcs.
Oh, cart
What we
narcs.
do is we narc out folks who don't take their carts back. Like these people.
Really?
Yeah, we're like snitches, basically.
Snitches?
Yeah, it's like cart snitches.
Oh, really? Oh.
Essentially, depending on what vocabulary you like to use. I get it; it's tempting. These like
That's one of those old school black dudes. I met a couple of them when I was in jail. That was like, oh hey man, oh man.
lazy bones already left theirs here. You just want to.
You didn't catch them though, did you?
Well, they're kind of obviously fatter and or more handicapped. But thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. I'll watch your car while you're gone. I do like these hybrid pickup trucks. I guess it's not hybrid technically. It's just a pickup truck with a the bed cover on it. But I guess that's an Explorer body. Maybe you car people can, or not car you car people can help me out a little more. But yeah, it just seems very functional. It seems like something we could use maybe for a future Cart Force 1 mobile. But appreciate this guy doing the right thing after working out in the hard day. Hey, look, I'm out here doing it, but I ain't complaining. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that very much. That's very nice of you. That's very sweet. Appreciate your hard work. Now these guys, see, I got my eye on them too. Look what they're doing over there.
Okay.
All right, so I appreciate it. Let's see if they're as nice as you are. Yeah, see, look at that. Look at that. He's turning around. Oh no, he's not.
Yeah, they're gonna leave right there.
Let's see. Hold on. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. How you doing, man? Let's see what this guy's gonna do. Come on, lazy brains. Oh no. We just keep wiggly weep weep whoop. That's not where the cards go. Or the chicken wings, apparently. I didn't see them leave those particular chicken wings, but come on, fellas. Eh? What's this? What's going on over here? He's got a Dwight Schrute shirt. I guarantee Dwight Schrute would return his cart. Come on, guys. I think he's negotiating with his seatmate, his passenger here, on who's going to take the cart back. There's two of y'all, and a very little small. Is it a Chevy? Is it a Volt? I don't know. Again, as much time as I spend out in parking lots, you'd think I'd be a little more familiar with cars, but I'm not. Or just always focused on carts more. So, I'm gonna give them the old, yes!
Cart narcs got me, man.
Yes! That's a good attitude. That's a good attitude. I like that. I like that.
Man, you got me. I wasn't gonna just back up out on you. I can't do that.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. That's I appreciate that. That's very.
I would have walked away. I've been felt so bad.
There you go. See, that's the idea. Yes, 2 for 2. I love that. I love that. That's a nice dude right there. He would have, again, that's That's the thing, is you would have felt so bad. Uh-oh, announcement. Speaking of which, let's see how this old guy does.
I'm trying to get him to do it. I want to take the walk of shame.
It's not a walk of shame. It's a walk of redemption and triumph. Here, you guys want some stickers?
Thanks, man. That's cool.
Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you so much for being
no
sweet.
Problem. That's cool. That's funny.
So
I laughed at your look and I was like, card marks.
Well, you laughed in appreciation of how awesome we are.
Yeah,
and
that's cool, man.
Thank you, and I love your shirt, by the way. Speaking of which.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
White shirt would take his cart back, right?
Yes, sir.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
Not false.
You're cool, man. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Anyway, he means laughter, I'm sure, in the air of respect and just awe of the power that the card narcs represent. And like you laugh at yourself just because it's like, oh my God, I'm such a meek and worthless individual relatively. But I get it. What matters at the end? You see an open cart corral right there in Arketeers? I know I do. But I saw this man curb it. I know you did too. Whoopsie, whoop, 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 whoop. That's not where the carts go, sir. That's just up on the curb. We are within easy shot of that cart return right there. Where are you going? Some people. Now let's give him a bumper mag. Oh, we got another one in progress over here. Hold on. I'll be back in a second. Whoop, 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 whoop. That's not where the carts go. That's the curb over there. Cart returns right behind us. Oh, I see. They made a little cart nest over there. Want to take it back? See, that guy's doing it. Good job, sir. All right, well, bumper magnet. Let's just go ahead and slap that on right there. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Good job. I'll get that for you. Thanks a lot, sir. Appreciate that.
No problem.
Cart knocks out. This guy, sorry?
Have a good one.
You too.
Cart
Let's go see about this guy. Okay, so he learned his lesson. He took his cart back. I hope you can learn from this gentleman's example. Well, what it says is I got cart narked. I'm the cart narc, by the way, Sebastian, Agent Sebastian. And it's a magnet that has our hotline number on it. So you can call us up. We can talk to you about how to think about other people, be a better, you don't use it to use a knife. It's just a magnet. You can use your hands if you want to. Sir, did you not want to take your cart back? Well, no, see, that's not where the carts go. That's just blocking a spot. Here, let me get you another one right there. Yeah, we come equipped with several magnets for just such occasions where people get, antsy about it or whatever. You don't need a knife. You can just use your hands.
I don't want to fucking touch it. I don't want the shit on my car. Get the fuck back.
Sir, we're the cart narcs. This is our job.
Fuck who you are, who you think you are. Don't put that shit on my car.
I know I'm the cart narc, and I know who I am. Here, let me help you out.
Man.
I'll sanitize it for if that helps you.
Get the fuck away.
Why? Won't you take your cart back?
The cart is right there. It's
in
not my car.
In the middle of the spot.
They pay people to come get these fucking carts. They can get
yes, eventually, but in the meantime, it's...
Man.
What?
Big ass parking lot.
Right.
Take your ass someplace else.
Sir, we patrol the entire parking lot, I promise you.
But you over here fucking with me right now.
And did you not just see me talk to that guy who did it too?
Okay, but you know, why you over here wasting time with me? There's 30, 40 other people out here.
But I'm hoping to change your soul and make you a better person.
You're not going to change my soul about the parking lot and that damn magnet on my car.
But now you do know that you're supposed to take the carts back, right? You know they have the racks for a reason, right? See, I think you do. And it's your conscience is telling you better.
My conscience is getting on my fucking nerves with that fucking magnet.
What's wrong with the magnet?
If you got something to say it, but don't put shit on my car.
Well, okay, I'm going to say it. You're being a lazy bones. Okay, I'm sorry I said it. Okay, I'm going to help you out. By the way, his car's a real piece of junk, too. Faked you out on that one. Sir,
what's your fucking problem?
This is my job to be a narc.
It is not your job to put shit on my car.
Sir,
I didn't ask you to put the shit on my car.
Sir,
don't put the shit on my car.
Quite frankly, and I mean this is no disrespect, your car...
That's all you doing is being disrespectful. Take your
I'm being respectful to the next person who wants to have a...
Ain't nobody worried about them fucking cars but you.
I am.
Take your ass on.
Hey, let me help you out. Sir, your car, it's not like you're going to hurt your paint or anything.
I don't want the shit on my car, period.
But that's because you know it's a...
Besides the point, I didn't ask you to do it. Don't do it.
But I asked you not to put your cart out.
Man. Whatever.
Not whatever. It's a block in the spot.
On, man.
Sir, that's my sworn duty to uphold the law of the cart narcs. Let me help you out with this right here. Oh, he's finally given up and putting on a seatbelt. Hopefully someday he'll learn his lesson. I think we managed to wear him down there, Narketeers. First time someone has come at us somewhat armed, although he did not, let's be clear, he did not threaten us with that knife in any way. That was simply for personal use. So don't try to press any charges. Oh, what's he doing? Sir, I can see you over there. Are you gonna take the magnet off? You do have good knife skills, I'll say that. I got another one for you if you'd like it.
Here's one more car, I'm gonna run your ass over.
Well, no, I won't be. I'll go behind your car. That help? How about on like the rear quarter panel here? Ow! Well, he surprised me there, Narketeers. I was not ready for that quick acceleration. Even cart narcs and our superior strength and speed training couldn't keep up with that. But learn to live another day and narc another day. Cart narcs out. Oh, Narketeers. This free-spirited young lady. This free-spirited young lady, I believe, is doing the thing that we always see when people park at the very far end of the parking lot, is they want all the space, but they also don't want to take. Oh! Okay, ma'am. Let me explain. We hear this all the time.
Oh, listen, buddy. Listen, I get what you're saying.
Thank you.
I get what you're saying, but.
But?
There's no. I don't really give.
You don't care?
No, because they pay people.
Well, now, ma'am, when you go to the.
Go up and collect them.
Sure,
Listen,
but.
I get a kid that I gotta get back.
Oh, is there a kid starving to death or something?
No, but no.
They also pay. Do you pee on the seat when you use a public restroom? Because they pay people to clean it.
that shit up. That's disgusting.
That's the same idea. Ah, gotcha.
Get a fucking life, man.
The carts are my life. That's why. And don't listen to music while you're in your car. That's not safe, and it's against. I was about to say FAA regulations, DMV regulations. Not supposed to. Oh, what's she doing? She's taking. That's a bumper mic. Oh no, now you're littering. Don't be a litter bug. Here, I'll put one on the back of your car here for you. Doodle-doo. Madam.
Knock it off right now.
Now,
I mean it.
I will if you take your cart back. Would you like to do that for me?
Knock it off.
Knock what off? Be a responsible person?
Touch my stuff.
That's okay. It's for you. See, it's got our phone number on it. You can call.
Don't bother me right now. I mean it.
But you're bothering people by blocking the spot. Do you understand the correlation, madam?
You're starting this shit. Back the fuck off.
You started it with your cart, ma'am. All I did was ask you.
That's what they pay people for.
But, ma'am, what's your
Leave me the fuck alone.
Wait.
I mean it.
Okay,
Leave me.
I got more.
Get the fuck away from me.
What are you doing? You're blocking traffic now.
You're starting shit.
Ma'am, you started the poop with your.
Do not get anywhere near me.
How about this?
Stop. Stop.
Do you want to have a conversation, be civil, or do you want to yell like a big old sourpuss?
Me.
I didn't touch you. I never have.
You're touching my shit. Stop.
And someone else is going to touch you with your cart when they try to pull in there.
Stop.
Get away.
Sir, did you see what she did with her cart?
Get out of there.
See, now you're overreacting. You're falling for her tricks. I'll give you one right there.
What are you fucking talking about?
That's what I'm talking about. It's the carts.
Stop it. Leave
Madam,
me the fuck alone.
Madam, why are you reacting this way? Why are you not?
Leave me alone.
Why are you not addressing the
life.
situation with the cart? You make it hard for others.
Don't come near me again.
I'm not coming near you.
Do not come near my car.
What about the cart?
I don't give, dude. They fucking pay people.
I told you
Leave
the analogy.
Me alone.
Do you throw trash on the ground because they pay people to pick that up too?
No, they don't pay people to pick it up.
Then what are garbage men for?
Shut the fuck up and leave me. Get
Madam,
away from me.
Madam, I'm not okay. Tell you what, I will leave you alone if you want to take the cart back.
Stay away from me.
Madam, you're blocking traffic again here.
Dude, do not come near my fucking car.
Why are you so angry?
Because you won't leave me alone.
Yeah, I will leave you alone.
That shit.
I will leave you alone if you take your cart back. How about that?
You don't work for these fucking people.
What does that make?
Leave me alone.
Madam, what difference does that make?
My God,
it's the principle.
Do not come. Get the fuck away from me.
Why are you screaming at me? I'm being a nice guy. It's a magnet. It's got our bumper magnet so they didn't return my shopping cart like a jerk. I was gonna use it.
Why are you antagonizing me?
I'm not antagonizing you, ma'am. I'm trying to get you to react. Uh-oh, what's going on here?
Get the fuck away from me.
What are you doing in your car?
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking hurt you in 2 seconds.
That's against the law, ma'am.
What you're doing is harassing me.
What I'm doing is being a public servant and helping you learn your lesson. You're being a big old...
You got your point.
No, but I would have my point if you would take your cart back. See, what you're doing is, she's doing a classic thing. By overreacting, what you're doing is trying to make yourself into the victim. When everybody with the cart's the victim. Thank you, please knock at her. She's being a...
Stop!
All right, because you're causing a public safety nuisance, I will stop.
I'm about to call the cops. No.
Let me explain. You don't know the whole story. Yes, you do. How do you know?
I don't care.
Yes, you do need to care. Because
I don't care. I'm a random person. I don't
exactly.
care. People have to go.
That's why I'm stopping. That's why I'm stopping.
Okay.
Because she's causing. I understand that. I understand that. Madam, this is the problem. Is you don't want to hear and have a conversation. You just want to yell and scream and be a sourpuss again. But I am cart narketeers. You might say, oh, what's he doing? I'm acting responsible. You know who's acting the fool is the person who left their card out. That's who's acting the fool. Sorry, I had to set her straight. Autistic, ma'am. First off, it sounds like you're using that word as an insult, number one.
No, I'm not. Because my niece, I have family who's autistic.
And are they fans? I'm a fan of law and order.
That's mentally disabled.
Ma'am, people who leave their carts out are mentally disabled, and also I feel like you're still trying to use that as an insult. Anyway, see, now you're being sarcastic.
Saying that people who leave their carts out, because you know, I worked in a grocery store.
So did I, yes.
They pay people.
Okay, ma'am, that's the same. Yeah, they also pay people to pick up trash. Do you litter?
No.
Do you pee on the seat because they hire maids to clean up after you? When you use a hotel room, do you trash the hotel room? They hire maids to pick up after you.
That's totally different.
Those are exactly similar analogies. Those are people who are paid to clean up after you. Do you want to make their job harder? Ma'am, that's the most ironic thing you possibly could have said right now.
I don't know.
Because I'm giving you excellent analogies about other people who are paid to, do you tell, when your kid messes up his room, do you say, oh, you're the parents, you pay the mortgage so you can clean up after me because it's your mess now. Pick up after yourself is all we're asking. They have the cart returns for a reason. Thank you, they should do it, yes! Thank you!
No, I said they should do.
Should do what?
They have cart returns.
Yes, that's right, and they shouldn't leave them blocking spots.
Can I tell you how many times I've gotten out of my vehicle at a grocery store and there's been a cart right next to me?
That's what I'm saying!
And I grabbed it and used it and it was really convenient.
Oh, is it convenient to not be able to open your door, ma'am, and to have your door dinged and scratched? How convenient was that? I didn't have an answer for that. All right, I'm getting out of here. Agent Cameron out.
Wait, is this all the same person or are these different people? Is it all the same person or is it different people? Because if it's different people, I'd totally do one of these and send it in. That'd be awesome.
Oh no, that's not where the carts go.
I know, but everybody else put them there.
But there's two wrongs make a right.
No, absolutely not.
And that's a handicap spot. So what if
It's
someone?
not a handicap spot.
No, but see how that's the blue spot there that's next to the handicap spot?
Yeah.
That's so someone's in a wheelchair, they can get out and have an empty spot to get into. So now they're going to go right on your cart and possibly even break their spine even more.
The spots are right here.
Right, but no, that's why they have the spot next to them so they can keep
So
them.
why are you approaching me?
I'm a cart narc, is what I do. We narc out and shame people that are lazy and don't put their carts back.
So are you recording me right
Well, yeah, it's our job, but to be safe, so that we can keep ourselves safe. Because we might get
now? I
attacked.
have no consent to record
Well, there's
me.
cameras everywhere. We're all getting recorded all the time.
Oh, well, I have no consent.
Well, did you?
What are you doing?
Ma'am.
You're recording.
Ma'am.
You're really recording me right now.
That's legal.
I'm about to call the cops.
Please, I've talked to them all the time. They can come. I talk to them all the time. Ma'am, I'm with the cart narcs.
I don't care. That's so rude of you.
No.
If I say I don't want to be fucking recorded,
That's not the law. That's not the law.
Rude, bro.
Well, you put your cart where it doesn't belong, ma'am, and you try to take my phone, which is attempted theft.
No, it's not that. Because I'm trying to take your phone. I'm trying to stop you to recording.
But
I'm
it's not.
asking you to
Put
stop recording.
Well, you have to cry about it, baby.
No,
Look,
you're.
I'm doing something legal, and I'm keeping you from being a bad person.
You don't have to cry about it, baby.
It's true. You can take your cart back if you want. Oh, don't cry. You have some weed in your car. You can smoke that and make you feel better. I'll put your cart back for you, okay? Oh, ma'am. That's not where the carts go. No, this is the handicap spot. People want to get out of their cars here, so I'm taking the carts back to the front of the store where they belong. Some people don't want to do their civic duty, I guess. It's blocking the handicap access way. Car corral's right there. See where that guy is?
Yeah.
Why aren't you taking it back?
I'm in the handicap spot. Sorry.
But then the next person who's here, if they had a chair or something, they couldn't get out.
Okay, I'll remember that. Sorry.
Well, you can do it right now. You don't have to remember it.
Sir, I have cancer. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to hear that, ma'am, but
I'm sorry.
the next person could have cancer too.
Okay.
I have a bumper sticker for you that says about cart narking.
Yeah, you take it off the car.
Ma'am, it's a magnetic bumper sticker. It shows that you've been cart narked, and it's got our hotline number on it, sir, if you want to take that and call it.
Take it, keep it. I don't need it.
Oh, sir, yes, you do, because you just left your cart in the middle of the spot. Here, I'll put that right there for you.
Hey, you know what? You playing fucking games? I don't need that.
Well, I have more. I've got another one here if you like it.
Give me more.
Well, no, I think you're going to throw it away if you do it.
Well, I don't want the motherfucker on my thing, okay? So get the fuck away.
But you deserve it because you left your cart, or your wife, I guess, left your cart where it doesn't belong.
What is your fucking problem, dude?
Leave us alone.
I'm the cart narc, sir.
I don't give a shit.
We're out here to protect people from people who leave their carts out. Well, here's a bumper sticker for you, sir.
Are you fucking with me, dude?
No, dude, this is my job. I'm the cart narc.
There it is.
I got one more.
Give it to me.
I feel like you're going to throw it over there if you do.
Fucking right, I'm gonna throw it.
That's not very nice. Mr. Sal, sir,
Guy has nothing to do but
I have a lot to do. What we do is Ma'am, you didn't leave another person alone when you left your cart out here. No, sir, that's their job to pick it up from the cart corral. You guys are being lazy bones. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. I'm going to put this bumper sticker here if that's okay with you, sir.
you know, you're asking for a bunch of shit now.
What are you talking about? Man, this is my job as a cart narc to make people help understand.
You know what?
What?
This asshole here, the son of a bitch.
Oh, thank you for taking it back, ma'am. I appreciate that.
Should have left it for this asshole right there.
But what if, okay, sir, what if somebody had a chair and they wanted to park here, but your cart's blocking their chair?
Somebody can't park there and...
I mean, no, but because they have, you know, they have the lifts.
She has nothing better to do with
Man, this is a good thing to do, quite frankly.
Okay?
Is that an F me? Well, that's not very nice, ma'am. I'm out of bumper stickers.
Fuck you.
Well, that's not nice.
Fuck you.
Oh, ma'am. So you promise next time you'll take your cart back, though?
Again. Get out of here. Leave us alone.
But ma'am, you're the one who...
Pick on somebody else.
I'm not picking on anybody.
Pick on somebody
There's no picking, ma'am. What we do, we don't discriminate on age, race, gender, disability. No. Well, I'd rather be a loser than lazy bones, quite frankly. She left her cart right here blocking the handicap access lane.
You want to know why?
Because she's lazy is why. Who's? Oh, well, I believe that. That lady just leave her cart out too? No, ma'am. Ma'am. That's not where the cart goes. It goes back in the cart corral, ma'am. Oh, I'm out of bumper stickers. Oh, no. Oh, it's just no.
Tell him.
Well, that's
what
very...
not to do.
Now they're blocking a spot, and it can roll away and ding somebody's car.
You're right.
Because it's unsecured.
Are you just doing this for YouTube or
No, I work for the Woody Show. It's a radio show here in LA. And all I had to do is take it right back to the cart corral, which everybody else manages to do somehow. See?
They were a victim of the cart narc.
And she says, "Oh, well, I'm handicapped." Well, then
Sheesh! Look at that booty.
you should be especially aware of how handicapped people need those access lanes for wheelchairs and other, walkers and things like that. But she said, "Nope, I'm leaving my cart right there." So.
Well, thank you for your service.
Well, I thank you all for your support. I appreciate that. I'm gonna get this cart for them so it doesn't hurt anybody's car. It's on in LA. It's on 98.7. It's or the Woody Show. Just search the Woody Show. It'll pop up anywhere. Thanks a lot, guys. Yeah, we have Cart Narcs, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter. Yeah, every platform we're on.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Last chance, okay?
Then what?
Yeah, take it up.
Then what?
Okay, here we go.
All right, Narcoteers, this is a fun little move I learned from Agent Cameron. Where you take a step, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, from the cart return, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, that's where the lazy bones are. So let's go. Yeah, cart narcs here, that's not where the cart goes.
Huh?
Carts go, the cart return, right over there.
Yeah, I didn't use 2 of them. I only used 1.
Yeah, okay, you want to take one, I'll take the other?
Huh?
You want to take one, I'll take the other for you?
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
No, thank you.
Why not?
No.
Why not, though, sir?
If you take one, take both of them.
But sir, I'm the cart narc. I'm here to help make you do a better job. Let me give you a bumper magnet here, sir.
There's 2 more over here, look.
Okay, so is this the 4 wrongs make a right club? Here, let me give you a bumper magnet. There you go. Yeah, it says.
You can't do that.
Why not?
Because that's my vehicle. You can put that on.
What does it say?
It doesn't matter what they say. You cannot touch my truck.
Why not?
You cannot put that in there.
Why not?
It's illegal to do that.
How so?
How so? Because I know it's illegal.
Well, are you a lawyer or a judge or a prosecutor?
I might be. It's illegal.
I think you might not. I think the chances are you're not.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
I wouldn't bet on it.
I will. I'll bet you $5 you're not a lawyer. How about
You
that?
need to take it off, okay?
Why is that? What it says I don't return my shopping.
You need to take it off.
Well, I'm not gonna. Because
You're not going to.
I'll tell you how I will if you take your cart back.
You're not going to.
Let me explain.
Okay.
If you want to start rolling on your phone there, I'll explain to your...
No. We don't have to do anything. You just take it off, okay?
Oh, you know what?
I don't touch you. I don't put stuff on you. You need to take it off.
Well, that's because I don't do anything silly, Billy, like leave out my cart.
Matter.
It does matter. That's the whole premise, sir.
Why are you harassing me? Look at all these other people.
I'm not harassing you. I'm asking you politely.
You're harassing me.
That's a
put that on my truck. Then what do you call that?
That's a
not
polite request and a mark of shame.
No, you need to take it off, okay? Am
I being polite, sir? Yes or no?
You need to take it off.
Why?
Because I don't want it there.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll take it off if you return your cart.
Look.
What?
Last chance, okay?
Then what?
You gotta take it off.
Then what?
Okay, here we go.
What are we going? Where are we going?
Okay, I don't know. You tell me.
To Lazy Bones Island?
Nope.
Lazy Bones Academy? How's it going? I'm Agent Sebastian with the Cart Narcs. This gentleman has left his cart out like a Lazy Bones. And now it says, yeah, okay, get a shot of that. I don't return my shopping cart like a jerk.
Okay.
Now, but I'll take it off if you take your cart back. How about that? You taking a photo of that guy?
Here we go.
How's it going, sir? How's it going? This guy left his cart out like in the handicap access zone. Where are you going?
I got you. Thank you. We'll see you.
Where are we going to see each other? Hopefully in cart heaven where we all return our carts all the time, right, sir?
We'll see you. Okay.
All right?
We'll see you.
You know, this all could have been over with 3 minutes ago if you just take your cart back.
Make the other one do the same thing too.
Sir, trust me.
There's another one over
Sir,
there.
I promise you, you're trying
There's another one over
This is
there.
this is deflection, sir.
There's more over there. Look at that one over there.
I'm going after carts all day, every day. Trust me, I see them all, sir.
Go get him. Good luck. Go get him.
I will, but I'm getting you too. I'm not discriminating, sir. You're part of the problem, not part of the solution. Gosh darn it, cart narketeers.
I can't watch
all that arguing, all that back and forth, and all that deflecting, classic. Oh, hey, how's it going? What are the damages, sir? What are the damages? I will. Well, I'd have a better day if you took your cart back, quite frankly. But
Dr. Phil complex.
Cart narcs. That's a curbing, sir. Curbing. We got curbing going on here, sir.
Because it's not a live stream. It's a video. It's different. It's not a live stream. It's different.
Curbing, sir.
When it's a video, it doesn't get monetized. But when you're live streaming, it like the way that they look at it is you guys donating me money while I'm live streaming is the same thing as me getting. It's just dumb. I just can't watch it on a live stream. Trust me. Trust me.
Wow, didn't even respond. Time for the pit maneuver.
You can ask Iphonics that same question. They'll tell you the same thing. It's different when you upload a video.
Sir. You curbed your cart. You didn't take it back to the cart corral where it belongs. Oh!
Dude, leave me the fuck alone. They just fucked me over in there.
What'd they do? Are you okay? That's the second curbing, by the way.
No, I'm not okay, you fucker.
But I'm a nice guy. I'm a cart narc. I'm just doing my job. Take his cart back for him, I guess. It's a pretty athletic move.
Hi, Mystery Recapped here. Today, I am going to explain a sci-fi comedy film called Geohazard. Spoilers ahead, watch out, and take care. The opening scene of the movie shows us an advertisement for the Beautiful Girl pill. The advertisement claims that the pill is one-of-a-kind medicine that will reorganize women's brain nerves and genes, turning them into the most beautiful versions of themselves. For the first year, the Beautiful Girl pill is sold out everywhere because of its popularity and effectiveness. any girl who takes it instantly experiences a change in their body and face structure. Suffice it to say that the pill is very successful, if not revolutionary. However, in less than 2 years of use, women begin to feel the side effects of the drug. Some get severe allergic reactions, while others go brain dead within seconds. On inspection, it is found that the pill has directly affected most of the women's brains, making their frontal lobe smaller in size. Because of this, they show confusion and difficulty in doing the easiest tasks. In addition, they turn emotionally insatiable, and their sense of pain and pleasure vanishes. The effects of the drug on the human brain and their genes are far worse than what the scientists had expected while creating the pill. Soon, experts find out that the pill has given rise to a virus called the Beautiful Girl virus that is extremely contagious. The virus is airborne, but can only transfer through an infected person's kiss. Any woman infected by it turns into a zombie-like creature with an instinct to kiss every man in their way. But the worst part is that every man who gets kissed gets infected and entirely transforms into a woman. The protagonist of the movie is a young man named Kuo K. As the virus spreads rapidly throughout China, Kuo K and his friend discuss what they should do next. They receive a text from Kuo K's father and rush home to find a girl tied in the living room. The father says that the girl is Kuo K's brother, who has converted into a woman because of the virus. Kuo K doesn't believe it and tries to check the girl's body, but the father claims that he has already checked and confirmed that it is a girl. Creepy. The girl was trying to kiss the father, so he tied her to the chair. Kuo K's friend says that if the infected kisses them on any part of their body, the virus will spread. Suddenly, the father feels a sharp pain in his chest. They find out that Kuo K's brother has accidentally kissed the father on his arm. The father falls unconscious, but just when they think he is dead, he turns into a beautiful woman. The newly formed girl tries to kiss Kuo K, who is happy because all he ever wanted was a kiss from dad, and has to be restrained by his friend. The two accept the fact that Kuo K's family is dead, and the women sitting in front of them are zombies. Hence, they leave them alone and run outside. However, they are chased by an infected woman before they can get inside the car. They get to the streets, but it is too late as the virus has now spread beyond control. The streets are filled with women who kiss all men in their sight. They try to go to the police, but they have also been infected. Soon, their phone signals are cut off, and they cannot call anyone for help. The two get stuck on the side of the street, surrounded by women. Kuo K notices that the infected do not attack beautiful women, so he suggests they go to the nearest clothing store inside a mall and disguise themselves. But since they are surrounded, Kuo K's friend offers to distract the girls and sacrifice himself. He claims that there is no better way of dying than being kissed by multiple women. Kuo K's friend has a point. Moreover, he has never fallen in love, so this might be his only chance to ever get with someone. Kuo K's friend is depressing. Having said that, the guy jumps in plain view, attracting the infected ones. The girls kiss him as Kuo K runs away to the mall. Fortunately for him, the mall is completely empty, and so is the clothing store. He sits down on the couch to take a rest, and the time fast forwards to a year later. Kuo K still lives in the store, which is now trashed. The Beautiful Girl virus has taken over China, and according to the radio, the survivors have formed camps in different parts of the country. Kuo K, however, lives alone in the store. He dresses up in women's clothing and wears a wig to go out and collect food supplies every once in a while. During one of such ventures, he enters a car to check for supplies, only to find a woman in the back seat. Trying to save his life, he quickly runs away, but an infected woman follows him to the store. While he checks the supplies, she attacks him from behind, but Kuo K is saved by a stranger at the right time. The stranger has a girl with him, who surprisingly doesn't attack them. It turns out that she is infected by the virus, but her body hasn't mutated into a zombie, meaning that she is immune. The man introduces himself as Li Wei, and the girl as Xiao Qi. Li Wei is a member of a survival camp, and is on the search for survivors. On his journey, he found Xiao Qi and rescued her. Since she is the only woman in China who is immune, he is taking her to a place called the Tower, where a group of scientists has been trying to find a cure for the Beautiful Girl virus. Xiao Qi is an asset to humanity who can stop the pandemic. Li Wei invites Kuo K to the survivors' camp because it is way safer than staying at the mall. The three then go to the parking lot, where Kuo-kei had parked his car a year ago. He tries to restart it as Li Wei guards them against the infected. Soon, the car starts, and they make their way to the survivors' camp. Unknown to them, a man dressed as a woman follows them on a bike. He is a spy from the rival camp that robs and steals the supplies from the other camps. When they get to the base, Li Wei makes Xiao-Qi wear a device in her mouth so the men would feel safe around her. Even though she is immune, she still has the virus in her body, meaning that her kiss is deadly. When Kuo-kei is alone with Li Wei, he modifies the mouth device so she could open it by herself. Then, the duo meets the Investigation Corps, a group formed by the most courageous men who go into the city to collect supplies. Their leader is Li Wei, who is now dressed as a woman. They plan to take Xiao-Qi to the tower and ask Kuo-kei to stay safely at the camp. Xiao-Qi, along with the Investigation Corps, leave for a convenience store nearby to collect supplies for their journey. Back at the camp, Kuo-kei finds the rival spy giving information about Xiao-Qi to his camp. He senses that Xiao-Qi and the others are in danger and goes to save them. Meanwhile, the Investigation Corps and Xiao-Qi are attacked by the rival camp. They hold Xiao-Qi hostage, but the sniper from the Investigation Corps fires at them, starting a shootout. Kuo-kei arrives at the right moment and brings Xiao-Qi to a safer place. The shootout gets intense, and most of the members of the Investigation Corps are killed. The only survivors left are Kuo-kei, Li Wei, and Xiao-Qi. But before they can flee from the site, the rival group catches them. The leader makes Xiao-Qi wear the mouth device to be safe and plans to use her for his benefit. But his plans are ruined when she takes off the device easily, thanks to the modification Kuo-kei made earlier. She then kisses the leader. As he falls to the ground and starts transforming into a woman, his teammates run away, fearing the same fate. The surviving three go to their vehicle, which is now surrounded by infected women. Li Wei offers to get rid of them since he is still dressed as a girl. He kills all of them, and the three continue to drive to the tower. When they drive for some minutes, Li Wei asks to get off the vehicle, revealing that he too has been kissed. Kuo-kei promises to get Xiao-Qi to the tower and says goodbye to Li Wei. At night, the duo stops to rest in a secluded area. They sit in front of the fire and drink. Xiao-Qi talks about her fiancé, who was killed a year ago when the virus first started to spread. It turns out that she kissed him, not knowing that she was infected. Kuo-kei comforts her and kisses her hand. Kuo-kei is into some risky business. The following day, they finally reach the tower, but are disappointed when they see no one around. The duo assumes that the tower was attacked by the infected. As they brainstorm what they should do next, a group of infected women attack them. To their surprise, they are saved by men from inside a nearby factory. It turns out that the tower is actually an old factory where a group of soldiers and scientists have gathered to find the cure. The leader of the tower, Xiao Cheng, welcomes them and introduces them to his right-hand man, Big P. I was not expecting a name like Big P in this movie. They take Xiao-Qi's blood samples for further research. She then goes to her room to take a rest, while Xiao Cheng shows Kuo-kei around the facility. He is first taken to the lab, where Dr. Hu is looking at some blood samples. Hu is an alcoholic who has a habit of forgetting things, but he is the best of the researchers they have. Then, Kuo-kei is taken to the part of the lab where the infected girls are being kept so the doctors can study them. But the most surprising part about the facility is the room where infants are kept. Xiao Cheng claims that the babies were rescued recently, so Kuo-kei doesn't think much of it. At night, everyone gathers for dinner. Dr. Hu gets hammered and reveals that to create an antidote, a chemical must be extracted from Xiao-Qi's brain, and upon extraction, she will die instantly. Even after that, the antidote won't be enough to save humanity. Kuo-kei looks at Xiao Cheng in confusion and senses that he knows everything. He quickly pushes Xiao Cheng aside and runs away with Xiao-Qi. Xiao Cheng, Big P, and the other men follow them. Xiao-Qi accidentally enters a room and finds non-infected women inside. It turns out that Xiao-Qi isn't the only one who was infected by the virus, but before they can inquire further, Big P knocks Kuo-kei out. When he regains consciousness, he is told that the women who are immune to the virus are called the wisdom species. They have a rare chemical in their brains that will help them make the antidote. Xiao Cheng plans to use them to study the virus and create a vaccine to end the pandemic. Although his motive is good, he plans to kill the women for something that isn't even guaranteed. Moreover, he forcefully made his men mate with the captured wisdom species to give birth to the babies that Quokay saw earlier. When the women die, he plans to use the babies for the antidote because they also belong to the wisdom species. Quokay agrees to help Xiao Cheng with his plan for the sake of humanity, but asks to meet Xiao Qi for the last time. He meets her and tells her about his decision to help Xiao Cheng. Xiao Qi looks at him in disappointment, but before leaving, Quokay tells Xiao Cheng to make the woman wear his mouth device when they are brought outside for surgery. Xiao Qi gets the hint and explains to all the girls how they can take off the mouth device on their own. The next day, the girls are made to wear pretty dresses and are brought to the operation room. They are also made to wear mouth devices that Quokay has secretly modified. As the operation starts, they take the devices off and kiss all the doctors, infecting them. Meanwhile, Quokay goes to the area where the infected women are kept and frees them so they can attack Xiao Cheng's men. Their plan works, and the girls are finally free. They get their kids and run away from the factory, while Quokay stays to announce the tower's truth to survivors around China through radio. He is soon attacked by Xiao Cheng, and the two get into a fight. Xiao Cheng is about to kill him, but Xiao Qi arrives at the right time and saves Quokay. However, during the struggle, Xiao Qi is stabbed. At last, Xiao Qi and Quokay announce the tower's truth to the survivors through the radio. They know that there is no chance for Xiao Qi to survive the injury, but Quokay refuses to let her die alone. At last, they join two wires, creating an explosion to blow up the facility and sacrificing themselves in the process. Outside, the surviving wisdom species watch the place burn with their babies. The movie ends as they walk away, determined to end the pandemic with their acquired knowledge. Subscribe for more videos like this, turn on notifications, and...
Hi, Mystery Recapped here. Today, I am going to explain a Russian comedy film called The Pregnant. Spoilers ahead, watch out, and take care. Sergey is a news reporter living somewhere in Russia. He and his wife Diana have been trying to have a child for the past 2 years, but haven't been successful. At the beginning of the movie, Sergey is with a therapist, telling her about his problems. He says that he wants a baby so much that he has begun to dream about pacifiers and strollers. The therapist asks him if he has done the one thing that is necessary to get his wife pregnant. Sergey proudly claims that they have intercourse every night, but his wife never seems to get pregnant. Sergey even wrote his wish down on paper and ate it one time, but that didn't work either. The therapist tells him that his thoughts will become reality very soon, so he should be careful. Sergey doesn't understand what she means, but he doesn't question her. On his way to work, he calls his friend and lawyer, Zora. Zora has consecutively lost 8 of his previous cases and is struggling because of financial difficulties. He has 2 daughters and is trying for a son again.
The what community? Incel community, short for involuntary celibacy. No point in denying it.
One big misconception about Just Be White is that it is simply buying mail-order brands manifested, so you can...
얼굴이 너무 잘생겨서 화를 못 낼 것 같아요.
뭐야?
그리고 몸도 좋을 것 같아요. 키도 크고 뭔가 이렇게 길쭉길쭉해.
That is a fucking brutal dick pill. Am I the only one thinking she means dick size when she says long? I can understand Korean, so I can tell, but if anyone can understand what she's saying actually, I mean, it looks like she's talking about dick size and it is fucking over.
어느 나라인지는 잘 모르겠고 그래도 동양 쪽보다는 서양 쪽이 더 잘생기지 않았나. 이목구비 더 뚜렷하고 그래서 서양 쪽이 더 잘생긴 것 같아요.
이탈리아라고 많이 들었어요. 아무래도 이목구비가 또렷해서 네 그렇게 생각해요. 네.
After talking to him, Sergey gets to the set and presents a show with his co-host. Somewhere else, Diana is at an art exhibition where all the pictures she has taken recently are being displayed. Sergey is late, as usual. When called, he claims that he is already inside the car and will be there in only 5 minutes. But after the call, his car is towed away for being parked in a restricted zone. Knowing that his wife will find out about the lie, he ditches the exhibition and instead goes to a bar with Zora. As they talk about children, Zora mentions that his wife is 1 month pregnant. They are hopeful that it will be a boy this time because Zora wore felt boots while making love. Their family has a superstitious belief that every time a man makes love in those shoes, the woman gives birth to a boy. That is how Zora, his father, and his grandfather were born. The next day is Valentine's Day. Sergey and Diana go to the place they first met 5 years ago. They promise to come to the place with their children someday. Before returning home, Sergey goes to buy felt boots. At night, after having intercourse, he takes the shoes off and hugs them, hoping to soon be blessed with a child. When he cannot fall asleep, he walks up to the window and prays. Seconds later, he sees a falling star. 10 days after the incident, Sergey is in the studio, presenting a program about a chicken named Sonia. Sonia is a miracle animal and the rebirth of Paul the octopus. She can predict the winners of football matches by laying eggs. The number of eggs she lays is considered the number of goals the winning team will score. While reporting the news, Sergey suddenly pukes. He apologizes and gets back to work, unaware of the real reason for his morning sickness. Later, he is at the grocery store, buying things for dinner when the pickle shelf catches his attention. He has never liked sour things in his life, but for some reason he craves pickles more than anything that day. On the phone, Zora jokes about him being pregnant, but Sergey remembers his wish and thinks it might be a possibility. That night, he finds Diana's pregnancy kit in the cupboard and decides to test his theory. At first, he sees the 2 red lines on the kit and thinks it means he isn't pregnant. But after reading the instructions, he figures out that 2 lines mean he might have a baby inside of him. He takes the test a few more times, but the results come back positive every single time. The idea is so absurd to him that at one point he starts laughing at the positive test. Hey, you're the one that peed on the stick, Sergey. The next morning, he has pickles for breakfast. Diana notices his weird behavior and inquires what is wrong. When Sergey tells her they are about to have a baby, she thinks he cheated on her, but on finding out that he is the one who is pregnant, she gets even more upset, thinking that he has gone insane. Sergey wants her to be happy about being a father, but Diana needs some time to take it all in. That evening, Sergey's parents and Zora's family come to their house for dinner. Sergey takes the opportunity to officially announce his pregnancy. The family is left speechless at the announcement. They calmly try to explain that him bearing a child is impossible. Sergey storms out without saying anything, leaving everyone else in an awkward silence. His father blames his mother for doing pregnancy yoga, which he thinks messed with Sergey's anatomy and made him a woman on the inside. The next morning, Sergey reads a book on pregnancy and identifies his symptoms. He keeps the negativity aside and starts to prepare for the child's arrival. On calculating the due date, he is happy to find his child will be a Leo. Starting that day, Sergey stops smoking and eats pickles with every meal. He even listens to children's bedtime stories so the baby can hear them too. With time, Diana comes to terms with the pregnancy and supports him as best she can. 4 months into the pregnancy, Sergey now has a protruded belly. He goes to pregnancy classes every day, but pretends to be there to better understand his wife. The mothers do not question his belly and think that he is just trying to get the authentic experience. While all his close ones know about the pregnancy, he has chosen to hide it from the rest of the world. In the 5th month, Sergey and Diana go to a gynecologist for the first time. However, as soon as the doctor sees that the husband is the one who is pregnant, he refuses to treat him. In a similar way, the couple visits many doctors, but none of them accept him as a patient. Then, one day, they come across Dr. Tikhonov, who has been in the business for 2 months, but hasn't gotten a single patient. Because he is desperate, he agrees to treat Sergey. The doctor asks him to get on a delivery bed, but a stupid Sergey cannot figure out what goes on the leg holder. Because of his unique condition, he has to be on all fours for the checkup. The following day at work, Sergey finds out that Zora has allowed the show to broadcast about his pregnancy. As the word gets out, everyone is intrigued by the man who got pregnant. It becomes an international sensation, much to Sergey's annoyance because he wanted to keep it a secret. People in the streets and the bus now recognize him as the man who got knocked up. They treat him like an outcast, which doesn't help Sergey's mental health. He confronts Zora about selling him out for money, but the man shows no regret. Instead, he claims that he has more ideas that will make both of them millionaires. At first, Sergey curses him out, claiming that he won't sell his pregnancy. But when he calms down, the money doesn't sound so bad to him. Starting that day, he goes to several TV programs and shows as the pregnant guy. He is also made the sponsor of several maternity products. His popularity grows immensely in just a few weeks. He is surrounded by paparazzi everywhere he goes, and even his family members are interviewed by many reporters. One day, he is at a restaurant when a gay couple approaches him. They too want to know the way a man can have a child. Sergey has no clue how he got pregnant, but he still advises them to wear a pair of felt boots during intercourse and do it in a green room. In the next gynecologist appointment, the couple finds out that they are having a boy. Outside, the reporters surround Sergey again. He gets so caught up in their questions that he doesn't notice Diana being left behind. Ever since he got famous, he hasn't been the loving husband that he used to be. Following that, Sergey gets a show of his own, where he provides maternity advice to women. Zora makes a lot of money profiting from the show. However, the more Sergey works, the more he ignores his wife and her needs. For one of the episodes, Sergey brings his family to a restaurant and asks them all to talk about his pregnancy. Diana lashes out at the cameraman and storms off, having had enough of the show. After the incident, all of his family members leave, and Sergey is left alone for the first time. He realizes that he has let fame get to his head, but before he can fix his problems, a group of religious protesters protests against him. When Sergey starts getting a lot of hate, an opposing broadcasting company sues his show for fraud. They claim that his pregnancy is just a publicity stunt organized to make money. In the first hearing, Zora can barely put his case forward, while the prosecutor impresses everyone with her thorough research. She shows the judge a file of Sergey's personal bank account that has all the information about the profits he has made from his pregnancy. At home, Diana asks him to stop all the games and live a normal life as they did before the pregnancy, but an agitated Sergey yells at her. In the second hearing, Zora brings Sergey in front of the judge and shows his belly to everyone present there. He even presents the ultrasound results as evidence. To prove him wrong, the prosecutor brings Sergey's gynecologist to court. According to her, since Sergey is the doctor's first patient, the doctor is not experienced enough for such a complicated case. Instead, she shows the judge research from much more experienced doctors who claim that male pregnancy is impossible. Clearly, those doctors have never heard of felt boots. By the end of the hearing, Sergey seems to be losing the case. One day, after an interview, Sergey returns home to see that Diana has left him. He panics and realizes how badly he has been treating her recently. The only way for him to gain her trust back is by giving up the show. Hence, in the next and the last hearing, he doesn't go to court. Zora panics but still gives a heartfelt speech about Sergey being a great mother. Everyone in the court claps for his excellent words. But just then, the judge receives a video sent by Sergey. Zora doesn't think much of it and allows it to play. To his utter surprise, in the video, Sergey claims that he lied about the pregnancy and is sorry to everyone he hurt in the process. He also asks for forgiveness from Diana, who has always supported him. After hearing him confess, the judge declares him guilty and charges him a fine of 1 million rubles. Everyone who believed in him, including all his fans, are disappointed. Sergey meets Diana at their favorite place and apologizes for being a bad husband and using his pregnancy as a tool. The two kiss when suddenly, Sergey's water breaks. He is rushed to the hospital where the doctors successfully perform a C-section on him. After the birth, Sergey tells his family that he has chosen love over money. They are proud of him for being brave. Diana brings their baby and hands him to Sergey for the first time. 3 years after the birth, Diana is in one of her exhibitions that showcase the pictures she took of Sergey during his pregnancy. Their son has grown taller and is playing with Zora's daughters. A few months later, Diana prays to have a set of twins. Her wish comes true, making her and Sergey pregnant at the same time. Subscribe for more videos like this, turn on notifications, and leave a like to help the channel out. Thank you for watching.
I see. Pretty girls wanna have fun, get drunk, and fucked up. Yeah. Yeah. Feed. How about this, Layla?
Hi, Mystery Recapped here. Today, I'm going to explain a Malaysian comedy film called Beautiful World. Spoilers ahead. Watch out and take care. The movie begins in an elementary school where a doctor is weighing the students for an annual weight checkup. In the modern world, the beauty standard has changed, and fat people are considered more beautiful and appealing than skinny ones. The doctor praises a boy named Zhen Pang for weighing the most out of everyone. Zhen Pang also holds the record for being the fattest one in their class for the past 5 years. The nurses set him as an example and ask the others to eat with dedication and be as fat as him. After school, Zhen Pang's mother comes to pick him up. The parents of other kids compliment his mother for her and Zhen Pang's outstanding weight. One of the mothers is worried for her daughter, Tian Tian, because she is too thin. It turns out that no one wants to marry thin people in this world. However, Zhen Pang compliments Tian Tian, claiming that she is thin and pretty. He is unlike everyone else, as he doesn't see fat people as beautiful. While returning home, Zhen Pang says that he wants to lose weight because he cannot even see his toes while standing up. He thinks that being fat is ugly and dumb. The kid insists that he would rather fly like a bird than waddle around like a pig. This makes his mother angry, who scolds him for being unlike everyone else in the world. One day, at school, Zhen Pang sees some kids bullying Tian Tian for being skinny and ugly. He chases them away, but Tian Tian doesn't appreciate his kindness. She believes that he is being sarcastic by calling her pretty. When Zhen Pang insists that she is beautiful, Tian Tian hits him and walks away. Several years have passed since the incident. The world hasn't changed a bit, as being fat is still the beauty standard. All the models on magazine covers, famous actors, and singers are fat. But Zhen Pang has grown up into a skinny adult who owns a donut shop. He is low on customers because his donuts are not classified according to their calories and are made of healthy fruits. His mother is always worried about him and the shop because Zhen Pang goes against societal norms and doesn't care if people think he is thin. She urges him to use more sugar in his donuts, but Zhen Pang is persistent about wanting to make his products healthy. Zhen Pang's girlfriend, Menko, is also thin and believes she is ugly. She goes to fattening classes, where a lady teaches them to eat as unhealthily as possible. They are told that the heavier a woman is, the more space she can take in a man's heart. Menko is distressed because she has only gained 0.5 kilograms in 3 months, unlike her classmates who gained 30 kilograms. Don't worry about your competition, Menko. At this rate, they'll all be dead soon. To motivate her, the teacher reminds her of the discrimination against thin people in society. She even gives a heartfelt speech on how she wanted to harm herself because she was too skinny. After the class, Menko and her skinny friend go to a restaurant and try to eat as much as they can. But halfway through the meal, Menko gets sick and has to be taken to the hospital. Zhen Pang comes to see her and assures her she is pretty even though she is thin. Menko's day gets worse when the doctor advises her to eat light foods for the next week. After returning home, she complains about not being able to gain weight. Zhenpeng asks her to quit the fattening program because it is making her sick, but Manko flat out refuses. In their next fattening class, Manko and her friend are kicked out of the program because they give it a bad reputation. The organizers do not want skinny girls to represent them. This is a bad idea. What if Subway turned away Jerry? The girls retaliate, but the teacher claims there is no hope for them to gain weight and become beautiful. Manko and her friend walk outside the facility in disappointment. Her friend's boyfriend has refused to marry her unless she gains weight. She jumps in front of a running car to commit suicide, when suddenly, a handsome fat man stops the car with his bare hands and saves her. The man turns out to be the creator of the fattening program, Simon. He sends Manko's friend home safely, and even asks the lady who just kicked them out to enroll them back in the program. According to him, the institution is made for skinny women who want to feel beautiful. Manko is visibly impressed by the boss's kindness. When the two are alone, he apologizes to her for the employee's behavior. Before leaving, he hands her his business card, asking her to call him anytime. Following that, Manko meets Zhenpeng, but ignores him completely and is too focused on her phone. Zhenpeng feels like her girlfriend will leave him after gaining weight, but Manko dismisses the conversation. The next day is a launch party of the fattening program's next products. Manko's classmates, who have enrolled in the program alongside her, are on the stage showing their progress, while Manko and her friend are serving drinks to the guests. Everyone is waiting for a superstar model, Debbie, who is the honorary guest of the launch. Manko approaches Simon and his friends and hands him a special drink. Simon introduces her to his friends as a new talent who will surely gain weight in the next 3 months. But as soon as she leaves, we find out that it was his idea to kick them out of the program. When he realized the girls resorted to suicide, he pretended to be on their side to avoid a potential lawsuit. The table makes fun of Manko's weight, calling her a bamboo stick. In the following scene, we are introduced to superstar Debbie, who turns out to be Zhenpeng's former classmate, Tian Tian. Because of her bullies, she made it her mission to gain weight and be the prettiest version of herself. She is now a top Chinese model and hates Zhenpeng for sarcastically calling her beautiful when she was young. She makes a grand entrance into the venue, leaving everyone in awe. Zhenpeng, on the other hand, is backstage delivering donuts for the party. He decides to wait for Manko until the event ends. Inside, Debbie gives a heartfelt speech on how she was bullied while in school. After the event, Debbie leaves after telling Simon that the donuts were awful. Manko and her friend say goodbye to Simon and the others, but the group insists they stay for a drink. Manko agrees, not knowing that her boyfriend is waiting for her outside. As the conversation continues, it is evident that Manko is jealous of the other fat girl getting closer to Simon. They place a bet on who can drink more alcohol. Driven by jealousy, Manko drinks several glasses. The men enjoy the competition and ask them to eat the donuts as well. When Manko starts getting nauseous, one of Simon's friends shoves a donut into her throat. Zhenpeng, who has just entered the venue, sees this and pushes the man away from his girlfriend. "No one makes my girlfriend eat my shitty donuts but me," says Zhenpeng. He gets into a fight with them and calls their fattening program a scam. Things get heated when he pushes Simon for joking about the situation. An angered Simon kicks both of them out of the venue. As they leave, the group makes fun of the couple, saying that they look like a pair of chopsticks. That was actually a pretty good burn. Zhenpeng takes Manko to a restaurant to calm her down. She is furious at him for ruining the only good thing that was going on in her life. She says that she has never found him attractive and was in a relationship with him only because he was skinny like her. Before leaving, Manko declares that they have broken up. A sad Zhenpeng sluggishly makes his way outside, but a metal billboard advertising the fattening program falls on him, knocking him out. The impact causes Zhenpeng to go into a coma. His mother, furious at everyone who led her son to the hospital bed, decides to sue the fattening company. Soon, Simon and his employees get a letter from her lawyer. The media finds out about the news and criticizes the company for making faulty billboards that put common people's lives in danger. Since the billboard had Debbie's picture on it, she too gets backlash from the media for supporting such brands. She and her assistant look for a way to turn the hate she is getting on social media and find out the victim is her elementary school bully, Zhenpeng. The very next day, Debbie brings a bouquet of flowers to the hospital. She meets Zhenpeng's mother and introduces herself as Tian Tian. The woman is surprised to see the skinny little girl from elementary school who has changed into a beautiful fat woman. Debbie compliments her figure and wins Zhenpeng's mother with her kindness. She even transfers Zhenpeng to the VIP room as an apology for endorsing the fattening program. But when she is alone with her assistant, she reveals that she helped them only because she wanted the media to portray her as a kind-hearted celebrity. Moreover, she wants Zhenpeng to gain consciousness so she could take revenge for how he treated her in school. The next day, Debbie visits Zhenpeng early in the morning. She hits him in the face and jumps on top of him to take her revenge. But her plan fails when the impact brings him back to consciousness. Zhenpeng is shocked to see her, but doesn't voice his surprise. After he is discharged from the hospital, Debbie starts visiting their donut shop every day to meet his mother. She also agrees to taste test the donuts until they live up to her standard and offers to be their brand ambassador. Zhenpeng brings her to a private area and asks her why she is being too nice to his family, when it is clear that she has always hated him. Debbie gets emotional and tells him how much he affected her childhood. As she yells at him to apologize, she falls unconscious on the ground. The doctor tells Zhenpeng that Debbie has several health issues because of her size, but she refuses to lose weight. If she continues to overeat, she will most likely get heart disease and die at an early age. Zhenpeng feels bad for Debbie and wants to help her, but he doesn't know how. Debbie is bothered by her losing 5 kilograms in a week. She wants to get back to being 90 kilograms before the shooting of her debut film starts. For that, she brings out an illegal weight-increasing medicine that the doctor had asked her to stay away from. Her assistant tries to warn her against it, but Debbie takes the medicine anyway. As a side effect, she gets severe rashes on her back. The next day, she goes to a radio show to talk to fans and motivate them to eat more. Zhenpeng listens to the program and calls in under the name Donut. That'll fool him, Zhenpeng. He expresses his view on the trend and claims that the size of your body should not determine your worth in society. He also shares that he used to be a fat kid, but now is skinny. Knowing that it is him on the phone, Debbie visits his shop later. They get into a heated argument, but Debbie feels dizzy in the middle. Zhenpeng brings her in and offers her a cup of tea. He calmly explains to her that her health is more important than any kind of beauty contest. Before leaving, Debbie asks him if she can really ignore people's words and live life how she wants to. Zhenpeng says that he has been doing the same his whole life. Starting the next day, he meets her every day and helps her eat less by eating all of her food himself. After the meal, the two talk about their love lives. Debbie understands Zhenpeng for the first time and starts to like him. One day, Zhenpeng's mother informs him that Debbie had to be rushed to the hospital after she overdosed on fattening drugs. Zhenpeng quickly rushes to her house and finds out from her assistant that the news was fake, but it has affected Debbie's reputation harshly. Later, he finds her crying alone and talks to her. Debbie expresses her feelings to him and feels a lot lighter after talking. At last, Zhenpeng carries her home on his back. A year passes after the incident. Debbie took a break from modeling and worked on improving her health. She has turned skinny and way healthier than she was a year ago. Her assistant wants her to visit Zhenpeng because it is evident that she misses him. Debbie agrees and gets out of her apartment for the first time in a year. She goes to the park bench and sits alone. To her surprise, Zhenpeng appears out of nowhere and sits beside her. He doesn't seem to recognize her at first, but then hands her a donut and calls her Tian Tian. Zhenpeng has been staking out this park for an entire year. Debbie is delighted that he recognized her after all this time. The movie ends as they playfully fight by the lake. The moral of the story is that even in a world where fat is beautiful, society will always pressure us to be skinny. Subscribe for more videos like this, turn on notifications, and leave a like to help the channel out. Thank you for watching.
Who can carry me on their back? Me. Maybe.
Meanwhile, here in Washington, US President Joe Biden was caught on a hot mic cursing a Fox News reporter at a White House event as journalists were ushered out of a meeting of the president's Economic Competition Council. A White House correspondent from Fox News shouted a question about inflation. The president responded sarcastically over the din of reporters without realizing that his microphone was still switched on.
Mr. President, could you give us a brief update on your call with European leaders on what's happening in Ukraine today?
The only reason I don't like doing this is you never report on why I've called a meeting. And this is really important. I had a very, very, very good meeting, total unanimity with all the European leaders. We'll talk about it later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Why are you saying that 8,500 troops to Ukraine?
What do you think, President Biden? Do you think it places a political liability?
Thank you
all. Do you think it places a political liability?
That's a great asset. More inflation. What a stupid son of a bitch.
I give him props for that, I guess. That's kind of cool. We watch this? Oh, Speed's live.
I'm 20.
20? For real?
Yep.
You look like a good maximum of 12. You must have got a baby face. Where you from though?
North Carolina.
North Carolina? Hey, look though, if you can rate me 1 through 10, what would you rate me?
You a 9.
I'm a good 9, for real?
Yeah.
That's all right. Hey, appreciate that. On some real shit though. Like, you from North Carolina? I'm a 9. You know what I'm saying? Are you single by any chance?
No.
Oh, you got a boyfriend?
Yes.
That ass? Damn.
Dead ass.
All right.
Is that shocking?
Yeah, it is shocking.
Wow.
Nah, I'm not saying that. Nah, my fault. My fault. I wasn't saying it like that. Like, it was shocking like that. God damn! Hey, turn it off. Turn it off. No, I wasn't. Nah, she probably took that the wrong way. Yo, what's up? The fuck?
Alright, well, 49 hours and 15 minutes. Oh, it was fun, y'all, I guess. I'll be live tomorrow, though. I'll be live tomorrow. Wait, what's tomorrow? Tuesday? No, tomorrow, Thursday. Tomorrow's Thursday. What do I got to do tomorrow? Probably nothing. I'm going to catch y'all. I'm gonna catch you, alright? Love you guys. I'll be live tomorrow. How much what? Did I make? 600 maybe? Between $500 and $600? About? $500 and $600, yeah. I love you guys, alright? I love you guys, alright? I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? We'll do Omegle tomorrow. Love you guys.
He went from scaring children
What do you think about my friend here? He has no eyebrows.
to being the world's sensational dancer. Get him in here, Hyphonics.
Keith! Keith!
now you should somehow realize what you gotta do. I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. Backbeat, the words on the street that the flame in your heart is out.
I miss those pajama pants, by the way. They rip.
Feels the way I do about you now. And all the roads we have to walk are winding. And all the lights that lead us there are blinding. There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. Because baby, you gotta be the one that saves me. And if they're wrong, you're my wonderwall. Because baby, you gotta be the one that saves me. And if they're wrong, you're my wonderwall. Because baby, you gotta be the one that saves me. And if they're wrong, you're my
Shut up, Flim Flam. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow.